You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? How's everybody doing tonight? TGI freaking F, right? Am I right? All right. How we doing out there? Yes, it is cold. It is rainy over here in SoCal. Man. But everything's good. But like I always say, and I even commented on Twitter when it came to like they canceled a certain award show because of the rain. And I'm like, when it rains here, like they just like it's a state of emergency. It really is. It's a full on state of emergency when it comes to all that. So everybody's like freaking out. They even called blizzard conditions in LA. I'm like, okay, we don't live in we don't live in a Roland Emmerich movie here, guys. I think it's going to be okay. I don't know if it's going to drop down to blizzard conditions. Anyways. All right. Well, TGIF. Got some JMO today. Going a little Irish. That's right. Felt like some JMO. So that's the drink for tonight. So cheers, guys. Happy Friday. Let's have some good discussions. Love me some JMO. Okay. Saggy was the first to post a comment like 3 hours ago saying that I smell, which is fine. She smells too. That's pretty funny. How's it going, Ryan? Nat salutes. Yes, I did. I retweeted him too. Yeah. Corey Stoll, who is of course reprised his role. Spoiler alert. Reprised his role in Ant-Man and Quantumania as MODOK, and then of course he's in. I forgot that he was actually in Rebel Moon, so he'll be showing up there, and he talked about just praising Zack Snyder. It just seems like all these actors constantly praise Zack Snyder and his work ethic and how he's like in the trenches talking about all doing all this stuff. Hoy hoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie, how's it going, sir? Good to see you. We got Tet right here, always good to see you. And we got Stephanie T. Happy freaking Friday. Absolutely. Kevin, what is happening? Jose, yes, rainy, which we need. It's cold though. I don't like the cold when it gets like this kind of cold. Like it's not freezing cold. Like what's the temperature? It's like 47 degrees or something right now, but there's like a breeze, and I don't know, there's just something about it that's just and living on the second story, again, it sucks because I know heat rises, but man, sometimes like the cold, I don't know, the airflow in this place is just dumb. It's dumb, but hey, what can you do? We got Mr. Fear Jason right here. Good to see you. All right. We got MSGT, Aquaman and Superman. I thought it was a clean break. Well, I mean, I was basically mentioning, if you guys saw, like, when I talked about it and the DCU announcement when it came to James Gunn, going from Aquaman to Superman. I mean, it's just like he kind of brushed past Aquaman too. I don't know. That's just, it helps the SEO put those two names in there. We'll talk about that though. Whoa, Mr. Scott McClellan is here. He's not human. He's not human. He's AI. He's AI. That's right. What's going on, Hunter? Vodka stream. This is the way. Exactly. It's the way. Oh yeah, Mandalorian's coming out soon. What's going on, Doug? Good to see you. Your shirt is on the way. I have to put the order in. I'll put it in tomorrow, I swear. But yeah, if you guys notice, he's talking about I finally got the Batman font shirt. So if you guys see that right there, as I cup my breasts, it's getting a little naughty already when it comes to the Vodka stream. But I talked about this shirt. If you want to get yourself shirts, down below, just the different bat fonts, 66, 89, Batman Forever, which is what, 95? The Batman the Animated, and then Batman Beyond. Pretty basic concept. I saw like something like that on Twitter, but I didn't like how it looked. And so then I went, I just did it. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to put that on a shirt. I had somebody actually on my Instagram go, what, no Batfleck? I'm just kind of going, yeah, but Batfleck didn't have a distinct font when it came to the logo. You see Batman vs Superman, or even Zack Snyder's Justice League. The font is, I mean, like, it works, but it's not a font like these. These have like distinct font. So that's why I was like, nah, it's not going to work. Even the Dark Knight, same thing. It's like silver, basically just a silver font. That's not, it's not too distinct. I looked at it, I was like, yeah, it's just not going to work. But these ones had the distinct, fonts. I like the fact that the Batman had, the way that they had it with the bat that's within it. So it's pretty cool. But yeah, if you want to get yourself one, do it. The retro. Oh, you talking about the Tarantino? Yeah. I should bring that back. I don't know if I still even have that drop. I got kind of worried after a while. I'm like, am I going to get like a copyright eventually? Because I'm utilizing that. Because I don't know. So then I stopped using it. So, and people make fun of us when yeah. You guys are getting pretty cold. Yeah. Doesn't get cold enough here in LA. Yeah. Yeah, I know. But I saw like something where they were like talking about blizzard warning in LA. I'm like, get out of here. Stop it. Stop it. Is that Gavin Newsom going, oh my God. Tell him it's a blizzard warning. Oh, my hair. That douche. So, anyways. Yeah, I know. I'm not good. I have to hear it before I could like do it again. Man, Scott's giving me crap in the chat. I'm not going to invite him in it today. It actually hailed. Okay, yeah, it's been hailing. Like here, it's just been windy and raining. I haven't gotten any hail where I'm at. I know it's supposed to get colder it's supposed to get a little colder over the weekend. So, yeah, there she is. Mark my words, Aquaman 2 about to be a great. I hope so. It helps. When they find that stuff out. So Dave, LA boy who's been living in New England area for a while, and I can't believe it's colder home than here. It really what? It's actually colder here than it is there. That's crazy. There you go. See, putting the good ideas out there. No username ideas. I like your username. How's your Friday? It's going pretty good. Got to go to the comic shop. I haven't been to the comic book shop in a while. I need to make a visit. There's some books I want to pick up. I got to go to the comic shop. Yeah, picked up the first issue of this new. I heard there's a new Superman run too. Probably gonna have to check that out. But yeah, I haven't been in the comic book shop in probably since last year, which I know it's only. It's almost the end of freaking February. So yeah, I need to go get some books. I can't go to the gym because it's raining. I don't like the rain. Yeah, being in the rain sucks, even though it can be kind of fun. I don't mind it when, like last night, it was starting to rain and I fell asleep. It's like the ambiance, the nice, noise of the rain, because my bed is right against my window. So I was hearing that. Although, and thankfully, I think he realized how much noise it was making. My neighbor downstairs, I don't know if there was something that he had out, like some kind of bucket or something, but I got woken up to what sounded like bongo drums yesterday morning when it was raining in the morning, and I just kept hearing boom 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 boom, and I was like, you got to be freaking kidding me. So I got woken up at like 5 o'clock in the morning, and I went, what the hell is that? And apparently, I don't know if there was just something out there, like I said, probably a bucket. I think he realized that too, because his bedroom is probably the same, and then he probably moved whatever that was, because I haven't heard it since. But it was just like, you kidding me here? Yeah, getting woken up by that. That's always fun. Who else we got? McDonald's. Yeesh. The only McDonald's I like to eat is McGriddles every now and again. But other than that, just not a McDonald's fan. Just can't. Never really have been a McDonald's fan. Got pizza. There you go. Jason's got the pizza going on tonight. That's good. Frank Grillo as KG Beast, maybe. Well, I know Frank Grillo is probably going to be. Is KG Beast in the Creature Commandos? Because I'm pretty sure that's going to be that. Who knows? Who knows? Justin Shields says Saggy is queen. Or is a queen, I should say. JD McRae's here. What's happening? It's about to, yeah. We just had an ice storm here. Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, Michigan. Ugh, no way. Moving, yeah. Northwest or what? I don't know what they called North Midwest. No thanks. No thanks. No thanks. Cortez, just a thought. Have you ever thought of having Vodka? Yes. Yeah, I definitely have. But you got to realize that sometimes, have you ever seen Jeremy Johns on a live stream or a podcast? He seems like he keeps very much to himself. I've messaged him on Instagram, not gotten a response. Maybe I could try to find like an email or something like that. But sometimes you have these YouTube personalities that just kind of just do their thing and that's it. You know, there's been other people too where I'm like, man, it'd be cool to get that guy. And then I try to get a contact with them and then go, yeah, they don't like to do anything like that. It's like, oh, okay. So, but yeah, maybe something could happen in the future. You never know. I would love to talk to him. He inspired me to start my channel. Any more news on Discovery Plus merger? I mean, it's pretty merged. They paid off apparently $7 billion. There's still a lot of debt they still have to pay. And, you know, it's still about a bunch of hardships. What's going on, Boomish? How you doing? Rez, what's happening? Dave, would you be willing to organize another Air Cut event? I mean, I'll tweet out something, but it's just not looking good right now for the Air Cut. I don't expect anything to come out for the Air Cut for a while. Just from what I've heard, and I've heard some pretty, legit stuff. So I don't know. It just seems like it's all hyper focus on the new DCU. I just don't. That's the thing. It's like, but there's a hashtag. I'll tweet a couple things out. But I mean, eesh. Yeah, the McRib is made out of a yoga mat. Ugh. But yeah, McGriddles though. Yeah, I'll have me a McGriddles every now and again. I will. Good thing I ate before this, man, or else I'd be hungry. There you go. Dark Victory. There's a good one, which I'm sure, Matt Reeves will be pulling from that book when it comes to his sequel. Hey, you know what? I'd talk to him. I would. I've had Burnett on. We had a great time. Burnett and I, we went down like a whole like action film nostalgia conversation, which is great. That's what I like. I could always talk to anybody, even if like I don't like how they say stuff. And there's I know I've talked some shiza about Campia, but it's like but I still respect the guy, and I would still gladly have a conversation with him. Yeah, it's probably going to be a Donner situation. That's what it's sounding like. It's just not on the table right now, sadly. I mean, I hate to say that, but it's just not on the table right now. Yeah, imminent. Remember that word? Imminent. Imminent. Some of the Scoopsy days he said that. I think, remember when that was, and they kept emphasizing imminent after I talked about it on Film Junkee Live, and then I remember I posted a shot and I scheduled the shot, the Film Junkee shot to come out on a Saturday because I was going out of town. I was going to Arizona, and I was like, cool, all right, I'm going to schedule this for that. And then I remember that evening I decided to check my stuff, and I went, oh, it looks like I stirred the pot a little bit, and I'm not even around. It was awesome. What's going on, Sinfinity? Good to see you. Who else we got? Did you hear about the creators of 1899 making it? Oh, I hope so. I liked 1899, and I know they canceled it because it's Netflix and they cancel everything because they can't afford shit. But I honestly, when it came to 1899, I was totally like, it pulled me in just like Dark did. And I'm just kind of going, it kind of ended fine. Like, I'm okay with how it ended. I'm actually okay with how 1899 ended, but I'm curious to see what they do next. He is cool. He looks cool, Alex Zoo. You should try to get Nerdoc or Geeks and Gamers. Yeah, I know I'd get a lot of shit for that, for sure. I mean, again, I don't mind talking to anybody. I'm one of those guys that I don't care. I know, like, I remember when the Geeks and Gamers thing happened. What, it's almost 2 years ago now. 2 years next month, when Zack was working with Uche, which may he rest in peace, and doing the whole thing that was going to be organized by Geeks and Gamers. That was a whole big shit show because Zack had no idea. I had no idea. I remember talking on the phone with Zack about that whole thing and him just going like, he's like, I'm like, dude, I didn't either. But I all of a sudden I was like getting messages from people going, Zack should not be work. And I'm just kind of going, what the hell? Awkward. If you go back to that charity stream right before when Zack Snyder's Justice League came out and that whole thing came about, I was like, it was awkward because I'm on the panel and he had to like say something that did not make their audience happy. But I would gladly still have those guys on. Yeah, such wasted potential. Well, I mean, it wasn't wasted. I thought he was pretty good in that. I thought he was pretty good in BVS. Oh, yeah, I did. I interviewed him last year or the year before. It was like a one-on-one recorded interview. If you look back, Steph, and to be honest, I wish it was more of a live setting and more of a relaxed setting. I was, it was like a lunch break. I felt pressure and I felt like the interview didn't go as well as I wanted it to. But yeah, if you look back, I did interview Christian and I wouldn't mind interviewing him again. I know he's like busted his ass to try to do his own thing. And that was at the beginning of him trying to do like more of his own thing. But yeah, I don't know. It was just not in a relaxed time. And I felt like I wish it was more of like this setting, so we'll stop when Zack tells us to stop. I don't think they'd even stop then. You can't be with it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. We'd be fine. Get Burnett in here. We'd have a good old time. Good old time. So let's see what else we got. Dave, shorts do better when you release them around lunchtime, anywhere from. That's not true. I mean, you can't really determine that because I'll schedule the shorts at 6 a.m. my time, and there'll be ones that pop off. It just it would just blow up like 10 minutes, 2,000 views. Bam. And then it just sinks. And then there'll be times also where I've posted a short and didn't really do much, and then all of a sudden, like the next day, boom, it catches that algorithm wave, I guess you could say. So, well, then he's not invited. Yeah. He should have a drink every now and again. Damn, I hope Secret Six will. I wouldn't be surprised. I like them more than Suicide Squad. I mean, if they're doing this whole Amanda Waller thing, and I think people were actually suspecting that there would be that. So, Critical Drinker, I've heard of that guy. Yeah, we'll be. Like I said. Yeah, like I said, so. Yeah, it is. It's so bipolar. And like I said, there'll be again when it comes to shorts, I'll post one. I know I schedule like a clip from the previous stream for the next day, like usually around 6 a.m. And I'll wake up and look, and most of the time I'll just see this big spike, and it'll get like 2,000 views, and then it just dies. And then that's about it. So it does catch a little wave stuff. So you really can't determine on like when. I know there's like so many YouTube videos out there that say like when's the best time, this, that, and this, and blah, 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 blah. And it's like you could look, if you look within your channel, you could see the times. They like give you a little graph of when you're the people who watch your channel are there. But but then at the same time, it's like when you look at non-subscribers to subscribers that are watching your videos, it's like 70-30, 70 non, 30 subscribers. Like subscribers is like one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's cool to look at that number, but the main thing you're looking at is just your views, because your subscribers are not watching your stuff as much as new people. That's the thing. It's a weird, there's really no science to it. Just put your shit out there. And yeah, there's techniques you could do, but sometimes it's just not going to work. So, all right. Start getting some people in here. I've been rambling way too much. Rambling way too much. Get some of these guys in here. We'll have some chats. Robert Storms. I don't even know who Robert Storms is. Yeah, smash that like, thumbs up. Okay. Okay, where are we? Oh, geez. All right, laptop. Laptop acting dumb. I know I need a new laptop. Computer's acting fine now. Remember, I was having some trouble when it came to the computer, but during the week, but it's acting fine now. I don't know why it was acting. I think it does act a little bit wonky sometimes because when I'm doing Film Junkie Live, it's Streamlabs, not so it's a little more. It's a little heavier. It's a little heavier when it comes to all that. All right, sending out the links. See who shows up. Let's see. Anything there? Let's see. Okay. Just dropping the links. Dropping the links. I think that'll do it right there. All right. Okay. Okay, let's see. Make sure I got everything ready to go here. Boop. Put the name out. All right. Here we go. Scott! What's up, Mr. McClellan?
Yeah, you threatened not to put me on the stream, but you know what?
Never gonna not.
You're never not. No.
I know. No, it's fine. It's fine. Nice ceramic mug you got there. I love that mug so much.
Oh, it's such a good mug. It's
such a good mug.
And I'm so scared. Like I hand wash it. I don't put it in the dishwasher. Like it's like no.
Yeah.
I've seen like Liam tries to help, and I'm like, no, do not. No one touches this mug.
Dude, anytime, like when I'm sipping my coffee in the morning, oh, that mug.
Yeah, I pre-gamed a little bit tonight, so now I'm drinking coffee.
Okay. Did you? What was the occasion?
Just me and
Friday?
Friday. Yeah, Friday. I had a Jack Daniel's cocktail and a 22-ounce fat tire, and
whoa. So you're feeling good.
I'm feeling real good. Yeah.
Nice.
I need the coffee just to like make it through enough of the vodka stream. I'm waiting to see how long it takes till I crash. But yeah, this is I got crew at War Power trying to get me through the vodka stream tonight.
There you go. All right, we got somebody else showing up right now.
Okay. I hate you. I hate you. I don't get the nice ones anymore. What did I have done to scorn you?
Did you ever get a nice one?
Yeah, you used to use the one you use for Casey sometimes. Now it's always
that was because you and Casey came on at the same time.
Yeah, Saggy, sorry to tell you the truth. Like you've never had a nice one. I'm sorry.
Sorry, me and Casey usually do come at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh. That was
a good one. That was
amazing.
Thank you.
Good joke. I like it. I like that. I like that. So, but no, I always try to do. I mean, Casey's is always going to be that one. So sorry. But anyways, hi.
Oh, hi guys. How you been? I missed you all week.
See, she missed us all week. Hear that?
I know.
I don't know if it's truthful. I don't know if it's
true. Hey, by the way, talking about your shorts posting, I'll tell you what, at least when it comes to your subscribers, when I get the notifications sometimes, I feel like there's like this serious delay between when you actually post something and when YouTube bothers to like notify me that it's been posted. I'm going to be honest with that.
I know it's a weird thing to try to like, I mean, Saggy, you probably deal with this too, where it's like, trying to catch. I mean, we're literally surfers trying to catch the algorithm wave. It's like they always talk about the algorithm, and then I always love it too because there's YouTubers out there and people that I'll follow that are like, they're part of the creator community, and all they do is talk about how to, further your channel. And I'm like, okay, so your whole thing, you built your channel on telling people how to build their channels. And then also, I'm like, let me look. Oh yeah, you have a thing where I have to pay you to get a little bit more information. There it is.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's so annoying.
I don't know about you, but my YouTube shorts lately, like they automatically disable my comments. And I'm always having to, every time I post a short now, like it happens so much. Like it doesn't happen to every short I post, but I'll post a short and then I'll go back to it once it uploads and it says comments disabled. So I'll have to go into my YouTube Studios, enable it to allow comments. Then like in a few hours later, it's back to disabled. I just went to check one of my videos and it's like disabled again. And it's like the most annoying thing ever.
That's for
I don't have these problems. I don't have any of these problems.
Hey, you get paid for them now, so you might as well get on the game.
Yeah, but he does podcasting. But you know, you guys should maybe shift it to YouTube.
Our biggest issue is always because we just put our RSS feed out there, and like the different and some podcatchers, we didn't even have to like submit our RSS feed. They just like grabbed it, and I love it when people. And some people will try to be helpful and like they'll tell you, hey, on this particular podcatcher, something was funky or this or that. And it's like, that's not us. That's that app. That like go. I'm like, use one of the other podcatchers, like because we just throw ours up into our server, into our host server, and we have the RSS feed, and that's all we give all the podcatchers. I mean, you can subscribe to our podcast literally. It pretty much anywhere just because our RSS feed's out there and they just pull it from that. So if something's funky, if it's only funky on that one, then that's a them problem. That's not an us problem.
See, that's the thing. It's like we're just putting stuff on these things. And then it's like, what can we do? It's like, oh yeah, you could try to figure out exactly what time. And then I'm like, well, that doesn't really work because I've posted shorts all throughout the day. And there's been times where boom, I'll get like a shit ton of. I remember during the day I made fun of that one dude that always goes, let's go. What's his name? Soups. That kid. Yeah. And I remember because there was the trailer for Wakanda Forever, and I always hate the whole let's go thing. I always go like, my God, shut up, because everybody freaking says it, and he said like that's my catchphrase. So when he was reacting to the Wakanda Forever, he goes, "You said my catchphrase," and then it cuts to me going, "Oh, let's go." And I said, "You know how much I hate that." And so
that's funny. I made a short about that same exact guy, exact guy, and I posted it,
and then all of a sudden it blew up to like 3,000 views in like 15 minutes, and then it just died. And I'm like, all right, I don't understand this. I don't get it. Well, and it was like the middle of the day.
If you've ever been on TikTok's algorithm is very weird because when you first start a TikTok account, they push everything you put out there on the what's called the For You page, so it gets more eyes on it. But like TikTok's weird because you'll have like one video. I remember when I used to do TikTok, I had one video that got like 20,000 views in like the first hour or so, and then like any other video I posted after that, it'd be like 20 views, 100 views. TikTok's a very inconsistent platform.
Yeah, I gave it up. I gave it up because I was like, you know what? I don't need this. Like, I got tired of it. I'm like, you know what? Everybody else is doing shorts. I post reels on Instagram. I post shorts on here. And, I post stuff on Twitter. I'm like, I don't need TikTok. I'm like, that's for
TikTok is not a place if you're trying to like their main thing is trends. Yes. Like that's all TikTok is. If you do trends, you're fine. But if you use it, if you try to use TikTok to make any kind of statement or calling out people, they will silence you. You get reported for every little thing. It's crazy. TikTok's
China.
Yeah. I got suspended. I got suspended on TikTok because there was some sussery going on with some content creators, and I tried to call it out on TikTok, and I got reported for harassment, bullying. I'm like, I said was I'm going to not make content on TikTok until you guys deal with this TikTok creator, and they called it bullying and harassment. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I actually did get bullied and harassed on TikTok.
Oh, I did too.
It was a student. And
what the heck?
Oh yeah. And the worst part was it was bullshit. It was so bad. I was like, oh please, kid. If you're going to try to bully and harass me on TikTok, you could at least be, I don't know, creative or
be creative with it.
Be creative with it. It was so bad. It was so bad.
Well, when I was on TikTok, I know you guys have never seen it, but I have this fox mask that I had for Halloween that has a very cool movable mouth.
What did you say?
Well, no, I used that on TikTok just to do the TikTok trends with the fox mask.
Did she?
But people thought, the fox
what
say.
Did the fox say?
Okay, it took me a second. But people thought I was a furry, so I got a lot of furry hate on TikTok.
Jeez,
I got a lot of furry hate.
You gotta follow Scott. You're gonna have to do that thing. You have to come back.
Gotcha. I knew it was gonna happen.
Yeah, it always does. Jeez.
Can he get the poopy one when he comes back, though?
What?
Can he get the poopy clip?
He already made it back. He has his own distinctive drop. Come on.
Yeah, but we can switch it up, can't we?
No.
Scott. We can do it.
No, it's always
saggy because I'm okay now, right?
Yeah, you're good. You're perfectly okay. I don't know why that happened.
What is this?
I don't know.
Every Friday night, but never on Fanimated. I don't get it, Dave.
I don't know. It's just weird. I don't know. Maybe when there's multiple people, it just like picks one. Because I remember like that glitch used to happen before a lot with Steven when he would show up. I don't know what it was, and then it would be the same thing. I don't know. It's StreamYard's weird, but we're good now. It's not the internet. It's not the internet, Miss Stephanie T. It's StreamYard. It's like I know sometimes during Fanimated when people are watching some, it does he'll have internet glitches.
But I fixed that problem.
You fixed that problem. Yeah,
I fixed that problem. I have it. It's another thing my wife doesn't know. I fixed that problem.
Yeah, because if you watch the recent Fanimated, there hasn't been those little glitches. So, yeah. Problem solved. But for some reason, StreamYard just zeroed you out.
I must come across like the worst husband. I don't.
I know, right?
I wasn't gonna say it, but I thought it. I was like, "Damn, Scott over here bragging about the stuff his wife doesn't know about on the street."
But you know what? Look at that cute picture I posted yesterday, 15 years ago. Our first picture.
Aww. Yeah, it was adorable. He had a full head of hair. Look at that.
Wow.
Oh, please! I didn't even have a full head of hair.
Yeah, I know it wasn't. I was being nice.
But he doesn't need a full of hair to look nice.
No.
But I've been rocking this look. For a while now. The difference was not having this on my face. That was a little alien.
Oh, that would be shocking. When I'm used to seeing a guy with the beard and then it changes, I'm like, what the hell? Where did your face go?
Well, you should go check if you haven't seen the picture Saggy yet. When I met my wife, I had shaved off my beard, and then she saw pictures of me from high school with the beard, and she was like, bring that back. I want that.
Wait, where was the picture?
On Twitter.
Yeah, it's on Vero and on Twitter. Yeah.
Okay, I need to go see this picture because I'm curious.
Check it out.
You want to see clean shaven Scott? Yes.
Yeah, you could see you're like, wow, is that him? And then a little bit more hair on top. But but I mean, it's just one of those things. Like, I mean, if you were to shave your beard, your kids would probably freak out.
They see pictures of me without my beard, and they're like, Daddy, that's you. Yeah,
it's such a weird thing because I remember my dad has always had a mustache, and I remember like the one time it was burned into my brain. Oh,
you found it.
That's shocking. Like I could tell it's Scott because the eyes, but like I have to cover the rest of the face to say, okay, there's Scott right. There's Scott.
We're talking about it too much. I'm gonna have to pull it up.
Oh God. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna embarrass you tonight, Scott.
It's fine. It was 2008.
You posted it, so there's, it's cute. It's cute.
It was at a TGI Fridays, by the way.
It was right shocking.
Aww. Yeah, look at Scott right there. A little bit more hair on top and no hair on the face.
It's so weird.
And no gray.
No gray either. No gray.
I like aged like fine wine, Scott. Sorry.
Hey, I prefer this. I prefer this myself. So
salt and pepper. He's got the salt and pepper, man. I know. I got that going. I got that going on up here too, man.
Yeah, it's really right. It's amazing to me how it's my chin. It's right here where you really get it in the gray. If you see me,
I have yet to get any gray in the facial hair yet. I'm like wondering when that's going to happen. That just has not happened yet. I get it. I have it up here sprinkled within. I remember when I turned 30, that's when I got my first gray hair. It like literally, I remember looking in the mirror and it was like happy birthday to you. Like when I looked in the mirror, it was like sticking out. And I'm like, holy shit. And I'm like, it was just like a freaking just gray hair just sticking like separate from the others. Like it was drunk.
So it has nothing to do. I mean, my paternal grandmother, God rest her soul, was completely white in her 20s.
Oh wow,
man! Yeah,
well, I remember when I was doing I was bored and I do my little animated graphics on pictures. So I was like, I want to find like a picture of Dave to animate. So I went to his Instagram and just scrolled down to see if I can get like a good picture that I can animate. And then I'm glad I missed the mustache phase you had going on there, where you look like a
the goose.
Oh, you didn't like the rooster stash.
Oh my god, I hated it. I thought the video you did was funny, where you like sneezed and it went away. But when I saw that mustache, I was like, I'm glad I missed that, because you look like a narc.
Yeah, I could see that.
It was an interesting time. You know, Dave made choices.
You know what? It was one of those things where it was like, I just made the joke. I was like, you know what? I think I said it on Film Junkee Live, where I was like, all right, I want Top Gun Maverick to make $1 billion, or I'm gonna grow my mustache and have the rooster stash or the goose stash, whatever you want to call it, until it leaves theaters or whatever the hell. And then it just kept going.
Wouldn't leave theaters.
So you want to hear something creepy? One picture you had, and I'm assuming you took it wasn't even a picture. I think it was a video of like when you saw a movie or something when you had the stash. But the thumbnail of the picture, I looked at it and I said, holy crap. Dave looked like a younger version of my grandfather, and it was so creepy. God. It was so creepy. I was like, oh my God, why do you look like Papa right now? That's so weird.
Oh, yeah, it was funny. Like my dad loved it because he's always had a mustache. And like I said, going back to that childhood memory when we were living in Alabama, and because he was in the Army, and they had to take pictures, and they said you have to shave the mustache for this picture, just for that. He came walking down the hall, and I remember I was like, oh, like what the hell is wrong with your face? You know, it's just one of those things. And but he loved it too. Like I remember I went to visit, he was like, dude, mustache looking good. And I'm like, yeah. And I looked at him like, I don't know how you do it. I want this thing on my face. It's like it was getting to the point of like
the mustache by itself is weird. I've done that for
I had the little butt brush.
God, I hate that. This little part right here is one of the things that tells me when it's time to like go for a trim. Because when it like starts to fold up and like, I can like grab it with my lip. It's like that. And also like the fuzziness around my ears. It's like, no, I need a haircut. I've gotten way too used to like just being like that buzz cut shaved, that any kind of length, like, drives me insane. I did a show once in college where I grew out my hair for 9 months and my beard out for 6 months. No cut, no trim, just growing it out. And you better believe the night that show ended, I had the electric clippers in the dressing room just ready to go, because I was like, get this monstrosity off of me.
Yeah. Same thing with you, Saggy, when you grow out your beard, mustache, same thing.
Yeah, same problems. I mean, the beard oil is kind of frustrating, but smells really nice. Oof. Yeah, I like the beard oil. Some of it smells really nice on my face. You know, you just put it on the upper lip and all you smell is delicious fragrance. It's great.
I don't know how Steven does it. I really don't.
His is crazy.
Like, I remember, especially seeing younger pictures of him when like Amanda will post like their wedding pictures or something like that. It's striking because it's like, whoa, that's Steven, because we're so used to the beard that he has now. And it's just like, yeah, I don't know how. I think it just becomes a part of you, it just becomes you. It's an extension of you. So you just can't, but it would be amazing if like one day he just decided to just do, but I think Amanda loves it. So it's like, there's no reason, and his kids probably just wouldn't recognize him. Same thing. So it's like, yeah, it's for life now.
And there's also this weird thing. I'm not sure if you realize this, Dave, but especially when you get the beard, there's that fluid retention in your face from having the beard. So when you shave it off, your face is so puffy. You look so fat when you shave a beard off, because it's just like the water just stay there, and it takes like a couple of weeks for the face to finally like
go like, okay, let's
just like
back.
to slim back down. I hate shaving my beard off because my face looks so freaking fat. It's when I have a fat day is when I look in the mirror.
I look so fat. Well, sadly, I can't really grow a beard for some reason. My genetics, it's a little too patchy right here. I mean, I keep it stubbly, but like my dad can't grow. He grows a great mustache, but yeah, we can grow this. I can grow a goatee, which I've had before, but can't do the full-on beard. I haven't tried.
Dave has too much estrogen.
Yes, that's what it is. Too much estrogen in my veins.
Man. I was talking to Amanda on DMs and just like remembering the fact that I started shaving in the 5th grade.
What the fuck? That is insane. I think I shaved the first time in 10th or 11th grade.
Scott, if it makes you feel better, I also went through puberty early, but it was a lot tougher because I'm female. So you know.
Yeah.
And my mom wouldn't let me shave, so like it sucked. So in the summertime I couldn't do anything about the leg hair, so I couldn't wear shorts because it wasn't too embarrassing. So I had to wear pants throughout the entire summer. My mom's like, "You're too young," and I'm like, I'm literally turning into like a werewolf here, and like you're just like you're completely okay.
But
with
man,
me.
That first time you finally do use a razor and the amount of blood loss that you go through because your skin's like, what is like, no matter how careful you are, you will cut yourself.
So you want to hear the first time I shaved? You're not wrong, because again, this is a parent who did not want to teach me how to shave, so I had to learn from my friends. And so they didn't tell me that I needed soap or some kind of lather.
So you just did it.
I just did it with water and the razor. And you know what's funny is because like if you've ever cut yourself with a razor, you know at first it doesn't like you don't feel the cut until after. So it was a very, very bad day. Yeah.
Oh God.
That sounds horrible. Ouch.
Things I don't miss, by the way. Things I don't miss.
Puberty is awful.
It is terrible.
Of course.
Oh God. This is why when people talk about like the wanting to be young again, I'm like,
no,
like, I'm good.
I'll be happy to be like 17, 16. That's when I like those years. Those years were great for me. I didn't have to worry about bills, and I could still, enjoy my fun.
Yeah. I like that. 20s, mid-20s were fine, but 30s were good.
30s were when I 30s were when I hit my stride. I was like, I remember when I turned 30 and then we had like that was my big party, and I was just like, I'm finally as old as I feel. This is awesome.
I still haven't felt that yet. Although recently, I have. Just because I went to a trampoline park on Sunday.
Oh yeah, yes. We talked about this.
I'm still feeling the effects of that. I mean, I popped like I did something to my rib right here where I'm like, I'm not sure exactly what I did. But it's like, it's funny because it was like, I think it's fine. But past 2 nights, I've had to sleep in a certain way because it's just,
Have you been taking ibuprofen?
Oh, yeah, I've taken, stuff like that, natural stuff. I've taken things to help, but it's just.
Oh, things. Okay, I got you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Scott, wait a minute. That's why he said things.
It's legal here. It's legal here. Yeah, so, just saying.
Things.
Yeah. The things, guys.
Yeah. You take a little gummy and it makes you feel funny. All right. I felt that. And then if anybody's wondering why Mama Film Junkee and Nighthawk are not here, they are currently at an Eagles concert right now. If anybody.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, isn't that? And guess who didn't get invited?
Ha ha.
No, screw you, Dave. That's a girls' night.
I know. Jeez, it was like one of those things where I was like, all right. I was like, okay, I guess I'll just I'm like, all right, I could do it on Saturday. No, but it's fine. Yeah, no, it was just like one of those things. It was like random, like last minute things, and I was like, yeah, guys, you guys have fun. Go. So they're at an Eagles concert. I'm kind of wondering though. I'm like, how many Eagles are left when it comes to that band? I know, yeah.
Good question, actually.
Don Henley's still alive, but what's his name passed away like a few years ago. I forgot it. I forgot his name. I'm just wondering, like, if it's just one guy, two guys. I don't know. So, but yeah, if you're wondering why those two aren't right here in the chat, they are currently singing Hotel California as we speak right now. Maybe, I don't know. So, anyways, yeah, who's still alive? Stephen Fry. He passed away. I believe are you looking it up, Scott?
No, I'm not. No,
okay. I thought you were looking it up.
I thought he froze. I thought he just froze. I was like, wait a minute.
What is it with people thinking? I literally, am I just that good? Like, I could probably survive a predator, is what you're telling me? How well I don't move.
So hold on. So it's not even that. It's like you like when you have your hand up is where it's like really weird because like most people when they have their hand suspended like that, you can at least see it like shake or something, but you are like freakishly still with your hand. Like there's not even any movement. And that's what throws me off.
It's a teacher in him, man. I'm
telling you, it's weird. It's like you don't move that thing at all. It doesn't shake. It just sits there in like a picture. It's crazy.
He's Drax. He's all moving very slowly.
It's a talent. You should be proud of that. That actually is a talent.
Hey, trust me, the amount of times I've had to play dead on stage. God, I remember my senior year of high school, I was in Hamlet. And I was Claudius. So, I get stabbed and thrown down a flight of stairs. And I had to die and lay on a flight of stairs. And you got to remember, Hamlet, like, delivers a freaking monologue because it's Shakespeare. Like, we're dying, but we have enough life in us to deliver, like, a 5-minute monologue as we're dying. While the rest of us are all just laying dead on stage going, can the lights go out now? Because this stair is, like, in my rib. Digging into my rib. As I'm just laying here like slumped down. I'm just like
that's what it is. It's from the stage right there.
It's from the stage.
I'm very fidgety. It's hard for me to sit still. Like you can't really see it, but like I'm usually like my legs are like a shaking thing. It runs in the family. My dad does it, my brother does it. We can't sit still. So I'm always fidgety.
Also really good when people go, "Daddy, are you awake?" As I peek out one eye going,
yeah.
I knew somebody slept with their eyes open, and that stuff used to freak me
out. What?
Because I'd walk in, I'm like, "Are you dead?" like I would really think the person was dead because they'd be like eyes like open. I'm like, that right? It's really creepy. It's scary because like you don't.
That reminds me of the movie Major Payne. Have you guys seen Major Payne with Damon Wayans? He slept with his eyes open.
I have not.
He slept with his eyes
really?
open. Oh yeah. Well, like in the movie, he slept with his eyes open. Like when. It was funny because like his students were like trying to fuck with him, and he's literally like in bed staring up at the wall, and they're like, "Is he asleep? He hasn't moved in like 2 hours. I think he is." And it was just funny, and that's just what that reminded me of.
Wait, Scott, you've never seen Major Payne?
I'm not sure if you know this about me, but I have a really weird line when it comes to comedy. Like there are things I do find funny, and there are things that. With my upbringing, I just do not find funny. And so there's a weird gap of comedies where I'll be honest, I never even gave it a chance because I'm like, that's not going to land with me, is it?
Damon Wayans probably wasn't like your speed. A little bit.
Wasn't my speed.
But that movie wasn't that bad. Like it wasn't really that. The jokes weren't too bad, and plus it's got the kids.
It's a funny movie.
It was a pretty good movie.
No, I liked it. I remember I saw it in the movie theaters. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna have to go back and I'm not beyond giving it going back and giving it a shot. But there's just some comedies that are like classics that people like rant and rave about, and I've watched them and gone either or well, that's just dumb. And that's the one that gets me is like if it's dumb comedy and I know that's a derogatory way of putting it, but that kind of humor just doesn't land with me. Actually, it was one of the reasons that when I saw the 40-Year-Old Virgin back in 2005, when I saw that, I laughed my ass off. I was like,
right.
Why do I find this movie so fucking funny?
Oh yeah, and that landed with like a lot of people though. I mean, that's a thing.
Well, it was a little uncomfortably close to home watching that movie.
Yeah.
So it was, but it was hilarious. It was a really funny movie. So
no, comedy is a weird thing like that. Like, even I mean, I think Caddyshack's a good movie, but I don't find it hilarious. Like a lot of people are like, "Oh my god, it's a classic," and I'm like, "Okay, it's fine," but I don't see.
Okay, if that's yours, my cinema sin is Animal House.
See, but Animal House is funny. I like Animal House.
For me, I just watched it and went,
okay, yeah. I don't. It's not one of those go-to. Like if I'm gonna go to like a comedy, I'm going to Dumb and Dumber. I'm going to Spaceballs. I'm going to Hot.
Oh, if it's Mel Brooks, like
anything.
By the way,
parody.
History of the World Part 2 coming out on Hulu. I am so ready for this.
That's right. It's coming out. I totally forgot about that.
Oh god, because it's really funny because there was, if you remember, there's a trailer for History of the World Part 2 at the end of History of the World Part 1.
Well, he always did that. He always like made fun of the fact. I mean, even in Spaceballs, they talk about a sequel. We'll meet up in the sequel, Spaceballs: The Search for More Money. It's like, and then all of a sudden it was like there was like, is that ever going to happen? And Mel Brooks was like thinking about it, but never happened. And it was like when the prequels came out, there was like maybe it was going to happen, but it just never happened, sadly. But yeah, he's always been like, when it comes to parodies, they always do that whole thing of teasing like another, a sequel or something like that. But now we're actually going to get one for History of the World. I'm like,
I have missed Mel Brooks in my life.
Yeah.
There's a comedy that lands with me every time. I love me some Mel Brooks.
Yeah, I do. And then somebody was even saying like, somebody said in the chat, I get it, Scott, not an Adam Sandler fan. You're probably not Adam Sandler. Are you Adam Sandler?
No.
Yeah.
I've seen. That's the weird thing. I've seen some Adam Sandler. Like, this is going to sound awful, but like that murder mystery movie he did with Jennifer
I didn't watch that. I haven't watched.
I really enjoyed it.
Okay.
I really enjoyed that. But no, not an Adam Sandler fan. Now his dramatic work, damn,
Great.
I think he's fabulous.
Yeah,
Uncut Gems. Here's the thing: Adam Sandler like hit or miss with his movies as of late. Like his old stuff were hilarious, but his newer stuff has been hit or miss.
Yeah. I'm with that too. Like when it came to like Happy Gilmore, Billy Madison, love those movies. And then there was Bulletproof, which was also with Damon Wayans, which I really liked. And that's people don't even, I hate using underrated, but not enough people talk about that movie. And then of course there's Waterboy and Big Daddy and all those. Like when he was big, I like all the Adam Sandler, just because I grew up like when I was a kid, Saturday Night Live, he was on Saturday Night Live. I loved him on Saturday Night Live. So when he like transitioned to those movies, and then even with the other guys too, like Farley and Spade, when they did Tommy Boy and Black Sheep, I love those movies. It's just one of those, where me and my friends can just quote them for days. So, but I get it when people go, it's not my bag. I'm like, yeah, I get it, because they're dumb comedy. They're dumb. Yeah. I get it.
See, I went through a weird phase where I grew up on Monty Python. So
that's more sophisticated comedy, I would say.
Right. I don't know. It's
it can be.
It can be, and it cannot be. By the way,
yeah, true.
I want a wafer thin mint.
Yeah.
By the way, fun fact about Adam Sandler for you fans: really awesome guy in person. I remember when he was out here shooting. What the hell was that movie? They shot it in Massachusetts. My cousins were extras in it.
The Hustle.
No, the one where they have the water park scene. It had a lot of the celebrities in it.
You're talking about Grown Ups.
Yes, Grown Ups. So when he was out here shooting Grown Ups, he was walking around Boston, and I was so pissed because I missed him twice. The first time I missed him, my family was like, "Oh, dude, we were trying to reach you because Adam Sandler and everybody, they're shooting a movie out here, and we were extras in the movie because they shot it at Water Whiz, which is near where I used to grow up." So they showed it. They shot it at what?
It's actually called Waterways.
Yeah, it's called Waterways. But they shot it at that park, so I missed them there. And when they were telling me this, I had my roommate at the time call me up. It was like, dude, I just met Adam Sandler. I was like, bro, what the? I missed him twice. And when he met him, they said he was really cool. A lot of people came up to him. He talked to everybody. He even like did some like voicemails. Like one of his boss was like, had Adam Sandler do his voicemail. So when you call, you hear Adam Sandler. So like Adam Sandler is really, really cool in person, really cool with fans.
I've heard nothing but that too when it comes to people meeting him. Like he's a normal dude. He tries to be. I mean, I remember like the movie The Hustle that he did, that basketball movie that's on Netflix, and I if you want it, Scott, have you seen it? You haven't seen it yet.
No, it's been in my queue though.
Yes, do it, because if you want to talk about dramatic roles, I mean, it's a good movie. Like I watched it, I'm like, okay, this is where Adam Sandler shines. But apparently when it came to in between scenes, he would just, because he loves basketball. So, and a lot of the stuff takes place, obviously on, outdoor courts and everything like that. So in between, when they're setting up a scene, he's just playing basketball with random people, with the crew, with people on the streets, with extras. Just they're shooting hoops, and he's just apparently like in between all that, taking pictures with people and everything like that. I mean, So I've always heard nothing but good things when it comes to that guy. I mean, he got big on Saturday Night Live, did some movies, got big, got a production company, and then all of a sudden it's just like, all right, I want to do the movies I want to do, and most of them take place in Hawaii. like we're just gonna go to Hawaii. I mean, man, talk about when you know how he always has his friends in the movies. Mm-hmm. I mean, talk about just those guys got lucky, because it's like they get to be in movies and go to these tropical locations and just be a funny character in his movies. Reoccurring. So I'm like, man, that's a good.
I don't know. Where's Swinson here? Why isn't Swinson like flying us out to like Hawaii? I mean, like,
I know, right? I know. Jeez. Where's that
Hawaii
guy?
For you.
Have you been to Hawaii, Scott? You haven't been to Hawaii.
No. The farthest west I've been is Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Because it was because it would be a coin flip. I had to look at a map, because it was like Vegas and Utah. I've been like the farthest west I've ever gone. Because the farthest north I've ever gone has been, funny enough, Nebraska.
Really, only Nebraska? I think
only Nebraska. Yeah, wow. Nebraska. Because if you go up the East Coast, I've only gone as far as like Baltimore.
Wow, I've been to New York. So that New York City. I went to New York City for 5 days. Like a decade ago, which was great. I've been to Hawaii though. My dad was stationed there before he retired, so that was cool. So I've been to Hawaii twice, actually. It's weird because have you been to Hawaii, Zaggy?
I have not been out of this state, or not out of the state. Sorry, not out of the country. Not that I've
never left Massachusetts.
Well, okay, technically, it's still part of the country. So
not part of the country. We don't count Hawaii.
Well, I mean,
Hawaii should be its. Hawaii should be its own thing. I
know. Same with Alaska. Alaska's like attached to Canada. It's like it should be Canada, and no. I've been to Hawaii twice, and it's interesting because it's just, they have freeways. You drive unless you're on an island, you don't really feel it. You're like, oh yeah, I'm on an island. Didn't even like really think about it. You don't really think about it. And there's a lot of, beautiful. I mean, the beaches there are just gorgeous. I remember when I went to the beaches there, and I came back and went to a beach here in California. I'm like, oh my God, this sucks. I'm like, you can't see your feet in the water because it's so hazy and gross. There's oil refineries like in the distance. And there's a power plant right here. Oh, this is freaking awesome. What the hell? Yeah, it's gross. It's gross when you compare that. But Hawaii, I mean, I suggest anybody go there if you can, because it is beautiful. But they also have ghettos. There's also places
where it doesn't have a ghetto.
Yeah, there's always. I mean, if you watch Dog the Bounty Hunter, that's where it took place, and that's where he found a lot of guys. Even though a lot of that was probably scripted. Anyways, but yeah, I'm just saying there is. Like, I remember being on the freeway and seeing it's just like, oh yeah, it's like anywhere else. It's like anywhere else,
I just want to try the food, because I know a lot of the stuff that I like the poke bowls originated in Hawaii, and I didn't even know that.
We got to catch them all.
No, not Pokey.
Nice one. Good one. Good job. You know what's sad is like when I went, it was when I was younger and I was not all about the raw fish yet. I didn't get into raw fish, so I didn't try that yet, but I've, tried other things that were really good. But yeah, sadly I didn't take in the fish when I was there because I was all against it. I'm like, ew, get away from me. And now I'd be like, every day, sushi and poke. Come on, please. Yeah. But anyways, we should probably start talking about some of this stuff that's happening. But
an hour of us just shooting the shit isn't enough.
No, it's great.
It's great.
Wow, he's so bored already.
No, I'm not bored.
No, I'm drunk. I'm buzzed. Is what I am.
Oh no, not you. I was talking about Dave. Dave bored, not you.
No, I'm not bored. What are you talking?
No, but come on. I need you to tell me what happened because you know me. I don't stay. Yeah. I don't stay plugged in. So like, okay, feed me, and I will react. This is what we're doing. Feed me what happened.
Yeah, but yeah, we're gonna invite in first. Ray. Ray's here.
Ray's here.
Cheers.
Happy Tropic Thunder Day.
Good one, Ray.
Yeah, that was another thing. I mean, and again, it's funny when it comes to Tropic Thunder.
I fucking love that movie.
Everybody loves that movie, but it seems like every 7 months they always try to come around and be like, "It's offensive. What the heck is going on?"
I don't love that movie. I mean, it's funny. I don't like Ben Stiller. I'm not a Ben Stiller fan. Okay. So for me, rest of the cast saves. It took me years. It took me a couple years before I finally saw it. And everybody else is hilarious, especially fucking Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise steals the show for the entire movie. But no, it's just Brandon T. Jackson is right there. I was not offended. Even the scene was you people. What do you mean, you people? And then he goes, what do you mean, you people? I'm like, okay, what exactly? As long as there's a brother to check him on what he's saying, what is the
they call it out in the movie.
Right,
I was going to say, out in the movie.
The whole thing about Robert Downey Jr.'s blackface character was to poke fun at the ridiculousness of how that's literally it. And then everyone I remember having these arguments years ago on black cosplayer communities, because a lot of the things that the cosplayers would be mad at is when you find a not black person cosplaying as a black character and putting the makeup on, and that was a huge argument that happened often in the cosplay community. And then people would bring up Tropic Thunder as an example all the time, and then people would be like, and all the black people that doesn't count. They were like that. We're not going to consider that blackface. Now you're just using a straw man argument. And it's funny because the people who are the most offensive, and not to just make this a race thing, but Ray, my brother at arms, I need you to sign on with me on this one. But doesn't it feel like the most people that are offended for us are the people who don't look like us?
Yes.
It's always the people who don't look like us that are the most.
It's always neoliberal white people that are trying to get.
It's not even just. I mean, the neoliberal. Yeah. I mean, I don't look. We definitely don't need to go down the road of politics in terms of a discussion here. But yeah, and I would say it's not even. I mean, race, yes, definitely, but even along gender and stuff like that, you get way more outrage from not the minority than you do from the minority itself, and it sucks because our shit gets co-opted, and it's no, we are actually blackface is a problem. Not saying it isn't. Most certainly it is a problem, but context. It's all about context. How it's being. It's just
there was no reason that Jimmy Fallon needed to apologize for playing Chris Rock on SNL. I didn't think, because Chris Rock was okay with it and was perfectly fine. He did on impression.
Well, it's just I brought up Blazing Saddles, not to compare Tropic Thunder exactly to it, but it's kind of the same thing. But also, no, it's just.
Yeah,
Django Unchained.
But that's the thing.
That word is spoken 112 times in Django Unchained, and it is written by a white director. And that's what Spike Lee, who is like one of my favorite auteurs of all time, is still probably to this day upset about. But the reality is, Spike, you're just mad you didn't write it yourself.
Good point.
No,
Good
it's exactly
point.
true.
Good
and
point.
here's the thing: how are you going to do a story about that time and that subject
without
and not use it? That's literally what the point was.
That's absolutely. And my family, like I get my Quentin Tarantino fandom from my family because my parents and my uncle, they all saw like they're the reason I've seen all of his movies in release order. I feel like most people have seen Pulp Fiction before they saw Reservoir Dogs. I didn't. Yeah. I actually saw Reservoir Dogs first. But like,
I really like Reservoir Dogs. Like Reservoir Dogs.
It's one of the best first like feature films of any director for sure. But like, but no, that was a discussion that my family and I had at Christmas because the movie came out on Christmas, like however many years ago, and that was a discussion we all had. Was like, yeah, 1858 in his. Not actual like it. It's not. It's the Tarantino verse is like modeled off of the real world, but it's not the real world. But it's like, yeah, of course they're going to say that word.
Of course.
And if Jamie Foxx is okay with it, and if Kerry Washington is okay with it, and if Samuel L. Jackson is okay with it, why the fuck have you got a problem with it?
Exactly. It's acting. It's acting. But it's funny too because when it comes to Tropic Thunder, Jameson already like kicking in. It's not just man. It's not just the It's not just the blackface thing. It's also the fact the simple Jack thing that you make me happy, that whole scene. They get on Ben Stiller for that, for portraying
but once again, that was the point.
But then and then of course there's the scene where I'll never go full, can't say word anymore, it's like never go full, there was that whole thing.
No, and that's where you get into the discussion of, okay, when was the movie made? 2008. All right, look, shit's changed. It has. And I don't necessarily like decry that things have changed, but as far as retroactively canceling shit, no.
You can't.
No, I mean, again, if Tropic Thunder came out now, because somebody in the chat brought it up, and it's true, Tropic Thunder would not be well received being made now. But that's the problem, is people are getting on things in the past when back in the day, right? But the thing is, back in the day, those things were completely acceptable. And then what happened? People were like, hey, that's offensive. Maybe don't do that. Right. But I'm saying things have changed. So bitching about the things of past, it's stupid. You guys weren't around for when the glory days of edgy comedy. And I'm sorry, but comedy, you guys are the reasons why we have awful comedians, because they're too afraid now to be funny because of you people.
I have less of a problem with like stuff changing now. It's the retroactive stuff that. But yeah, case in point.
Did you see that they're changing the words in Roald Dahl novels?
Dahl, yeah, to make them sensitive.
Yeah, no. I'm also somebody that, and I've told you this before, Scott. Don't touch Huck Finn. Don't touch that book. Okay, that book. Print it the way Twain fucking wrote it. Period. That is literature. Do not change shit about that. So no, same goes for Roald. Don't change.
Do you guys want to know how bad it's gotten with this whole offensive stuff? So K-pop, right? Now Koreans have to use the English version of a word because it sounded too much like the N-word. And so now they have to not use that word anymore that is native to their tongue, which isn't even close. Like, it sounds like it, but it's not even the right spelling, not even the same meaning. But now, because people have bitched so much about it,
because they perceive it.
Right, because they perceive it. So now, even in Korean music, they have to use the English version of that word so people can stop thinking they're saying the N-word. And I'm sitting there like, this is where we are now. This is where we are now. People in other countries can't even speak their language anymore because y'all ears are stupid. Thank you.
Because a lot of voices are offended.
And I have other reasons why I think comedy today is shit. Here, I get to bring this up now that we're talking about this for a second. The Oscars. Oh my, fuck off.
The Oscars are still a thing?
With your crisis team to deal with, to be ready for okay. Disney, ABC, Academy. if you didn't turn the award show into a Comedy Central roast for 4 hours to have, listen, you get comedians hosted before, right? Billy Crystal, Robin Williams.
Billy Crystal. Oh.
Yeah. But when they hosted, it wasn't a roast. He was an actor. He knew all those guys. It was like, okay, playful jabs, right? Not coming in there to like, be fucking lowest common denominator, mean-spirited shit. They invited, I said this last year, the Academy invited what happened last year. And this whole thing about them bringing in a crisis team to prepare, to make certain that they're prepared for all possibilities. You made this fucking bad, Academy, and you could change it at any point if you stop trying to get, regular working class Joe who will not watch a single Best Picture nominee and has no interest in watching,
except for Top Gun Maverick and maybe Avatar.
That's it.
Yeah,
literally it.
Smart.
Literally, they're not watching Banshees. They're not watching Fablemans. They don't even know those movies exist. Okay.
All I can do is bang the drum to say, "Let Everything Everywhere All at Once win all the awards."
That's what it is.
That's my battle cry. I mean, it's not going to happen. If it happens, if Everything Everywhere All at Once actually wins Best Picture, I don't know what I have to do as a bet, but I'm going to be shocked. As much as I want it to happen, the Academy never gives me what I want.
It can happen though. I mean, if Slumdog and what's that other one I didn't see, haven't seen yet, Parasite, right? Like if those movies can win, then Everything Everywhere All at Once certainly has a shot. The one category I'm torn
because
on,
it's good.
No, it's amazing.
But historically, Dave, like until Slumdog, indie films did not get the benefit of the doubt at the Oscars. They got shut out, same as science fiction and comedies do.
And horror.
And
horror never gets recognized at all.
No, absolutely not. But since 2008, you started to see indies get more respect. And so that's why I say it's not because of the cast. I wasn't making that angle at all. But I am, the one category I'm torn on is I want to see Angela Bassett win. I do. And that's nothing against, like, because she's up against Michelle Yeoh, right?
Yeah. No, Michelle is lead.
Yeah,
she's up against Jamie Lee Curtis and Stephanie, the daughter, whoever played the daughter.
Oh, see, and I love the daughter. The daughter stole the show for me.
She did in some scenes, but we got somebody else joining right now.
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
There we are.
Hey.
See, I know Saggy's like jealous of that one. She wants that.
Well, I also Dave also reminded everybody that you and I come together. So, but I came first. So thank you, Stacey.
Right now, over me.
I came first. Thank you for letting me come first.
I got you, Scott.
Yeah. Always.
He's a gentleman. He's a gentleman.
Yeah.
Take notes, guys. Take notes.
Yeah, I actually still have that one right here.
You know what? I like that. I do. Gary Clark
I love
Jr.
this cover. This cover.
Gary Clark Jr. is phenomenal. Okay, that man is. I mean, just watch him live. I want to see him live. If he's ever around here, I want to see him live. Dude's fucking magic when it comes to guitar. Oh, good God.
Scott, did the whole talk of cum make you realize that was there?
No, when you said we come together, I went, oh, wait a minute, that's right here.
Did you guys see, he at the ready always, but did you guys see the post? Yep. Who I don't know who it was, just like post, what was it? Well, there was two of them. There was post a nice thing about that movie a couple of days ago.
Justice, of course, Justice.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say that
this plays during the credits. That's the nice thing I will say.
And I remember Zack even said that he had no anything about that. But Junkee XL, he obviously collaborated with Gary Clark, and but Zack had no. This was after Zack left. It was a thing that was just brought in, but at the same time, I'll still hear it I've heard it on the radio even still, and I'm like, it's a good fucking cover. It's a good fucking cover.
Especially
really
if you get this LP was a limited release. I remember I think I had to buy this off like eBay or something because this is the one that has I think the A side is like that normal edit, but the B-side is like the 6-minute extended version.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I don't know if I've heard that.
All right.
No, Dave, I sent it to you.
Did you? I probably.
I thought I dropped it in Google because my dad ripped. See, I use Audacity to like do podcasts. My dad uses Audacity to make MP3s of his vinyl collection.
Does he really?
Yeah, not a damn thing wrong with that.
Because he'll sit there and like the way that I produce a podcast, he'll go in and he'll take out the scratches and the pop. Like he's sitting there doing the audio editing that I'm doing, and I'm just like, Dad, you make me so proud. Just watching him mess with Audacity.
Nice.
I will say the best thing about Justice League that it was so bad we got the Snyder Cut.
Yeah, no, that's what a lot of people said.
Well, and that was the other thing yesterday.
That's the only thing good to say about it.
Because I think it was yesterday or today, somebody posted like one. So it was the opposite. Like, name one thing you don't like about Zack Snyder's Justice League, and I said it should have been released on November 17th, 2017.
True. But then again, we wouldn't have got the full version. But then maybe we would have got it later.
I think that whole thing. And we'll never know this.
Yeah,
I think they would have done the BBS treatment with it.
They probably would.
Yep.
Where we would have gotten and I don't know that it would have been 4 hours, but it would have.
No,
been,
it would have been 4 hours. It would have been the 214 cut.
Right.
Yes.
Exactly. But we would have had like the home release would have had both versions like BBS did. That's what I think that would.
But it's also interesting too.
But even
like there's the things that would have been in there. Would have we had the nightmare scene with?
Oh, the Martian Manhunter thing wouldn't have been. Yeah,
the Martian Manhunter thing wouldn't have been in there.
Jared Leto's Joker wouldn't have.
And
been
also Steppenwolf would look like shit.
Yeah.
I mean, listen. I will say this. This is a hot take. This is a hot take, and I know I'm going to get crap on for this. But as much as I liked the movie, I thought it was definitely an amazing movie. Man, if you could have only told that story in less than 4 hours is a long time. I'm not even gonna lie, but like I get why it was 4 hours, but it's like, if I could change anything, is like, could we have made that movie as good as it was and not do?
No.
I think a lot of people now are realizing
in parts, so you're able to be like, okay, I could stop it right here.
Because I can't do that again because that's 4 hours out of my day to watch the movie.
It has never felt like 4 hours.
But everybody can watch a fucking streaming. They can stream a series back to back to back. I can't stop watching.
Right.
Like that's the whole thing. Is like when people would say that, I'm like, but you're sitting there binge watching Tiger King the whole in your whole day, and I'm like, I don't.
But it's a movie, Dave, and like you don't want to pause the movie and walk away because then you have to come back.
I watched 4 straight episodes of Wednesday.
You know what I think it is?
Like how long did it take you to finish Wednesday, Dave?
I know it took me a little bit, but it's not as good as the Snyder Cut. I'm sorry.
Here's what I think.
No, you're right. You're right.
And I don't agree with this. But I think what it is like subconsciously, like there is a sense of accomplishment in like, oh, I just binged 8 episodes as opposed to I just binged one movie. It's bullshit.
Probably what it is. You're probably right?
It feels like you're cheating. It feels like you're cheating on the movie if you walk away from it.
See,
like,
I think the difference was that I think the difference is that I grew up in a time watching older movies that were like the 2 VHSs. You know,
JFK.
So Meet Joe Black. Gone with the Wind, Titanic.
Thank you. Right.
Titanic.
Right. Titanic is 3 hours, but that was one of the highest. Okay, sorry. James Cameron's 3 highest grossing movies are all over 3 hours. Get the fuck out.
Even Endgame.
Endgame over 3 hours.
You know what? Maybe it's because everyone's like, oh, it felt like 2 hours, but it's like maybe it was different for me because I did a watch party on Twitch where I was streaming it, and I think that's why too. Because that's probably why because I was streaming it, and that's when I first saw it.
I've also gone through it, Saggy, because like we've kind of fielded that question over the last couple of years. Like, okay, if you were going to truncate this, what would you get rid of? And it's really difficult because the way that movie is structured, like you know how people, the stupid ass rushing argument that people had about, oh, they're rushing to the Justice League too fast. Everybody should have had solo movies. Well, basically what he did was he gave the Trinity solo movies, and then he used Zack Snyder's Justice League to introduce Aquaman, Flash, and Cyborg. So you needed time to flesh out all their individual stories. And out of the 3 of them, Arthur gets the shortest end of the stick. Then I would say Victor really gets fully developed like throughout the entirety of the film.
It's his origin story.
Exactly, for sure. But like you needed that. You needed all of that time to build that out and also not stray away. You know, you also have to give your villain time. You have to give Steppenwolf his time. And what are you going to do? Take out the scenes where he's talking to Desaad and Darkseid? I think the fuck not.
Okay. But there's also the case. But then there's also the case to be made that because what was the next movie immediately after going to be, which was Aquaman solo movie. So you've got time.
Yes.
You know, which also then ties into apparently all this Aquaman 2 talk, because Dave, I watched your short because I actually just watched it tonight before the stream. Was that the original 6-minute video that James Gunn did when they announced the slate?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're talking about that. And before that, Saggy, you were gonna say something about.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I mean, that's why I said it was like a hot bad take, because it's like, what do you take out to make it a less long movie? But I mean, that's the only thing is like 4 hours. Yeah, when you're sitting there, especially when I was streaming it for 4 hours, man, like my body just like at some point I was stiff. I was like, all right, I'm getting cramps everywhere. And like, you know, and I get it. We could get up and stuff. And I'm like, damn, like, I just wanted to
That's
sit,
because you had multiple orgasms watching it.
Casey, you don't tell people what we did when we watched that movie, okay? We don't talk about that, Casey, okay? We don't talk about that.
That did not happen with me, but I've talked about how I did the marathon that night. Like, I watched Man of Steel and I watched BVS Ultimate Edition, and by the time that was over, it was 3:30, which meant that it was like the movie was live on HBO. I stayed up and listen, I'm not even kidding. I was like halfway out at the end of BVS. I mean, I've seen the movie. I love the movie. It is what it is. But I was getting tired. And as soon as Zack Snyder's Justice League started, I caught second, third, fourth wind and was gold.
That
for the entirety of the 4 hours
itself, with Clark dying and stuff like that, just pumps you up because you've never seen that anywhere.
Right. Like, what is
that movie energized me when I watched it.
Oh yeah, totally. No, I totally understand that. I remember there's just something about that. But what you were talking about, Scott, is the whole like with the short that I watched when it went. Okay, so when talking about Aquaman 2, obviously that was it was talked about a lot this week, and my whole thing was like, okay, so
where did it come from? Like, if it was I noticed it was a trending conversation.
Viewer Anon started it. Like, it came from Scooper Madness.
Yeah. It's like, obviously they always tap into anytime that they did it with the Flash. They've done it with anytime there's like a test screening, they're on top of it because they hear it and then they start seeking it out. They're going through threads, they're going through Reddit and like, who the hell watched this thing? I mean, and that's a big problem when it comes to test screening is now people will post about it anonymously and then these guys will sniff it out. And it's funny because then it's like, because you never hear that when it comes to Marvel. I'm like, are they doing test screenings? Or are they doing test screenings differently? And that's the problem when it comes to this. And not to mention, when it comes to test screenings, you have unfinished VFX, which, let's face it, Aquaman's going to have a lot of it. But, and then when it came to another thing that I pointed out, it was like, well, when James Gunn talked about the 4 movies that came out this year, he brushed right past Aquaman 2 in that video. He gave praise to Shazam and Blue Beetle and a big time to Flash, and then just went, and then we get to Aquaman 2, and that gives us all the way to the it's just, he does not tie, and I'm like, oh, not even he, like,
and that's a Saffron production, and he said nothing.
Which is weird too.
Well, I mean, so is Shazam Fear of the Gods, but
but the point that Dave made was, but he talked up Shazam.
Yeah. He said Shazam is like in his own pocket, and he's like always been. But man, he just had nothing, barely anything about Aquaman 2, and that's what really was like. I don't know,
and
man.
He worked with Jason on Peacemaker.
Yes.
Well, I think I think now, like, I mean that was a month ago or however long ago that video came out, but now to me. Because the other thing, because Scott, there was the Aquaman thing, and then there was also this Shazam tracking thing as well.
They're back.
I know.
Was anyone hoping for a higher number for that?
Nobody. Okay, listen.
What's the number, by the way? Because like I said,
they're projecting between 43 and 52 million for its opening weekend, which would be lower than the first film, and it would be lower than Black Adam. So they're called the worst opening for a DCEU film, because now all of a sudden they're cool with using the acronym DCEU. We couldn't get them to pull teeth to use it for the last 7 fucking years.
And then they did. Yeah, I know, right?
Right. But like, but I feel like at this point, it is abundantly clear. David Zaslav is quoted as saying The Flash is a wow movie. They are just focused on that. That is their golden goose this year, regardless of Shazam, regardless of Aquaman, and even regardless of Blue Beetle. That movie, The Flash, is their number one. Dude, I do not know what I'm going to do on Twitter for 6 weeks after it premieres at CinemaCon. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Oh, okay. There's that too. That too. And by the way, Mom from Junkee and Nighthawk, I guess there was a little break in the concert. All of a sudden, they're like in the chat, and now they're back. Hopefully, they're having a good time. I don't know. They just showed up right now. Anyways.
Yeah. But no, you're right. The whole test screening thing is like, look, unless you're in the test screening, what does it really mean to you?
I know. Well, honestly. I mean, like, again, you're seeing, I mean, you have a heavy VFX type story that's missing a lot of that. It's like, I don't know. It's just, it's frustrating when you have an assembly cut that has missing shots and poorly. I mean, like I even made the joke. I'm like, imagine just, seeing a cool shot of Aquaman, doing something. And then the next shot, it's just Jason Momoa with dots on his face and he's got a man bun, and then there's like blue screen around him, and he's on a harness and he's like doing some shit, and it's like that looks, it probably looks really bad. I've seen when the fucking the first Wolverine movie came out, it leaked out on the internet. My buddy got it, and we watched it one night, and there were shots that were unfinished, and it was awful.
I've seen that version.
It was so bad.
It's garbage.
And this is one of the reasons why, like, I've been invited to test screenings, and I'm like, why do I want to see an unfinished movie? Why do I want to see that?
Especially for Flash.
Yeah, exactly. That I think I even got invited. I don't know. I remember I got invited to Dark Phoenix and Deadpool 3. But that's the thing too, is like they never let you know exactly what it is.
Yeah.
They won't ever announce what it is. They go like, hey, we have a movie in the superhero genre, and then it's like nowadays it's like that could be anything.
WB action movie, and then you expect it to be Flash, and you go there and Magic Mike 3.
Oh yeah, I'm like, yeah, I saw a bunch of bulges in my face
No, but I think you bring up a good point, Dave, in terms of like the test screening process is bullshit. Ask David Sandberg. But like
that video, I want to paste that every time the test screening conversation comes up.
Yes.
I just want to go grab David Sandberg's video.
Yes.
I love that. And as I've mentioned, that deleted scene from the extended cut of Kate and Leopold with Meg Ryan, like watch that too. Great scene.
Yeah, but yeah, it's like I don't know what it is that they're doing with their process that Marvel doesn't do, or some we've talked about like the importance of like these studios controlling the narrative, and that's the big thing I've heard for years about.
Disney definitely does that.
Disney absolutely does that. Well, and even Scott, I was in the Twilight Zone for a good portion of last week because I was a full-blown MCU shill over Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, and I was until the DC Doom and Gloom came back, because so many people, diehard MCU fans, are calling it the worst MCU movie ever made, and I could not disagree more. There's no way.
Last year.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did come out last year. It featured the worst cameo from Russell Crowe in history.
Oh, fucking hell!
My God. But no, like that's what I was dealing with last week. But even in the midst of all that, right? Like it was someone. I think Anthony, one of my listeners, he sent me a post. Viewer Anon, oddly enough, says that the second week drop off for Quantumania might be worse than Batman v Superman. I'm like,
isn't that funny? Because I'm like, I'm pretty sure Thor had a fucking worse drop off.
I guarantee it did. It did. Seriously.
And I'm like, wait a minute, you're still comparing it to BVS drop off? I'm like,
well, and I think, and that's the other part of this though.
BVS is the gold standard.
But I think that
where's Travis? Travis is going to show
up. Travis?
I know Travis.
Travis, he listened to my show for the first time ever. He listened to my show because someone told him that I mentioned him, because I totally did. I mentioned him like 3 or 4 times in the show because he and I do not agree.
Oh, what a narcissist!
He and I do not agree about this movie at all.
Oh yeah, I know. You like last week, you guys. Yeah.
But no, I think
Travis is wrong.
But I think part of it though is they just, the Scooper Madness, they know that DC drama gets the attention.
Oh, it
gets
does.
the headlines, gets the clicks and all that, right? So that's what buzz is there in anything about a Marvel test screening going bad? None. What buzz is there about a DC test screening going bad?
I think we heard like a few years ago that Feige only screens his movies to close family and relatives and stuff like that. So
yeah, I'm kind of wondering
they don't do that for general audiences.
Yeah, because maybe they just think like
they know they have their studio quality.
Well, I hope
Gunn
and Safran start doing that then.
Yeah, as much as people give shit to Feige and all them, I'm like, yeah, but I mean, like they've figured some things out. I mean, the whole discussion this week was also talked about when it comes to heavy spoilers and these companies blocking and copywriting breakdown videos or trailer reaction videos and everything. And Universal, he pointed out, Universal literally like he had to go through back and forth with Universal, and he got an email that basically said like, yeah, we blocked your video because we felt that it was giving away too much, even though it was specifically, I mean, it's called heavy spoilers, and he breaks down videos, and it's just like all that stuff, and it's like, it does fall under fair use. I run into this too, and the only company that will not touch your video is Disney, because they've realized it's free marketing. Mm-hmm. It's free marketing. I will get a copyright, not like a strike, but a copyright thing for every other studio, dispute it. Most of the time it'll get dropped, but sometimes it doesn't. And Universal was one of the worst ones. If I did a friggin' reaction video to like Jurassic World or Fast and Furious fucking 17, whatever it's at right now, I would come back to dispute and be like, hey, sorry, nope, we're still gonna take the revenue that you're gonna get from that. They're one of the worst, and it's absolutely terrible. But Disney, I mean, they figured things out, and then apparently they figured out the test screening thing too somehow. So it's like, credit where credit's due. I know we get sick of the Marvel machine, but it is a fucking finely tuned.
It works. That's the thing.
Right.
It works.
Yes.
Yeah. As much as we are sick of it, and as much as we don't want Gunn and Safran to 100% duplicate it,
but certain
things you can't deny its success.
Yeah.
It's there. It's objectively there. It is. Yeah. The data is there as far as it is. But Casey, the only objective measure we have of movies is box office, really, and that's just an objective measurement of popularity. You cannot argue that the MCU is not popular. It most certainly is. We have objective data for that.
Yeah. I wonder what will happen and how Gunn will handle stuff if the media starts doing this DC drama news, even for the DCU stuff, because not everything is gonna be a big hit for sure, at least in the beginning.
Well, this is why I do hope that if he does the friends and family, because Gunn has enough peers in the industry that he can screen this thing for. He can screen it for Batista and for Zoe Saldana, the Guardians cast, whoever, right? Before he and basically tells them, okay, who do you want to be when you come into the franchise, right? Like, do that. Fine, just have it in closed doors, and
bless you.
If that's the yes. But if that's what you got to do to button that up, and I do believe that some of what I do believe Gunn has learned things from being part of the MCU, obviously, and he's not going to, so many people are afraid that he's going to bring the comedy and he's going to give Superman the Thor treatment, and I'm like, no,
how many times that I have to just even today I got that. I'm like, somebody who goes like, yeah, wait till we have a Superman that has 4 dick jokes and 8 fart jokes. And I'm just like, you're so original, dude. So original.
You think James Mangold is gonna insert all of that in Swamp Thing?
No.
No.
And not even James Gunn's gonna like. I mean, okay, there might be something where, yeah, he's gonna have some kind of humor injected into his Superman movie. But is it gonna be all dick and fart jokes? It's not gonna be Peacemaker. It's not gonna be Peacemaker.
No, because it's Superman.
But Peacemaker worked,
right? But it's Superman. He knows it's Superman. Yeah. You can't. There are certain things like I did, and people are unwilling to give him the benefit of the doubt with that. And that, okay, fine, but like, I just don't understand that there's no logistical reason for him doing that in that regard. So no,
it's not even one of his signature things. Like it happened just once in one show.
Right. Oh yeah. Right. Exactly. That particular joke. But yeah, no, so I do hope that, you know, when it comes to test screenings and like I've said, operational things that he picked up from Feige and the MCU, bring that over. Bring how you run shit over. You know, just stay out of the edit room with your creatives, right? Bring in Mangold, bring in, like Stephen T suggested a few weeks ago, Del Toro. Bring in those directors. Cool, right? Just leave Affleck alone, whatever he directs.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, like, what the biggest thing is, like, when it comes to Aquaman 2 is like, okay, so I mean, obviously you got to take everything with a grain of salt, yes. But I mean, like, Scott, just to update you on what was being said, is like, you know, they were talking about it might be the worst DCU movie, and which is always like a thing.
It's not going to happen.
There's no way. I mean,
no studio executive used the acronym DCEU to talk about that film.
But then, of course, they were talking about people walking out and, you know, and all that stuff. And I'm like, at the same time, I'm like, okay, is it going to be that bad? I mean, I get, like, you know, and I do feel sorry for James Wan because he's so good when he's in his element of a lower budget horror genre. I mean, the guy got put on the map for the first Saw movie. I mean, the fact that I brought this up on Film Junkee Live, cheers, is the fact that it's like, when he got put on the map,
cold coffee,
right? When he got put on the map, him and Lee Winnall, they wrote Saw because they're like, okay, how can we make a really good horror thriller that wouldn't cost that much? And they're like, well, let's have it take place in one place mainly. So, all right, it'll take place in a bathroom, a bad, ugly, gross bathroom. And we'll do it. And they did it. They pulled it off. That budget was very low. Somehow they got Danny Glover. Like what the fuck? I mean, that was cool. They got some star power, you know. But you know, it's just like. But at the same time, it was you watch that movie, you're like, wow, this was probably made for a very low budget because it was mainly one location, and they nailed it. And now we're on like the 22nd movie that's going to be coming out soon. Mm-hmm. It's like freaking, you know, and that's where his, you know, and then you get James Wan into like these big budget movies, which he, you know, he's perfectly capable of, and he pulled off the first Aquaman. But at the same time, I'm like, there are certain scenes where I'm like, okay, you were really going for something there, James, with like the trench and shit like that. Those shots, that was horror elements right there. Then there's some scenes where you go, was that really you? You know, and then when it comes to the sequel, I just kind of worry
him.
Yeah, I just kind of worry that there was, you know, too many cooks in the kitchen.
Well, here, let me ask you this: like, do you, not to get back into the whole politics thing again, but do you buy that? Do you buy that the word that people are saying that it might be leaned too heavily into the environmental?
I do. I've been hearing that. But see, I mean, like, obviously there's always going to be that element when it comes to climate change and pollution.
And Momoa said that. Remember, like about a month or so when he was at Sundance, he talked about how proud he was.
That's
of what the story was going to.
But they've been talking about that since which fandom was the first one that they talked about Aquaman: The Lost Kingdom?
2021.
I think so, but they've talked about the environmental aspect since the beginning, so that's nothing new.
But at the same time, there's a way to do it. If you go too heavy with the like, okay, this is a superhero that's supposed to be protecting humans, but then all of a sudden he's going, fuck the humans because look what they're doing, you might have a narrative. There's a narrative there where you might go, maybe that.
Is it like Don't Look Up?
Yeah, you got that too. I don't know.
No, I'm thinking more like Superman 4: Quest for Peace.
Okay, no, right. No. That's not a bad example, Scott.
I'm not. Hey, no, I'm bringing up
people were talking about it like that.
But I see, because I'm inclined to believe that I don't think it's too many. Assuming all this is true, grain of salt. I don't think it's too many cooks in the kitchen. I think it's after $1 billion film, they let Juan and Momoa do what they wanted.
Or did they just let one of them do what they? I mean, see, that's the thing. It's like you have James Wan that was talking about, I'm comparing it to this like there's like an old film or that he compared it to, talking about like vampires on like a planet or something like that. And then you have Momoa just talking about the whole, the environment thing. And it's like, are we having a clashing here of the talent and the director with two different visions? And I'm just kind of like worried that there might be something there too, where the clashing of the two, you have a horror director that is like comparing it to something that has to do with space vampires, and then you have the lead actor going, hey, we're going heavy on the environment thing. And I'm just wondering if like they try to meld that together and it maybe didn't work.
I mean, that's possible. I don't want to say it's not possible. I mean, but it's not like sometimes full creative freedom doesn't work. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, anyone? Just saying, right? Like and listen, if we're being honest, Taika Waititi has done what he wanted with the last 2 Thor movies, right? So there is and Scott, we talked about this. Tim Burton going full Burton on Batman Returns.
It
doesn't always work.
I know.
So
and
it could be. I mean, the clashing is possible, Dave, but it also just could be too much. Sometimes you got to pull it right. Sometimes,
because I mean, and again, like when it came to Juan doing Malignant, some people were like, what the fuck was that? I thought it was great. I went, oh, this is Juan at his best. It's ridiculous. It pays homage to old horror movies. The twist is great. I was like all in, and I love that. I think that was great. But yeah, maybe trying to bring that to like this big budget fish guy, might not exactly work.
But also Aquaman, if we've been tracking the production, Aquaman's also gone through some extended reshoots. And my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, is that we're not talking like additional photography. We're talking reshoots.
Well, I mean, the fact that they delayed it like over a year, that was red.
That's kind of telling
everywhere.
Probably, yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Well, Momoa also wrote the first treatment for this movie, right?
Yes. Yes.
Who did?
Momoa.
Oh yeah. Well, and it's flipped. At one point it was coming out before The Flash. Now it's coming out after, right? Its order in the release has changed multiple times as well. So
I mean, I don't think it matters because we all heard it flopped.
I think the only scene that will get affected by that was the Bruce Wayne scene. I don't think. Yeah. The other scenes, I don't think will have anything to do with
I tend to agree with that. To me, it just I don't see it. I don't see it infringing on a whole lot of like what goes on forward. But yeah. I don't know.
It's so funny though that some people were, half the people were happy when Ben Affleck came back, and then half the people got happy when it got replaced with Michael Keaton, and now both of them are out
it's all over
because
the place.
It sets up nothing.
All over the place. And then of course we had the Amber Heard thing. There's that whole
I feel like that, and I know there are people that are still whichever way about. I feel like that has died down considerably from what it was, because there's definitely a lot more people that are like, during the trial the Johnny Depp stands were louder than the Amber Heard stands, but it's like 50-50 now. I think.
Oh, Ray, have you been paying attention? It's so ridiculous. And I only know that because Amber Heard supporters came to me because of other stuff I covered, and
you're pro Johnny, right?
Well, yeah, that was I am. That's the irony of that too, because like Amber Heard supporters are now supporting me, but like whatever. But yeah, it's crazy because like the whole one with Amber Heard, like that's the big thing. That's still, for some reason, still going on, and it's like, guys, I can't stress this enough. It's over.
Like I would not care. I would not care if she's in most of the movie.
The general audience has moved on. They have,
because like, and not even that. It's like Johnny. has moved on. Like, I think Johnny might have some resentment for his ex, but like, again, people don't really remember that, like, if the stuff that was going on behind the scenes, Johnny knew what was happening, like what she did to him, right? And he never said anything. He would have probably taken that to his grave. And he only came forward because she said something. So when I remind people, like, listen, I know if you're Johnny, it doesn't matter, because like it's between two adults who had a very public bad breakup, and it's over. And Johnny, and here's the thing: I don't even like Amber Heard, but like, for crying out loud, I don't want her to be like just wiped off the face of the planet, even if we think she deserves it. Like, just
give her a chance.
But I just remember when the trial was flaring up, all the people that were like, you know, that replace her with Amelia Clark, and
I hate that. No.
But those are the same people that always wanted Grant Gustin to be the Flash.
They're still pushing that shit.
Listen, another hot take. Y'all ready for this? I think Emily Clark is not a great actress outside of Game of Thrones.
I agree.
No, dude, when she did that Terminator,
I didn't like her in Game of Thrones
but also a hot take too. Amber Heard's not also a great actress either.
Oh no, she's an awful actor. But my point is, like, everyone's
not a good actress either.
Everyone's campaigning for Emily Clark, and I was like, listen, she was. I mean, even though Casey doesn't like her in Game of Thrones, like, I thought she was okay in Game of Thrones, but it's like she was just like not.
What is it that you don't like about her acting?
Who, me or
nobody speak at once?
What do you mean? So, like, in Game of Thrones, I thought she was okay.
I'm asking a legitimate question. I'm not like coming at anybody.
I just didn't know who you were asking, because I know that Casey didn't like her in Game of Thrones. Okay. I liked her in Game of Thrones. She was okay because she had other actors kind of, you know, backing her up, right, so it wasn't as obvious. But with like her, when she moved on from other roles, I think the one I saw her in was that Terminator one. And I was just like, oh God.
When they try to replace
by the way, she's in.
How fair is that?
She's gonna be in Secret Invasion now, right?
Yes, she is. She is in Secret Invasion.
Good.
Well, and she was in Solo. I didn't.
Yeah, she was good in Solo.
This is why I'm asking.
I liked her in Solo.
Right, and that's why I'm asking the question, because I haven't seen her in a whole lot other than Solo outside of Game of Thrones.
I've seen her in Me Before You.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, that was like the best way to describe it is like what Mr. Toker in the chat said, is like her acting range is not that broad. It's like she's like The Rock. Like, when she plays a character, all you see is. I'm sorry. Anytime I see her, all I see. Well,
is it true? It's true.
Hold on, but here's the thing: when I see her in Game of Thrones and she goes on acting, all I see is Daenerys. And it's not even like a good Daenerys at this point, because it's a different element. It's like, this is Daenerys if she was in a future setting in Terminator. This is Daenerys if she was just average girl next door. This is just Daenerys.
Somebody's going to say that about her character in Secret Invasion. I don't even know who she's playing. Yeah. But that's going to be a thing. And that's kind of also like kind of the curse of when you know, like, for example, like the reason Bryan Cranston was fan cast as Lex Luthor is because of Walter White. That's literally it, right? Because he was bald, right? And and the problem with Cranston is a really good actor,
right? But not even that. People forget the voice acting he did in Power Rangers. I just wanted to jump there because I think people forget that that's where his career started.
No. The movie, in the TV show, he did voice acting for the monsters. That's why the Blue Ranger Billy, his name is Billy Cranston. It was a nod to.
Oh wow!
To him, yeah,
right. Well, and he's
Go Power Rangers,
and he was like I've seen
time.
Malcolm in the Middle of the Side. He was also a really hilarious recurring character in How I Met Your Mother. He was Ted's boss for a little bit.
By the way, he was also a one-off villain in the '90s Flash TV show.
Mm-hmm.
Did not know that.
What?
He plays a mob boss in the John Wesley Shipp Flash TV show for one episode.
That is hilarious.
Dave, take a look at Bryan Cranston's IMDb page once, because he's been in a lot of stuff.
And to my point, Saggy, he has an incredible list of. I mean, the dude played a version of Cohagen in a not bad Total Recall remake.
Okay, we talk about this. We this gets brought up on the Vodka stream often. The remake of Total Recall is good.
It's good. It's good.
Because the reason why you don't like it is because you love the Arnold one.
Exactly.
Okay?
Yes.
If you watch it fresh, it's a good
movie.
Sci-fi movie.
Right. But for all
none of them have anything to do with the Philip K. Dick story, by the way.
Scott, thank you so much.
Just saying.
This is where Scott has these moments where he and I are simpatico. Like he is the white me, I am the black him. I love this because when that Total Recall movie came out and my friends were like all up in arms because there was no Mars and whatever, I said, okay, fuck it. I'm reading. We can remember it for you wholesale.
Yeah.
And when I read that story, I literally went to them and went, shut the fuck up. This entire short story is the 10 minutes in Recall. That's it. That's all it is. Everything else is is done for made up. And I love the movie. I do. I like both movies. Yes, I love the Arnold one better. But don't give me any shit about accuracy, because the original story has nothing to do with Mars or three-breasted women or Cohagen or any of that shit. Not at all. It's a good short story, too. It's a really good short story.
I have to read it.
But
Philip K. Dick, I'm just gonna brace you. Whenever you Philip K. Dick, like, dude was on some drugs. Just saying. Yeah.
Oh no, his shit. Yes, with Minority
By the
Report.
Way, I want if you want to talk about a movie that doesn't get talked about enough that I think was incredible, Richard Linklater when he did A Scanner Darkly.
I still need to see that.
Yes,
and it's rotoscope.
Yes. Rotoscope. Yep.
Yes.
Rotoscope.
Well, because Linklater he did Waking Life in the same.
Waking Life,
he did he did in the rotoscope a couple years before that. But I want to see a Scanner Darkly.
Because I mean, Keanu Reeves, Robert Downey Jr.
Yep.
And it's based on a Philip K. Dick novel, and that was interesting because that was after he got off of drugs, and it was his commentary on how the drugs were killing all of his friends.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's dedicated to all the friends he lost to drugs in the 70s, and I just think for the filmmaking, like, it's a weird movie to watch. But the whole rotoscope idea, because the whole idea is that as this narc, he's wearing this like mask that's like
shifting his face,
so that you can never get any kind of facial recognition. I just think as a filmmaking, it's an incredible movie from that technical aspect.
Hollywood for like a good 20 years mined Philip K. Dick stories for like so many movies, like Total Recall, Minority Report, Adjustment Bureau, Paycheck, Scanner Darkly. But no, back to the Cranston thing. That's the thing, Saggy, is like Cranston has like an incredible list of credits. He's Walter White. Yeah. He is Walter White for the rest of his life, regardless of how many roles he's played.
And my in-laws are like singing the praises of that Your Honor show he's in on Showtime. And I haven't watched it.
But I disagree with that. You know why? Because I didn't actually watch Breaking Bad.
Well, okay, so for you he isn't. He isn't. But for the public at large, which, by the way, how could you possibly get at anybody for watching?
Dave, he gave you shit about Wednesday.
Hold on, wait. Because Breaking Bad started when I was
fake fucking fucked.
Shut up, Dave. When Breaking Bad started, I was like 100% invested in The Walking Dead. So like that was the show I would only watch. And Breaking Bad and Walking Dead were on the same network, and they were kind of like back to back. So after I would just wait for Walking Dead. Now my ex was really into Breaking Bad, and me and my ex around the time, we really weren't getting along. So we just like split a TV time. So he would just watch his show and I do my thing. So he watched Breaking Bad. Now I did watch the finale, obviously. And then when I watched it, I was like, why haven't I been watching this freaking show this whole time?
It is.
Like, yeah, that was the thing. But I didn't go back because I watched a few episodes. I tried to go back and watch it. But I mean, I kind of just did the whole, you know what? There were so many shows I was watching. I just kind of
I'll give you the AMC thing only because I had a similar situation, not with an ex, but like I watched the pilots. I was told by 3 separate people I watched the pilots for Walking Dead, Breaking Bad, and Mad Men because all those are AMC and they were all on at the same time. And even though I liked all 3 pilots, the one that grabbed me was Breaking Bad. So that was the show I ended up watching.
But that's
I still haven't watched Mad Men or The Walking Dead Like
right. But the thing is, like, the thing with Breaking Bad, like I said, because I was so invested in Walking Dead that I literally would have Walking Dead parties. So every time every week when Walking Dead came over, me and a bunch of friends, I'd order pizza, I'd decorate and make my house look like, you know, zombie stuff. Like, we went all out with Walking Dead. So when I say I was invested in Walking Dead, like, I had parties every week just for Walking Dead. And so, I mean, that's why I'm like, I get what you guys said. It's not an excuse. It's literally how much we love The Walking Dead every week. And that
see what you could have done is if you had been that invested in Breaking Bad, you could have gotten, like, you know, the blue rock candy, and you could have all worn pork pie hats.
I already paid for pizza for one show. Everybody get the hell out. The show's over after Talking Dead. Get the hell out. Go home. You don't gotta go home, but you gotta get the hell out of here.
It's Sunday.
You're talking about the dead. I just keep on remembering the fact that isn't this week like the 30th anniversary of Army of Darkness being released in theaters?
Is it?
God,
wow.
Yes.
It is 1993. Jesus.
Oh God, I remember being in the 2nd grade and seeing that movie poster.
Wait. Sorry, that comment just blew my mind. I'm sorry, that just like broke my brain. I'm so sorry, Scott, but like, you stopped watching after they introduced Negan. Negan was the most hyped up because in the comics Negan was friggin' fire and everyone couldn't wait to see. And Jeffrey Dean Morgan played Negan and he was friggin' phenomenal. And yeah, the writing went downhill with Walking Dead as far as like all the actors like switching and or leaving or whatever, but like, I stayed for Jeffrey Dean Morgan. I stayed for Negan. You can't tell me how you gonna leave after Jeffrey Dean Morgan comes in to play Negan and he killed it.
Hang on, Saggy, but this is a conflict of interest for you now, because a week or so ago you were like a big proponent of Michael Keaton being in The Flash. Wouldn't you rather it have been Jeffrey Dean Morgan?
No, because Michael Keaton already played Batman, and I'd want to see Michael Keaton. I mean,
you didn't want to see Flashpoint Thomas Wayne. You don't want to see that?
See, the thing with that Batman is I would like Jeffrey Dean Morgan to play in a movie that is adapting Flashpoint almost as that story with the Atlanteans and
Cohen,
Amazon.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I would have loved to see Jeffrey do that, but like I said, if I had my choice, again, Keaton, just because first first Batman on the big screen that's still among the living, so like if they could, I had to say that because last time I said they're like Adam West Batman had it. I was like, oh shoot, that's right, he did.
He's gone. We always forget about the Batman movie that came out in 66.
It was between it released in theaters the summer between season 1 and season 2.
Isn't that crazy? Like
we always
forget about that damn movie.
Well, it's like and so someone will bring up, like, when people talk about Batman directors, somebody always mentions Leslie H. Martinson. Who the fuck is that? He directed the Batman 66 movie.
Yeah, but I'm going to tell you what, that Riddle Nelson score.
Nelson Riddle,
fun.
oh my god!
Like,
Nelson Riddle was a fucking genius when it comes.
I love him because he did all the for Frank Sinatra's big Capitol Records albums. He did all the arrangements. So like when I see Nelson Riddle's name on the Batman movie, I'm sitting here going,
oh, because like listen to and we've talked about this, Scott. Listen to the score for that show. Just all the big band West Coast jazz shit. I love that.
By the way, Ray, I'm gonna bounce this on you now because you put me on the spot. So let me put you on the spot. Do you think Jeffrey Dean Morgan coming in as Thomas Wayne would have got the more fans excited or seats in them?
No, certainly not. No,
that's why. That's exactly why. Like I would love to see him do it, but he wouldn't have gotten the hype for the movie the way he does.
No, absolutely. Because that's like that's like introducing a new Spider-Man or going with Toby and Andrew. The Keaton thing in the Flash is we should compare it rightfully to
No Way Home.
To No Way Home. We should. It's absolutely the same thing. Most certainly, yes, definitely.
Right.
You were bringing in that generation, like my parents. I mean, my mom's probably going to see the movie anyway. She's definitely going to see it now that Keaton's in it.
What did I say during like the Super Bowl party I was at? When people saw that, they're like, "Who is that?" I'm like, "Dude, it's Keaton." And they went, "What?" And I'm like, "Yeah."
And I think I said it on our Squadcast trailer reaction. Cheers. Watching the trailer, what was the first thing? The first thing Heather said when we were watching it, is that who I think it is? And I went,
Dave, the fact The fact that you didn't walk out on your friends when they were said, "Who was that?" I would have been like, "Okay, bye. I'm at the wrong party." What do you mean? Who is that? You killed Michael Keaton?
Oh my God! It's like people didn't know. People didn't know. That's the thing. And once I said it, they got super excited. They got super excited. My buddy who's like hosting the party goes, "Well, I'll see that." And then like somebody else went, "Hey, cheers to Michael Keaton coming back!" And we all cheers to that. And I was like, "Fuck yeah!" See, that's so smart. Why they did that? And no, we're not going to credit Walter Hamada.
No, because it wasn't his fucking idea. You didn't have a plan. Jesus.
Yeah, I know. There's some people. I still see people tweet about that.
I still, however, I'm looking forward to Benjamin Wallfish's arrangement of the Elfman theme.
Oh, well, how it was in the trailer. Oh,
well, right. It's and Wallfish is like because Wallfish impressed me with the first Shazam film, which I'm kind of disappointed he's not doing the second one. Although I do like Christoph Beck because he's done the. Christoph Beck did the Ant-Man film.
He chose a better project.
Division.
Question.
Fair enough. No. Okay. All right. Yes. Do I think the Flash will be better than Quantumania? Yes, it is. But like, or Shazam. But yeah. But also, he worked with Zimmer on 2049.
Yeah, he did work on Zimmer,
and also BVS.
Yeah, he's one because Zimmer always has like that team that's working.
Okay.
So Wallfish is. Like if you read the linear notes,
that's okay.
He's
no, I didn't know that. Like, did he work on Man of Steel with Zimmer at all?
No.
I
don't think he worked with him on that.
Okay, because that'd be interesting if that were the case.
But Junkee was there for Man of Steel.
Yeah.
Didn't Hamada though? Correct me if I'm wrong, please. Did Hamada hire Casey? Casey already saying I'm wrong. He already has hindsight, I swear. But no, did Hamada actually hire? He was the one who signed off on the Flash movie and Andy Muschietti, right?
Probably, yeah.
Yes.
Well, I was gonna say, if that's the case, you do got to give him some credit for that because I think Andy. Okay, we can give him
some, but some people are like wanting him to have full credit. It's like fuck you.
He didn't have a plan, Saggy. He did not. He was all over the place with respect to his movies. And the other thing to remember about this Flash movie is 4 directors, and at one point, Ezra palled with Grant Morrison because he didn't like what John Francis Daley and Jonathan Goldstein were doing after they were the third ones hired. So, like, there's been so much development.
Which is, I still think, all this talk, it's kind of out there already, but the idea of the Black Flash being in this movie, that was a Grant Morrison.
Black Flash, huh?
Dark Flash.
Oh, no. It's,
I got me the Black Flash, Scott.
It's called Dark Flash.
Because he's wearing the black suit.
I'm just messing with Scott.
Yeah, no, I know.
But that came from Grant Morrison's run on the Flash. That's a Grant Morrison character. So I think it's one of those situations where as we look at even with Christina Hodson running this draft, I think it's one of those things that just kind of gets like someone picks up the ball and takes it down the field.
Right. Totally.
I hate the Dark Flash suit, by the way. It looks so gross.
Yeah, but you haven't seen it.
It's supposed to look gross.
We haven't seen it. Yeah, like that.
I think since it's made from Kryptonian stuff, it's supposed to look like a Doomsday stuff.
And the figure looks gross.
How do we know that, Casey?
Figures usually look gross. That's the thing, though. It's like
there was a description.
Don't go further.
There was a description on some toy.
Don't go further. Okay. Oh, it was. Yes. Okay. All right.
By the way, I present to the court. Black Flash.
We know the character of Black Flash, but in the movie he's called Dark Flash.
I feel like the CW did this at some point.
They did. No, that's what they did.
And that was awesome.
That's what they did with Zoom going into Legends of Tomorrow season 2.
See, that was okay. The way you're talking about the season 2 with Zoom costume?
with the Legion of Doom.
Oh, that was yes. Well, that was right. Yes. No, I was thinking of the Zoom costume from season 2.
Well, that's was kind of what inspired the Zoom costume in season 2, but they turned him into the black, the CW version of the Black Flash with what they did with him in season 2 of Legends of Tomorrow.
The Legion of Doom season, yes. Damien Dark, Reverse Flash, and who's
with the multiple
Malcolm Merlin.
Merlin, that's right. Yes, that's right. Yeah, totally.
That season was so good.
Did you guys see the clip of
Yes.
Okay. So
no, I have not.
Okay. So I am all right.
Red
Dave. Dave.
Wait, what
the Red Death clip.
I don't think
I don't even think I want to see it, because since I've read Metal and I know what Red Death is in the comics.
Wait, we're not you're not talking about the because you quoted someone talked about the Javicia Leslie clip. You're not talking about that one. You're talking about a different clip.
I think I'm talking about the one where she, takes off the helmet.
Yeah,
and then,
that one.
Red Death.
See, here's the thing. Like, and I still need to. I'm still only
one.
halfway through season 8, so I haven't watched any of this season. But I no slander. No slander on Javicia Leslie.
Vengeance. Hey Ray, I'm vengeance.
Okay.
Am I intimidating?
All right.
Vengeance.
Okay, you fucking
You
CW
scared?
haters. All right.
You scared of me, Ray? I'm vengeance, Ray.
Right.
How scary is that, Ray?
Why are you all?
Don't do this to me.
Why are you all so butthurt about this franchise? It's gone.
Because
It's
it's
over.
vengeance,
It's
Ray.
over, for fuck's
This
sake.
is
Come on.
my vengeance.
This is black on black crime, Saggy. This is black on black crime.
Yeah, this isn't black on black crime. You know what
Oh
it is?
man,
It's vengeance.
oh man, this I wish I had that drop from like Fresh Prince when a couple times like Will would be like, "So stop this, man! Stop this! This black on black crime makes me sick."
Ray, when I saw that scene, I was like, "Girl, you better get the whips and handcuffs." I wasn't scared of you at all. I was just like, "That was sexy." How you gonna be sexy?
Did you see the last 2 seasons of Batwoman? Before
I don't watch Batwoman because I knew that show was ass.
It wasn't ass.
That show is ass.
No,
Ray, that show is ass.
Oh man, she brought out the emphasis in the voice.
Why am I taking guff from someone who won't watch Breaking Bad?
First of all, it's not that I won't. I've watched some.
To.
I actually watched the first season. I just there was a lot going. Listen, when
you can tell me who Gus Fring is and El Pollo Loco, when you can tell me about that, then we can have a conversation.
Sir, listen. When I first saw Batwoman, Ruby Rose verse. When I first saw Batwoman in one of the crossovers, right? I was like, okay, she's not the worst, but I don't know how they're gonna do a standalone show with her, like in cameos and stuff. It worked. I was okay with it. And then the show came out. I watched the first episode, and I said, no, thank you. No, thank you.
The opposite happened with the Superman. He was awful in Supergirl and Flash whenever he cameoed.
They gave him his own show. And it was
because again, KC, like when he was on Supergirl, and we talked about this back in the DC TV Squadcast days, like when Brent and I were co-hosting it. I was concerned about them bringing him into Supergirl because when you bring Superman in, like, is he going to steal her show? Because he's the bigger Kryptonian,
and they tried so hard not to let that happen.
Tried.
That is a problem. Like you can just be organic about it, and still Superman can support Supergirl in that show. But they always had to make it like people don't need me; they need you. So I'm gonna go. They were deathly afraid of Superman taking over her show, and they acted like it. So when it came time for him to have his own show, they cut loose. And that's why the show's great.
Superman needed to go and do his thing and have kids with Lois Lane. They were setting it up for the Superman show.
On a different Earth, thank goodness. Like, let's go to a completely different Earth.
I'm just saying, Batwoman was ass. It was
okay.
ass.
You know what? It's all subjective. You can believe whatever the fuck you want to believe.
Ray, how could you watch that clip? I am vengeance and not be like, bro, you are the most. I would have looked at you and I would have smacked you and been like, you're what? Say that again. Get up! I dare you. I dare you.
First of all, as much
my
as
backhand is vengeance.
As much as I do enjoy the CW, it's not like I enjoy everything about the CW. But here's the thing: it's like I was one of the people that, like, after the whole Ruby Rose shit happened, and they announced that they were going to go in the different direction with Ryan Wilder. I was one of the first people to be like, I don't fucking like this. I will try and be open-minded, but I don't necessarily care for them going in this direction. I would rather they recast Kate Kane. And then I got through like the second season of that show, and I was like, okay, what you decided to do was, instead of just putting her as a black Kate Kane, you've actually decided to change the dynamic of the show with the cast and with this characterization of Batwoman that you're creating freely and I actually appreciated what they did with the dynamic, and it was its own thing. It was no longer the Kate Kane show. She wasn't even playing a derivative of Kate Kane. They paid their respects to the character and eventually did recast her and brought her in the second half.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, Wallace Day.
What's her name, right?
The black woman name.
Wallace Day, which they probably should have had in the first.
Listen, Ray, whoever greenlit Batwoman woke up one day and said, "You know what? I hate DC fans. I hate them so much. They bitch about everything. They do their stupid hashtags on social media, and I just want to do something that tortures them for eternity. So I'm gonna greenlight Batwoman and make sure I let them know that I hate their guts."
Are you saying Batwoman is the Velma of CW?
Yes. Yes.
And the painful thing about you saying that, Saggy, the painful thing is that Batwoman legitimately became a black show in the last season. It legitimately did. And I'm sorry, you're never going to get to experience that. Because it was awesome. I love.
You know why I'm not going to experience it, Ray?
Because it was awful.
Okay.
I thought you were going to say it was.
Speaking of subjective, though, Scott,
I hate Batwoman.
I don't remember what your opinion on Babylon was. Did you like it? Did you hate it?
What? Say that again.
Sorry, Siri decided to pop up Casey, so I didn't hear anything you said because Siri.
I don't remember. I don't remember what your opinion on Babylon was.
And Siri keeps on popping up.
AI
boy in the bottom corner. What are you trying to say?
Wow.
He's
I
asking
say your
what
name.
He's
and
asking.
She responds.
He is asking what you thought of Babylon.
What? Yes, thank you.
About what, Casey?
About Babylon, the movie.
I still haven't watched Babylon.
Oh, okay. I have very mixed feelings about Babylon because I saw it in theaters. I love that director. I love him. I mean, I love Whiplash. I love La La Land. I'm
waiting to watch.
I haven't seen La La Land, but Whiplash was fantastic.
I haven't seen La La Land.
Oh, I adore
La La Land. I mean, I'm not
Land.
big on musicals, but I was very impressed by that movie. Like, I went, wow. I mean, and Ray, you liking?
Oh, jazz. I should. I know the jazz thing. I should have seen it by now. You're right.
And I never saw First Man. So I saw.
First Man shit! I saw that in theaters.
Yeah, that's right.
So did I.
Did do that. I forgot.
Yeah. So I saw Babylon theaters, and Travis and I had a really good conversation on Twitter about this because we both had the same opinions about what Babylon did. It's just that things in the movie that bothered both of us just bothered me more. The movie... The movie has
not enough Margot Robbie nudity. Sorry.
The movie basically has two speeds, in my opinion.
Yes.
And
multiple types of characters.
But I did not appreciate a lot of times when the movie decided to go to 11 and in the batshit crazy moments or the batshit crazy sequences. I don't want to say what some of them are, but for spoiling for people who haven't seen the movie. But when it just went over the top, it would lose me. But then when it would dial it back down into more like serious
cinema,
yes, I love it. And I made the connection on my own before he hangs a lantern on it at the end of the movie. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
I was like, oh, this is like fill in the blank. And then when that moment happens at the end of the movie, I went, well, thank you for pointing it out to everyone who didn't figure it out by now. So that's the problem. I love parts of the movie, but the parts that I love gets overshadowed by these balls to the wall why did you have to go that far moment, and it kind of drags the movie down, in my opinion. So
I feel like that stuff improved the movie because it's just so funny and
that's
some of the
that's not what I found funny. That's my
has it been nominated for any Oscars?
Yes, it has been nominated for score, and I think it should
the scores
win.
Oh, the score is amazing.
Easily should win.
Sure.
Justin, the same guy who does all his movies, Justin Hurwitz, the guy, because he did Whiplash, he did La La Land. Actually, I think let me double check this. I think because he also did the music with because the guys who wrote the lyrics for La La Land wrote the lyrics for The Greatest Showman.
Okay.
And I'm trying to double. What'd you say, Dave?
I never saw The Greatest Showman.
Oh, it was a fun time in the movies. I enjoyed that. Let me see here. I'm double checking on
likes
some
the
things.
Theater. He likes theater.
I do like the theater.
He did that stuff.
I did do those things.
Yeah.
Actually, here's the thing: as a composer, except for one thing, he's all his film work has been Chazelle movies.
Okay.
Damn.
All right.
I also love the sound design a lot in this movie. Like the way the camera was flowing in scenes and the sound, came in and went out. That was amazing.
See, and I'm getting the vibe, like not just from you guys, but just in general, that like from a technical and a visual standpoint, it's incredible. But from a story and an acting standpoint, it's to be missed.
It's just that it's very unpredictable, and it's basically, it's something that you would probably have in that time. Something that would happen. So it's unpredictable. It's kind of fictional, kind of real, inspired. And then the ending also just is. I love the ending, and
I love the ending too. Yes.
In that montage, I was expecting a certain movies, and they showed up, and I was like, yes, thank you. And I loved the whole shot on Manny the whole time, and I feel like that was really well done.
Okay. I agree with that, but like I said, the times where it was like somebody sniffed coke and then decided to make a movie,
I'm not a fan of that kind of editing, like the fast Elvis first half and some of the Big Short or something like that. I don't like those types of editing. Even Don't Look Up has that type of editing, like that fast cutting,
same guy,
super fast scenes and all that. I don't like that, but I feel like this movie needed to have that to get past some of that, Otherwise that scene would have been longer. And
I mean, like when it comes to fast editing, I don't know, the person who does it the best is Edgar Wright. Like that guy,
Edgar Wright,
he has put that into
because he plays with sound a lot.
Which, by the way, I just got Heather to see Last Night in Soho for the first time this week.
I still need to see that.
Great! It's on HBO Max. It's on HBO Max. You need to get on that.
Okay. Baby Driver. That was all I need for Edgar Wright fast editing. That is a tour de force.
Baby Driver is actually my least favorite Edgar Wright movie.
It's not my least favorite.
Not my favorite either.
But the funny thing, for me, my favorite is Scott Pilgrim versus the World. And
second favorite.
But I'll agree with that, Scott. That is my favorite too.
Yeah, Scott Pilgrim's my favorite, but in my opinion, I think Last Night in Soho is his best movie. Like it's kind of like it's so well.
What you're talking about. I see what you're talking about.
Just Scott Pilgrim though, just when he jumped out the window when Knives was at the door, I can't not laugh.
Well, the way that they filmed that too, I mean, I think they had a behind the scenes thing where they showed that because it's literally like you see Michael Cera run off, and then the stunt guy just totally just whoop, and then it's framed so perfectly.
And dear God, I love the cast. I mean, Michael Cera and aside, but like I love how you freaking Brie Larson,
Brandon
Routh,
Chris Evans.
Like, how in the hell did you get
Jason Schwartzman?
Right, but it's like seriously, there's a scene in the movie where like, and it's one of those crazy things where now you look at that as like, okay, that's Captain Marvel Captain America, and Superman.
Yeah,
and the Punisher.
And the Punisher.
Oh yeah, the vegan police.
Thomas Jane is in there.
Yes, that's right. The Punisher is in it with the Huntress. The Huntress.
Oh yeah, the Huntress. She's like the main. Yeah, that's right.
So
like most of the cast have now been in a superhero fucking costume.
Well, and it's one of those casts where it's like, okay, you could do that then. I don't know if you could afford that now.
Probably
no, you could not afford because we didn't know who any of those people were for the most part. Like at that point, Chris Evans had been the Human Torch.
That's it,
right?
Brie Larson, nobody knew who she was.
No, and Brandon Routh had been Superman already.
He had been Superman, but Returns flopped, and he hadn't done the Atom yet.
Yeah,
true.
I love that movie so much. I love the graphic novel. And by the way, if you haven't read the original graphic novels, those things are fabulous. I mean, the video game you can still download that looks like a 16-bit,
yes, yeah.
Punch 'em up game.
But when it comes to like that, I remember I saw like a long time ago, somebody actually did. It was a really cool breakdown video when it comes to Edgar Wright's style of editing and transitioning. And he goes like, okay, so normally like when you see a movie where the character is going to relocate, so they do this whole thing where they play music and there's kind of like a montage. You see him on a train or an airplane, whatever the fuck. And then he goes, but Edgar Wright does this, and it's like and the way that he does it, and I think they used Hot Fuzz as the comparison because what's his name's character, Peg's character, like had to go to that town, and they in the way that he goes there, it's so boom 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 boom, and it's like that's how he distincts, and that's how you distinct Edgar Wright's style right there. Definitely. Because he made that transition not cliche, he made it his own, and that
is why I didn't like Baby Driver as much as most people, because
so much like that,
it's not his style.
Yeah.
Neither was Last Night in Soho.
Inklings of his style in there. There was that. Yeah. But he did do a little change. Same with Last Night in Soho.
Exactly. Those are good movies, but it's not Edgar Wright the way we expect.
One of my favorite like Edgar Wright like editing like just moments. It's not even like a movie that he had. The fact that he praised the car chase in the Batman last year.
Oh yeah.
Like when he popped up on Twitter with that, I was like, oh, that is high praise, Matt Reeves. You don't realize what just happened there, because but no, and it's
the movie.
But it's funny because like that scene, like even that scene, even though like Reeves did it, I hear what you're saying. Baby Driver's car chase, as awesome as it, I love bell bottoms. I love that chase. But like, it's not shot that way.
It's a dance.
It's not.
It's a dance.
It is. Oh, well, that's probably why I really like it, because the whole movie, because the relationship that movie has with music is like something that I like. I love.
Mastered audio and visual syncing in using audio to the advantage of the visuals, because
right.
There's another video
because he also
about
picks the songs out ahead of time.
Exactly.
So he shoots them. Knowing, like,
I truthfully wish more directors
not just
would do
music.
That.
Directors need to do that. No more.
Not just music though. The sounds, even like there's a whole video about how he uses audio for comedy in his movies. So whenever a villain character pops onto the screen, there's some weird sound that makes you laugh. So he does a lot of that stuff, and it's just so funny. That is why I like the Cornetto trilogy more, and Scott Pilgrim more.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that's why.
Oh man, we went off on a crazy Edgar Wright.
We did.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Guys.
I mean, we could bring it back by talking about like how I still kind of wish we could have seen his Ant-Man.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
But
I remember that test footage. Whew.
Putting a Babylon is now on Paramount Plus. So if you have Paramount Plus, you can watch Babylon.
Babylon's a Paramount movie?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
You can VOD it or watch it on Paramount.
Did you guys see that Warner Brothers Discovery is suing them?
Yes.
Breach of contract?
What happened?
Because of South Park. Apparently, there was a streaming deal when it came to South Park, because I think at one point they had a deal where they could actually have South Park on their on HBO Max, I believe. Yeah. But then they did like these holiday specials and different specials, but Paramount was like, "Oh no, we're not going to give you these." but it was supposedly in that contract. So now, I mean, Warner Brothers is trying to, do as best as they can to get back where they should be. Apparently they paid off $7 billion, which, good job, Zaslav. Good job. Yeah. You're doing your thing. And I know it took a lot of hate and a lot of things that you had to do, but apparently that was like part of it. It was like, hey, what's up, motherfuckers? You guys did extra things that we should be able to put on our platform, but you didn't. So what the hell?
Right.
Yeah. Streaming wars.
And what's funny about that, Dave, is like that came out today. Like that suit is happening over it, like between HBO Max and Paramount Plus. But then like on that earnings call, he talked about how there was a lot of unwatched.
Flash is the greatest movie ever.
Sorry. Right, but he also talked about like I'm so 50-50 on Zaslav. Because the comment he made about like we haven't done a Superman movie in 10 years, DC should be the backbone of our studio. It's like, yes, okay, 100%, completely agree with that. And then he says shit like, we have no use for directed streaming movies. It's a lot of unwatched content on HBO Max. I'm like,
it's a business thing. It's a business thing now, dude. That's the thing. I mean,
he comes from that. Yeah, he comes from that. Group of people who think that theatrical is the only way to make money for yourself, so he would definitely
and that's not where the wind is blowing, but okay, he'll just have
but again he also does sell stuff to other streamers more than Disney have.
Because I mean, look at what came out today. He sold the Dead Boy Detectives to Netflix.
He did?
Yes, I thought he sold the Snyder first. That was weird. Anyway, sorry, no.
And that's so interesting. That would make sense though, because Dead Boy Detectives is actually characters that were introduced in the Sandman,
Doom Patrol.
Yeah, well,
no. Well, but no,
but they're
Casey, that makes my brain hurt so hard.
The sad part is, Scott, probably people are saying exactly what he just said.
Aren't those the same thing?
Yeah. But no, Scott, I did
no.
Scott, I did see somebody.
One's Grant Morrison, the other one's Neil Gaiman. Okay.
So that's why it's going to Netflix.
Well,
now
I understand.
I did see.
Shut your mouth. Shut it. Shut.
Yeah, but it does make sense though. Scott. It does make sense.
Somebody did tweet
to Sandman.
Yeah, somebody did tweet that they're hoping that they can connect the two.
Yeah.
Well, because if Sandman continues to adapt, they're eventually going to get to the story.
There you go.
In Sandman, that's
what I was saying.
Introduce the Dead Boy Detectives.
So there you go. Now Casey's back on your good graces.
Because Casey's gonna watch and be like, "Where's Robot Man?" Doggone it.
That show is so good though.
I love Doom Patrol so much.
Doom Patrol is fantastic. But no, I did wonder, like when I saw that, I was like, oh, so Netflix is okay with buying certain DC like they're okay with like
Dead Boy Detectives though. No, Batman,
I know. No, of course, Casey.
I know. But people made the jokes and people pointed it out.
Yes.
Because obviously we know that there's there's going to be the people that are like, hey, see, there's a lot of see, even Zack liking a post is going to be like, but it's just like, it's like one of those things where it's like, but at the same time, we did hear that they wanted to do this. It's like, oh yeah, there's so much in this library, in the DC universe. So,
but Ray, also to your point, we talked about the back and forth of Zaslav, but Zaslav was also the one that when Warner Brothers Discovery happened, suddenly all those HBO Max originals suddenly became available to purchase digitally.
Yeah, well, Snyder Cut is one of them. Like that was one that wasn't.
Snyder Cut was actually Snyder Cut was actually like the last one because there were HBO Max original movies that came out before and after the Snyder Cut that were available for purchase already through movies, like through, digital retailers and Movies Anywhere and all that. And the Snyder Cut was actually just like the last man standing. It was like,
didn't you have that on Apple TV Plus to purchase or rent?
Not until not until he made it available.
No, that was last July.
Not till last July. And I remember us commenting on that when it happened. It was almost like he took over and was like, why the fuck aren't we selling this? Sell it. and he did.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, when I was able, that's when I picked it up digitally, and it was like, yes, thank you for sure. You know, because remember, Casey, like
because also, and Ray, because remember, I made the comment on DC TV Squadcast, like when I bought season 2 of Doom Patrol on Blu-ray, and what did I not have with it?
The
digital code.
Right. Yes, exactly.
It actually didn't come with a digital code. So I had the Blu-ray of season 1 of Doom Patrol, and I had season 1 in my Vudu account.
Right.
But all those HBO Max shows weren't coming. Suddenly, when they became HBO Max originals under, you know, the previous regime, you weren't getting digital codes. You were just getting,
because the previous regime was taking the bad page from Netflix's book, you know, because I've said, you know, Netflix is not anti-theatrical, they're anti-home release, which is stupid. And HBO Max was trying to do the same thing under the old regime. They were trying to get everybody to just stick with the app instead of selling their stuff, their original content digitally. No, stupid. Give them the option. Seriously. Because you're missing out on a revenue source if you don't sell it digitally separately.
So that's one thing Zaslav did fix was, fuck.
Yeah.
Put that on Amazon, put that on iTunes, put that on, you know, Vudu, and sell it for $10, $15, $20.
Well, and okay, how the piece de resistance that, you know, has me firmly in the Zaslav camp, you know, the half of me that like really loves what he's doing. He finally fucking created DC Studios.
Yeah,
that finally exists, right? So
and then another thing that was revealed this week too, when it came to that, is like the fact that they tasked Gunn to write Superman Legacy before he even took the job, and it's like one of those weird things, because I think Gunn even like mentioned, like when somebody asked like, would you want to write a Superman, he's like, nah, I picked Suicide Squad because that's more my bag, which a lot of us agreed with. But then all of a sudden they were like, dude, we really want you to make not necessarily direct, even though they're pushing for that, and he most likely will happen unless, you know, hey, Steven Spielberg's open. He don't have a project right now, right, Casey? Just kidding. Nope. I know you were about that at one point, but
if you see the Fablemans and you don't immediately think of him for Superman, I don't know what's wrong with you,
dude. That would be insane if they somehow like nailed that down, because if it was like Steven Spielberg's Superman, people would.
I was about to say,
which is funny too, because you know what? I got to show the boys last weekend for the very first time. E.T.
Nice.
My boys got to watch E.T.
Yes.
Oh, I was so happy showing them. Spielberg, I mean, the man is a good filmmaker. I love the Fablemans. Casey, I'm glad you enjoyed the Fablemans as much as I did.
It's such a simple, small-scale story, but he made it so grand.
Cinematic. It's so cinematic.
I have not seen it yet, but still, I have seen far more Spielberg movies than I haven't. Especially the older ones, right? I think the only older ones of his I haven't seen is probably Empire of the Sun and Always. Oh, and The Color Purple. I haven't seen The Color Purple yet. But
Color Purple is good. Better than the book. I'll say that.
I think you've said that before. And that's Saggy, you still there?
I'm here. Why
let me ask you this.
I'm not here.
No. Let me ask you this question. Now The Color Purple has come up. I want to ask the other black person this question.
Yeah.
Do you feel like, you know, there's like this unwritten list of movies that planet Earth just assumes all black people have seen?
Yeah.
And don't you just feel like, you know, you can't just like my mom and I agree with this. We still haven't. She hasn't seen The Color Purple either, because you just can't come home after a good day and throw in.
No, it's rough.
No.
I haven't seen. Hold on, I haven't seen The Color Purple. I haven't seen Roots. I haven't seen.
Right. You know, it's like, hey, you know what? I just had a great day at work. Let me pop in Amistad. No, that's not how it works.
But I love Amistad. It's such a good movie.
Oh, right. And Scott, they're great movies. That's another Spielberg one. Not saying they aren't great movies.
No, I know you're not.
Right, just, you know.
But that's also the one that gave us Jamon Hunsu. Like, that was his breakthrough.
No, was that before Blood Diamond? It was, wasn't it? It wasn't for Blood Diamond, was it?
It was.
Yeah.
It was.
Oh, that was Jaman Hansu, who we will see again as the wizard in
and too, it's Ray. It's funny because like
Rebel Moon.
It's usually again the people who don't look like us that are like, did you see Ritz? And you're just like,
I will say that my black card has been called into question by some black people because I haven't seen like Menace to Society. I haven't seen. I didn't see Boys in the Hood until college, right? Like some of the but no, yes.
Ray, you haven't seen Nope.
I have seen Nope. I saw Nope at the theater. Shut the fuck up.
He did. Sorry. No, but please say you said you've seen Don't Be a Menace while drinking your juice in South Central.
I have seen Don't Be. I have seen it.
That's the parody of all those movies.
See, here's the thing. It's like a lot of these movies, right, are obviously targeted at us. And a lot of the movies that are targeted at us, it's like, so this is what you think black people want to see. A bunch of movies about slavery. That's what you think of us. That's what you think we find entertaining.
Oh, okay.
About the bad times and not like
no,
the
Scott.
good times.
No, you can't.
Here's the white guy, and here's where the white guy's going to step in as a English teacher. Can I say that when I want to find books to recommend to my black students to help inspire a love of reading, can we write more books that are black centric with black characters that do not take place in either slavery or the 60s? I mean, can we and there's a great graphic novel called New Kid. It was written and drawn by a black author. It's a fabulous graphic novel. I think it got the Coretta Scott King Award as well. And there's actually a scene like at the book fair where the librarian is suggesting like the award-winning books for black kids. And he called out the same thing I've been calling out. I was like, can we write books that aren't those two time periods? That's why Jason Reynolds is such a great author, because like, how about I just write about kids today? You know,
I'm gonna raise that bar for you. Can we get more books about, more history about black culture, and if we're going to always talk about slavery, can we also talk about the free slaves around those times, the ones that were free around slavery times, like give those stories out there too?
But also too, like, as white people, do we actually want to sit and watch that when we're like sitting there going, wow, that's fucked up. That's not me. It's not me.
The funny thing is, and again, I feel like this is the fifth time I've said this tonight. I'm not trying to make this political tonight.
I know.
But I mean,
everything is a political act.
I will say that there is. I will say that there is a part of me that is like, well, we don't want to forget shit that happened. So that's what it is. I get wanting to, but by the same token, I do agree that it doesn't need to be all that. It doesn't need to be like Octavia Butler, Scott, or Samuel Delaney, right? Those are black science fiction writers that you can recommend. Like that.
Speaking of science fiction, Lovecraft Country was amazing.
Lovecraft Country.
By the way, did you know that the author, he's a white guy who wrote Lovecraft Country, he just published a sequel novel?
Of course. I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Did they cancel the season 2 because there was no source material?
I don't think
because trust me, that series,
it took liberties. Which Scott didn't care for, but I did. I liked it. Truthfully, I really liked.
I loved
season 1.
The show.
And what was so disappointing, Casey, was like when we heard when Misha Green released her plans for what season 2 was going to do. It was just like, oh man,
it looked awesome.
So good.
It looked the map she posted was like reminded me of Godfather, right? And how the territories and stuff.
It was good. No, what I loved about Lovecraft Country, okay, I swear I didn't mean to bring this up, but it's just happening. I watched Lovecraft Country instead of the 2020 election.
Yes,
I wanted because I was too nervous. I was like, turn this off. I don't want to. So I remember I binged season 2 of The Boys, and I binged Lovecraft Country to distract myself from the circus, which turned out to be longer than a day.
I agree. I agree with that take in the chat, though. Sorry,
but I didn't see that. But like the thing with what I loved about Lovecraft Country was that. Oh yeah, no, that is an interesting. If you're talking about the anti-racist thing, Saggy.
Yes.
No, I was talking about. Oh. Well, I was also talking about like Woman King, because that's another example of like. Because that's another example, because there was a lot of controversy around that, not because it was what it was. It's like it was very historicly inaccurate about what the
incredibly inaccurate.
Oh yeah,
and
inaccurate.
Yeah, and there's definitely an argument on both sides for that one as well. But no, with Lovecraft Country, what I really appreciated was that it was unique in the sense that normally when you have a show with that type of fantasy show with that type of setting, it's usually not black people. Like one of my favorite scenes is in the 3rd episode. She's sitting she's sitting in like the diner, like going over like the papers and everything, and he just walks up, Jonathan Majors, just like, "What's going on?" And she's just like, very matter of factly, "My house is haunted." And he's like, and he sits down and helps her figure out what to do. And I'm just like, oh my God, black people never do this. So good. Right? Like it's just to see them, to see black people be in that position where like they are the fabled heroes of a fantasy magic story.
Yes. Right. And I loved that aspect of the show as well a lot because they did it so well.
And I mean, and Wunmi Masaku, all the shit with her. Oh my God, her character.
Yeah, I like
also Daniel Martin
season 1 because I got to like episode 3. I think I made it to episode 3 and finished it, and I just kind of went. It was one of the situations where I had just read the book, and they were making changes from the book. And once again, it's not that when you make changes from the book, it's not like I immediately throw up my hands and go, "Fuck you, you're changing the book." It's more like when you're making changes from the book, and I don't subjectively think your changes are
better,
then I just go, I'm bowing out on this one.
And Scott, being 100% here, we're all friends here. There is certain material, especially with adaptations like Lovecraft Country, that resonates on a different cultural level with somebody like me or Saggy than it does with somebody like you. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's like what Denzel said. It's not about color. It's about culture. And there's just that season, that show hit me like personally. I like, that was just a breath of fresh air, because it wasn't slavery. It wasn't civil rights.
Even though there were some elements in there, but the balance was
Tulsa's
amazing.
in there. Tulsa is in there. Michael K. Williams. It's funny how HBO did Tulsa in 2 shows in like a span of a year. Watchmen and Lovecraft Country. Like, it's there. You're absolutely right. Emmett Till is in there. Like, it absolutely is a central part of the show, but it still wasn't like, it wasn't like Ghost of Mississippi, right? Or like, heavy, or like the Time to Kill, right? It wasn't heavy, like the fantastical element and the science fiction element, and just seeing like that whole cast, man. I mean, Jurnee Smollett, Jonathan Majors, which that was the first big thing I really saw him in. I mean, he was in Defy Bloods for a second.
Courtney Vance was gone too soon in that show.
Courtney Vance was good. Anjanou Ellis, she was fantastic in that show. Like, it just, that whole cast was really good. That whole show was really good. That is one of those that I am really disappointed to not get a second season. I put it was
extremely heartbreaking.
And we're talking just to bring this back to DC, we're talking a level of disappointment that is on the same level as Krypton not getting a 3rd season because fuck, and then like Swamp Thing not getting a 2nd season, finding out that Swamp Thing was canceled after the first fucking episode, fuck.
Or Mindhunter.
Oh, I heard, and that news coming out that like David Fincher said, "Oh, Mindhunter season 3 not happening."
You guys,
we all knew that.
There's I've seen like people. I haven't watched a single second of it, but I've seen so many people just.
It's one of Netflix top 5 anything they've ever made.
Damn, that is bold statement, but man, but it's Fincher. I love Fincher. Fincher is just there is so much I love about David Fincher as a director.
Like I said, Fincher was one of those directors that snuck up on me when I just one day, I think I was literally giving one of the boys a bath, and I just had my phone there, and I was like, wonder who directed this. And then I said, let me look up Fincher's filmography, and I just went, fuck, I'm a Fincher fan. I just looked at the list of movies and went,
no, it sneaks up.
You're like, love it, like
it sneaks up on you because you don't realize, wait, he did that? Shit. All right. Yeah, no, I
watched only the first season of Mindhunters. Yeah, didn't watch the second one because I think by the time I came around to that, it was already like up in the air if there was going to be a third one. So I just kind of went, okay.
Which is that weird Netflix self-fulfilling prophecy, where, and I saw someone do a video about this. The problem is that Netflix needs everyone to like immediately watch the first season of a show to renew it. But you've trained your audience to not want to watch the first season until they find out if it's going to be renewed. So everyone waits, but then that works against Netflix's modus operandi of they need all these views immediately to do the renewal. So you're just killing shows because the two sides are working against each other.
They have backed themselves into a corner where unless it does Squid Game / Stranger Things / Queen's Gambit numbers in the first week or two, they can't renew it. And
that's why it was weird for the wait for Sandman and Wednesday was weird because they waited a lot of time.
They did. No, you're right.
They waited longer on Sandman. Sandman was torture.
Yeah.
So waiting on season 2 because we were all just like, what the?
I think
why are we waiting on Sandman?
They took like more than a month or two, right?
Oh, it was definite because it was like 2 or 3 weeks before they released the
2 episodes.
Well, the one episode that's 2 parts.
Yes.
It's episode 11, but it's 2 stories.
Yes.
But it was even after that got released that I remember when Neil Gaiman like finally like tweeted out officially, but then like like DC or Netflix like released it like accidentally.
Yes.
I love that show.
One of the sneaky like under the radar Netflix renewals was Sweet Tooth, which I still haven't seen.
Sweet Tooth? That got renewed?
I thought it did. I thought it got renewed.
I haven't even finished season 1, but
I haven't watched it at all yet. Yeah.
It was good. What I saw was good, but we just never finished it. It was also a movie. It's also a show that's about
by Robert Downey Jr., right, or something.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh
yes, it is. And based off a Jeff Lemire comic, and I love Jeff Lemire. So it was a creator-owned Vertigo book.
It's supposed to be coming out this year.
Okay.
But that was just I think that's another reason, because Netflix has a lot of angst, and I get it. I do.
Yeah.
I get people being pissy at Netflix. I understand. But because then this is part of the inconsistency, because what did Sweet Tooth do in the conversation to warrant a season 2?
If you see the Nielsen charts for the top 10 shows that people watch, it's not the stuff that we watch on the regular. It's stuff like, Virgin River or shit like that. CSI.
Hey, you're talking about that. But who's getting that renewed? My wife.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. We think that these shows are not watched, but they are the most watched. So they get renewed.
Casey, I'm gonna tell you what. Like the continuation, because I love sitcoms. NBC launched their continuation of Night Court with and I love it. It's not a reboot. I love that it's a continuation because Melissa Rauch is playing Harry's daughter. I don't know if anyone here seen the original.
I used to watch it.
Oh, I used to watch the original. Yeah.
So she's Harry's daughter, and Dan is back, but now he's playing Christine's role. He's the public defender, but he's having to grapple with that because he wasn't a public defender beforehand, right? Yeah. And so and they have you have it's a modernized version of, you know, the characters that they had in Manhattan Criminal Court Part 2 in the original show. And I watched the first 2 episodes and I'm like, okay, I like this, but it's probably not going to last. And they picked it up for a season 2 like within a week. I was like,
isn't that weird?
Shit.
I mean, everything's so up in the air now when it comes to all this stuff.
What, what about the shows that get renewed for the next season before the season even like comes out? Like, remember when we found out that we were getting season 3 of The Boys before we even got to watch season 2 of The Boys? Like,
yes, I remember that totally.
It's a different world now. It's a different world when it comes to this, and I mean, that's the part of streaming. But then we don't know too. It's like we fall in love with like some things, and then all of a sudden it's like 1899. I was all about that, and I was like, I thought it wrapped. I thought, okay, I don't see how they can continue, but I'm curious if they do. And then all of a sudden they go, nope, no season 2.
I was fine with that more so because, like you said, they wrapped it up pretty well. I feel like that ending there was.
You kind of go like, I don't know where they would have taken that. But then at the same time, if you watch Dark, right?
I haven't. I watched season 1 of Dark, and then when season 2 came out, I had to go and watch season 1 again because it's so confusing. So I just didn't get around to it.
But I mean, I think that was a little bit more of an elaborate story because, you know, I even like with Dark, I went, okay, they could have just had 1 season, that's fine. But then they continue it and they expanded on it, and I thought, oh yeah, they did a good job. With 1899, I'm like, just the way that it ended, it was almost like, yeah, we have ideas for a next season, but if we don't get it, this is fine. You know? And I remember just going, okay, I'm satisfied.
And while watching the show, not many people were talking about it, so I knew that this would be difficult to get renewed. So I was just watching it, like, not too invested, like I was in Wednesday and some other stuff. So that wasn't a surprise either.
Apparently, I didn't watch Wednesday fast enough with this one over there.
No, because like, come on now.
You're right though about it being up in the air. Star Trek: Strange New Worlds. That was a show that literally was born out of fans. Season 2 of Discovery. They bring in Pike. They bring in Anson Mount. They bring in Ethan Peck as Spock. They bring in Rebecca Romaine. Like that's it, right? I mean, the Enterprise is there, but they're aboard the Discovery, and it was literally a fan support. Like after a couple of episodes, we're like, okay, we want to see a Pike show. Let's see him aboard the Enterprise.
He was the best part of that season in Discovery.
I would probably agree with that, even though I do still love Discovery. But I do agree. I do agree that Discovery has gotten better in the last 2 seasons than it did in the first 2 seasons.
I dropped out of Discovery after season 2.
You should watch season 3 and 4. They found their own groove. But at any rate, like when they greenlit the first season of Stranger Worlds during the pandemic, like right when it first started.
Yes.
And before season 1 aired last year, they already were like, season 2 is in production. We're like, but we don't even know if we like but the funny part about it was we were all like, well, we're probably gonna like season 1. And
it's Anson Mount as Pike. People are gonna like it.
Casey, the crazy shit about that.
He would have been a good Bruce Wayne, I will say.
He would have. Actually, he was a Bruce Wayne.
And what?
That god awful animated Injustice movie.
Oh, okay.
I have so rare.
Okay.
I didn't watch it because I heard it was so bad.
Oh no! Do not. It's not the worst. It's not the worst animated DC movie I've ever seen. That's reserved for Batman and Harley Quinn.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that. Yeah. Everyone has said that. Everyone's like, okay, Ray, when you watch the DC animated movies, finally just skip over that one. I can't skip over it. I want to see. If I agree,
I haven't seen it.
But no,
God, but he was Batman in that animated movie.
I did not know that.
The day that Multiverse of Madness came out last year, it came out like the Friday after the premiere of Strange New Worlds, and I mean, I'm in that theater and I'm like, the fuck are you doing here? I just saw you at home. What the fuck are you doing in this movie? That was one of the most surreal moments to see him as Black Bolt.
His cameo was great.
I had an audible gasp in the theater when I saw him. Like, what the fuck is he doing in this movie? Oh my god! Yeah, that was.
I just thought it was funny seeing him in like a comic accurate costume.
Yes.
Versus that Inhumans.
That show.
Even in that awful show, he was the best part of the show. But
he was. But that's not saying
the show just couldn't. Yeah, that show couldn't just keep him up there. So I was surprised that Feige brought him back.
I'm gonna tell you that
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, like when it comes to cameos, it's like people just, even if they, I mean, like you guys said, he was probably the best thing about that. So they were like, hey, let's bring back the best thing about that, and let's make him
actually give him
accurate.
a comic costume.
Yeah. So I think that people appreciated that big time.
Because the damn sure wasn't the asshole that played Ramsay in Game of Thrones. That was part of my problem with Inhumans. Was like, what the fuck is this Toad doing here? Get him out of here! I'm sorry, I can't get his wretchedness in Game of Thrones out of my head.
It's funny how how much of a tangent we went off of, because I was asking about
what were we talking about?
We were talking about James Gunn and Superman, and
oh my god!
I mean, we were talking about that, and I was going to lead into the whole fact of how we found out that he revealed that he's been working on it 6 months plus, and it was before. I mean, this is one of those things. And I don't know how many times I have to explain it to people, but I mean, again, Gunn derangement syndrome is an actual thing, because you could say
you got a lot of explaining to do.
Yeah. Well, that's what sucks. It's like, no matter what, I could say it however many times.
Who was the one that quote tweeted your video and was like, "Fuck James Gunn"?
Oh, he was actually in the chat earlier. He was the one saying all the anti-racist stuff about Lovecraft. I recognize his name. I'm like, oh, here's that guy. But yeah, he just was like, and I'm like, nothing in that clip was James Gunn doing. I wasn't saying anything about, because I was talking about the mess, and the fuckery that happened with Henry Cavill from 2017 to now. And I mean, Gunn was okay. So he revealed that he was writing. He started writing Superman Legacy 6 months plus ago. So in that time, that's when all the shit was happening with him coming back, him being in Black Adam, him doing the cameo, $7 trying to grab that spot of DC Studios. And I'm like, he always had it in his mind that he was writing a fresh Superman. Yes. So, yes, and I've always said, Gunn was not fighting for Cavill. Gunn did not bring back Cavill. Other people did. And then finally, when he got the spot and Black Adam flopped, they were not going to go with that. That's the thing. So how are we blaming Gunn 100% on this?
That's the funny thing about that's the funny thing to me.
Charge.
I know that's what it is.
But Zack is in charge. He's running DC. Didn't you hear?
Oh no! Don't bring
don't even
that.
go there. Don't.
Anyway,
breathe it. Don't.
You do not know.
What's funny about the whole situation is people see WB as one entity. So everyone who works at WB is they.
Right.
So why did they bring back Cavill if they didn't want to use him?
Why are you bringing pronouns into this, bro?
Well, and that's no, you're absolutely right. And it's like they don't even they screw up the timeline when they do this, right? Because
damn it, Barry.
Why is it? Yes, but why is it that they just did we just forget that?
Yeah,
Gunn had already been working with Warner Brothers at DC because he did a movie 2 years ago.
That's why, Saggy, that's why I defend Dwayne Johnson. I don't blame either side. Both sides were doing what's right for them, because I can see James Gunn's perspective, right? He was tasked to do a Superman movie just like Matt Reeves was doing the Batman movie. Unfortunate for WB, Matt Reeves didn't want to connect that to the DCEU. Neither would James Gunn did that. So his Superman movie would probably be standalone, and he was writing, a new additional Superman apart from Henry Cavill, and he was doing that on his own. And then here comes Dwayne Johnson asking for Superman to be in it, and then Hamada and Toby Emmerich tells him, no, we are already working on a Superman project with James Gunn, and Henry Cavill is already fired and he's not working with us anymore.
Not just that, JC. There's the Gunn project, but then there's also because they keep bringing up the fucking Coach script with the Black Superman, and we've just completely forgotten about Michael B. Jordan's Val-Zod show for HBO Max.
Casey
and all of that stuff was
Saggy.
No, it's just what happened back then, and two things were happening at once. And so Dwayne Johnson got the permission from Zaslav. He had to go there because or DeLuca, and because DeLuca didn't know about all this shit, so he was like, okay, fine, bring back Henry Cavill.
DeLuca and Andy were like the de facto DC heads at the time,
right? And then they gave the permission for Cavill. And so Cavill came back for Black Adam, and then James Gunn was like, what the hell, man? I was writing a Superman script here. So they both didn't talk to each other until that meeting. And that's how it happened. Both sides were right.
No, Casey, The Rock.
That's right.
The Rock made a Rock Superman, and it was going to fail because of the way he did it. You're telling me The Rock's not responsible, Casey, but The Rock wanted to make a power play, and you can't convince me otherwise, because look what he did. Look what he did, Casey. Of
course he did. That's
6
business.
years. He wanted, but you know why he wanted and fought and asked for Cavill for 6 years? Because he knew without Cavill. No, because he knew without Cavill, the Black Adam movie wasn't going to do shit without somebody big attached to it. So he fought for 6 years. And here's the thing, Casey. He was such a fan of Black Adam, and he always wanted to play Black Adam. Then how come when he made a Black Adam movie, he didn't even have the hero that he's supposed to be the villain of in the movie? Oh, and not to mention, did Black Adam start off as an anti-hero in his origin story? No, he was always a villain. He just now started becoming an anti-hero, but he's been a villain from day one. And we just said, Rock's like, I'm such a fan, but I'm going to say F the fans of anyone who actually thinks like the Black Adam is a cool story, right? F the fans of Shazam. I'm going to skip Black Adam's entire origin story, and we're going to go straight to the anti-hero shit. And then we're going to get Henry Cavill. We're going to skip fighting Shazam, who is literally the hero to my villain, and we're going to go right to the big leagues and go straight for Superman. Guess what, Casey? They didn't even fight. So you're telling me that The Rock was not responsible for
They didn't even fight.
He didn't even want the hair and the ears.
Like, Casey,
that's not going to add 100 million more to the movie.
Listen, if I'm telling you.
And adding Shazam wouldn't have either. Nobody cares about Shazam.
But here's the thing. The chances of Black Adam being just a little bit more successful, maybe made a little bit more money, is if he had the cameo in Shazam 2 to hype up the movie, and then he was able to get Henry Cavill and more than a 30-second scene of Henry said, hey, what's up, guys? I need to talk to you.
Here's a scenario. Here's a scenario. He got Shazam in the movie, a cameo of Shazam in the movie. He made references. He made the, Wizard and Shazam and all those references in the movie. He had a Shazam cameo as well. He had a second post-credit scene setting up Shazam, sequel. Okay, he has that. He has Superman cameo in there. Henry Cavill is Superman. Fine. James Gunn would have come in November and shut that down anyway. Because you know what happened when Black Adam, The Rock did all of that? Henry Cavill's Superman sequel was going to happen. And then they were talking about a Justice League movie with the same cast. So that all was happening while Rock was doing it. So that all of that didn't get shut down. That was going to happen. But then James Gunn came in and he shut that down. So it was either their plan or James Gunn's plan. James Gunn got the DC job and he shut that down. It's that simple.
Casey, let's go back, my love, to the promotion aspect of when Dwayne The Rock Johnson was trying to hype up.
Because he's the company man.
Wait.
They
when
need
Dwayne
money.
The Rock Johnson was trying to hype this up by saying stupid shit like, hey guys, I'm coming in and we're going to really kick it off the DCU. I'm going to be the one. We're going to do some crazy shit here. Yeah, Black Adam, the crazy shit you did flopped. And you got told, no, Black Adam ain't coming back for a while.
Shouldn't he have done that?
Casey, when you're propping up this, like, granted, I'm not saying like it's bad that he propped up the movie, but the way he was trying to sell it as if like this movie was going to change the future of the DCEU.
That's why people go and watch it.
He's a hype man. Like The Rock is a hype man.
Okay, he's a hype man and he failed. So next time he wants to hype up some shit, maybe people will know better next time.
That is another thing.
You hear that, XFL?
That is a different conversation. But
you went there.
Casey, he thinks he can rap, Casey. He thinks he can rap. That should tell you something, okay?
Okay, we're hitting below the belt now, people.
He's trying, man. He's trying.
No,
I'm so mad at him.
No, okay, hang on, Saggy. The reason you're mad at The Rock is because why?
Because I think he did not care. He did this whole speech and spiel where he made it seem like he cared about fans and that he himself was a fan. And then he came out with this movie and you're just sitting there like, I'm not even a fan of Black Adam. And I even know this is really inaccurate. And that's sad when I don't know. And I literally looked it up. And
I just told
give me the
you,
story of Black
even
Adam.
if he had Shazam, it wouldn't have done that much. The movie wasn't that good.
No,
I'm not even saying if it's just Shazam. I'm saying that I get the whole Henry aspect. I'm not saying it was going to be successful. I think people misunderstand that. I'm saying that I would have had more respect at the attempt if it was done in a better formula, where I think it would have maybe got the Shazam. Anyone who saw Shazam and liked the Shazam movies, they would have probably been fans of Shazam,
But
which
how
again,
many
not
people
much.
watch Shazam?
But I'm saying my point is it's not about how many. It's about the fact that he had a better chance at doing that, but he got too cocky and thought he would cater to the Snyder Cut people because that's who he was catering for. Because remember that stupid trailer?
It was panning out. I'm telling you, it was panning out. Henry Cavill was gonna get his sequel, and the Justice League movie was gonna get made.
Henry was not coming back, bro. No matter what they did, Henry wasn't coming back.
May I mediate? Which is weird for me to say. I'm mediating. What the fuck? But
I still love Casey though. It's okay.
But like, no, I
think can't say likewise.
I think there's.
Wow!
I'm kidding.
Casey's breaking my heart. Okay, Ray, I'm sorry.
You don't need to get personal here. It's all right. No, I think there's truth on both sides of this. Seriously, because
I think we're watching a public breakup right now. I think, first they were coming together, and now they're leaving.
And now we're coming apart.
So this is the Vodka Streams.
Y'all should super chat out and support whose side you're on.
Oh my goodness!
I'll be for that. I mean,
but
you did get a super chat from William right there. Yeah.
Okay. See, here. Okay, William. Let me piggyback on what.
And
William
also,
said
DCU
here,
momentum wasn't that great to begin with.
Exactly.
Well, because. I do think that Saggy does have a point with respect to the manipulation of The Rock in terms of look, we were not going to get Snyderverse. We were going to get $7 Snyderverse. It was not going to be, and trust me, when Cavill had Hiram Garcia been hired, and Cavill come back, we would have had plenty of complaints about what his Superman would have become, because you know what they would have done? They would have put the Williams theme back in like they did in the mid-credit scene. They would have had the S curl, and it would have been all this whatever shit. It would not have looked like Man of Steel. It would not have, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so there's truth with that, but by the same token, it's like there is something to be said for, I've seen this thing today where, when the Shazam box office tracking came out, I saw all these people on Twitter that are like, it's The Rock's fault. The Rock absolutely torpedoed Shazam because they didn't connect it. And I'm like, what the fuck sense does that make? The Rock has nothing to do with it, because here's the truth is, and fans don't want to hear this. We've talked about this before. I'm sorry. Shazam's the odd one out. Shazam is not, and it's one of those where like, and I remember 3 or 4 years ago when the first one came out, and I was like, well, shit, arguably one of the worst release dates in history. 3 weeks before Avengers Endgame. Oh my god.
Sandwich between Captain Marvel and Endgame.
And not only that, but like one of the other things that they did that was kind of quiet that really I didn't like at all was they did a preview screening 2 weeks before the movie came out. And I thought it was cool when they did it for Aquaman because it was 1 week, because the people who saw Aquaman a week early, like me and Tim did, we could spend that week hyping it up and word of mouth so that the following week the audience could go see it. But in Shazam's case, they did it 2 weeks apart, and there was a week for it, that word of mouth to die down before it opened. That was a stupid move. They should not have done. They should have done 1 week, just like they did with Aquaman. And the movie it wasn't a bomb for DC, but it wasn't like it didn't set the world on fire. It didn't even break $400 million, right? So unfortunately, the general audience has told you that even though they like the movie, it's not one that they're going to flock to. Like when we talk about, when we talk
even
about
the character is not, it's not Superman, it's not Flash.
Right. Yeah,
The Rock wanted to be Superman, so he couldn't be Superman, so he's Black Adam. And then listen, you guys want the Snyderverse? here's Black Adam. Like, bro, I'm sorry. I hate that The Rock's ego was so big that he was really thinking that this movie
What if he
was
genuinely liked the
something.
Snyderverse? What if
Bro,
he genuinely likes the Snyderverse?
Hold on. I'm not saying he doesn't like the Snyderverse. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying again, like Ray said, it was like the manipulation tactic of like, hey,
that is business.
I know it's business. I know it's business.
And more than
bad
just Superman,
business when it doesn't work.
Fight for that seat.
More than Superman, I think it was just that they wanted to have $7 as a whole in the DCEU. He wanted him to be Black Adam. He wanted Henry to be Superman. He wanted Danny Harim Garcia to be the DC head. So all of them could control the stories going forward. And he was centering that around Black Adam and Superman.
Right.
Yes.
But Casey,
anyone who doesn't think that Rock has an ego, he does.
Oh no.
Yeah,
but here's the thing though, right?
Definitely.
Like I get that. My whole thing is I get the whole, because when I brought this up, they're like, well, they didn't have time once he got permission to bring Henry and they didn't have time. Well, you know what? If you were smart, you would have just waited on Black Adam. Waited on Black Adam when it was a right time to get Henry in there, for more than 30 seconds. And if he bided his time and he got a fight scene with Superman was like a second act type thing, maybe, just maybe, it would have had that flashback.
And the reason
maybe they didn't want to postpone Black Adam even more.
Well, the reason that they were rushing, I mean, it's partially that, but it's because they knew that it was a power struggle. They see the new guys. They see the new guys coming in. They see, and the
new guy was coming in November 1st.
And Zaslav.
You better believe that they knew that James Gunn was working on that Superman.
Hell yes, they do.
So
and I agree.
Why are you blaming James Gunn? If we're, I mean, again, we can't really point the finger at anybody. Everybody was just trying to get the fucking head of the table.
Well, I'm with William right there though. I mean, I think Shazam, I don't agree with him with Shazam because I think that it was like not a bad idea to introduce Shazam. The first movie wasn't that bad. I thought it was cute. But I don't think it was I don't think Shazam was that bad. But Black Adam, I 100% agree, should have never got greenlit. You know what it is? The same argument I said earlier. The Rock woke up and said, you know what? I hate these fucking fans. I really want to piss them off. So I'm just
it's
gonna
not
give
just
Black
that though,
Adam.
Because see,
he talked to the guy who made Batwoman. That's what it was.
There's precedent for there's precedent for what
back to Batwoman. Did you see that?
Black on black crime continues.
There's precedent for a Black Adam movie being successful, not just because of the nature of the movie. The only two movies before it where the villain were the focus were Venom and Joker, and both were super successful. So you didn't have any example of a story like that not being successful until Morbius came out. And then Black Adam also came out, and unfortunately his efforts didn't pan out, but he tried.
Well, he didn't try. Right? Listen, the way he tried though was like effortless. Sorry, I'm Casey. You can't. I'm telling you,
you're not giving him 1%.
Casey, no, I'm not giving him any credit. You know why? Because again, when you're sitting here claiming that you're a fan, see, Henry Cavill is a freaking fan. Which is why he wanted to play The Witcher and Geralt in The Witcher, and he got the role and he nailed it. Despite the fact that the show the fans weren't even there for the friggin' story because every fan was pissed about the writers and how they were taking that story, but they still stayed there because of Henry's performance because he's a fan. So when I see actors say, I'm a fan of this IP because I played the games or I read the comics, I have the expectation that you're actually, if you're going to make it, that you actually like do the shit. Not just like, hey, I want to play a Superman character. I can't be Superman because I don't have the rights to that IP and they're not going to give it to me because I'm not a chiseled jaw white guy. I'm The Rock. So who else can I play? Who do I look like that also is kind of like Superman? Black Adam looks like Superman and has kind of Superman powers. So I'm going to say I'm a freaking fan of Black Adam. So I get the fans thinking I know what the fuck I'm doing and then come out with some bleh. Okay? Because that's what The Rock did. He came out with bleh. And I'm sorry, you cannot tell me that movie was...
Is there any other way he would have done this? Is there any other way?
I explained the best way he could have done it, and he should have done it if he was a fan. Number one, if you're a fan, have Shazam. I don't care. I know I'm not saying that having Shazam. But that's what I'm saying. My respect would have been if you actually at least stuck true to some of the canon material, not just skip like decades of freaking stories that you could have tapped to that would have been better. Like you said, Venom was a bad guy character, great movie. Joker was a bad guy story arc, great movie. Black Adam was a bad guy. He could have had a good story if you just actually put the fucking effort into it, Rock. And you didn't. That's why I'm pissed. Because as a fucking fan, a self-proclaimed fan, fans expect the shit to be more accurate to what the fuck you gave us.
His mistake was choosing that writer and director. He should
think about this too.
Black Adam is the Superman he can play.
Think about this too. It's like characters like Black Adam, Shazam. You just can't just throw them in the mix when you don't have a coherent universe.
Right, and not even a build up, Casey.
If anything, you should blame Boss Logic for creating that Black Adam versus Superman art.
Like I said,
hyped up that shit years before any of this was happening.
Okay, but what Dave just said right there, it put that in blinking fucking letters in big bold Arial font for everybody to read. When you don't have a fucking plan for your universe, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
so everything. That's why Marvel is successful when it comes to these B grade or C grade characters. Is because they already have a coherent universe that it fits in. So people were like, okay.
That's what I'm saying. If you add Shazam, it wouldn't have mattered.
Wait a minute, Chad.
It wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah.
Chad in the chat says, Rock spent years trying to get Black Adam. What do you mean he made no effort? He had 6 years to work on the Black Adam, and it still was shit.
I mean,
that's why there was no effort.
It's all subjective, Saggy. It's all subjective because I still like that movie for what it is.
I love the movie. I love the movie, but I can recognize that it's not the Winter Soldier or Dark Knight. It doesn't have to be either. It doesn't have to be either. But I'm just saying the low box office of the movie is not because of Dwayne's efforts. It's because the movie just wasn't that good.
Right. And
you know why I said efforts? Again, 6 years trying to fight for Henry Cavill. He knew what. Here's the thing, Casey, you laugh, but why was he fighting 6 years for Henry? Because he knew that if he got Henry. And he could have made because his whole goal, right, is he wanted to fight Superman. Not Black Adam fight Superman. The Rock wanted to fight Superman. Right. But he fought for 6 years and got told
especially
no.
As
so
opposed
again,
to Shazam.
He should have waited. He should have bided his time and got that okay. And then he could have had his fight, and the movie might have done a little bit better with Henry as Superman fighting Black Adam, but we didn't get that.
The timeline didn't allow him that.
That sucks for him. He should have just quit. That movie should never got greenlit.
We talked about this like a week or so ago, and remember what I said? Like with respect to the audience, okay? Like fans, all of us here, okay, we are not part of the general audience, okay? I hate to say it, I have to reiterate this again. The general audience, 90 to 95% of the audience at large doesn't know that Black Adam is Shazam's arch nemesis, and more importantly, does not give a fuck.
Oh,
they do not care.
I'm part of the general audience when it comes to Black Adam, and I would have seen it because of The Rock. But that I would have seen it because I used to like The Rock.
You may be objectively wrong with respect to that, because if you're in our circles, you can't be part of the general audience. How can you be? The general audience, because here's the thing: the general audience does not regard continuity and connection and accuracy the same way that we do. They just don't. If they did, then from what Marvel fans have told me, they would have way more issues with the MCU, because the MCU has taken a shitload of liberties in the last 15 years when it comes to the source material. And we don't even need to get into their whole tortured relationship with the creatives that James Gunn apparently is now finally capitalizing on with DC. That's a whole other story. But the bottom line is, it doesn't matter how accurate that story would have been. The Rock could have literally adapted a Black Adam story.
He could have added the entire Justice League in there. It would have made more.
The general audience would not have given two shits. Yeah. They just wouldn't have.
Listen, The Rock could have had that story and just not call it Black Adam. Maybe it would have done better. And here's the thing: when you say I'm like, everybody is part of a general audience depending on what the franchise is, right? Because like I'm a general audience as far as I know who Black Adam is, but I didn't read the comics. I know who Shazam is. I didn't read the comics. So I have a very
how can you be this passionate about it and consider yourself general audience?
Because when it comes to fans and business,
because she loves the movie.
Casey's kicking shots. Because when it comes to fans, right? I am passionate when it comes to fan bases. And I also been in many different communities from different types of genres where I see how, like, I know the game. Like, Casey's spot on. I'm not disagreeing with him on, like, do you expect him not to hype it up? Of course not, because he needs people to see the tickets or sell, he needs to sell tickets. But overall, my point is that when he said he was a fan, right? Yeah. That's what bothers me the most. That is what bothers me the most, is because when you say you're a fan of this, and many people have done it, like, for instance, the people who made The Matrix, okay? That whole franchise was because they were fans of anime. Yeah. And they incorporated that into it. And that's what anime fans can see it, because they're like, wow, that looks like Ghost in the Shell. And anime fans will appreciate that. So when you say you're a fan of something, I expect to see that you are a fan. And by doing so is writing a story that, as a fan, you can appreciate. Where if you're writing a story as a fan for fans, I want you to be that fan in the audience watching your shit and see if you ain't pissed off about it. You know what I'm saying? That's
the only thing he was reading in Black Adam comics was whenever Black Adam met Superman.
Right, that's what I'm saying, though. That's what I'm saying.
I think he, you know what The Rock was a fan of? The fact that he wasn't gonna have padding in his costume.
Right, totally. I think the funny part in all this, to bring it back to James Gunn, is that, when all the dust settles and we see DC Studios and we've now seen what they've done in the last 4 months as far as PR and announcements and all that. I've told people for the last couple of years, like, listen, my thoughts on Guardians Volume 2 aside, I did enjoy the first one and I thoroughly enjoy the Suicide Squad. James Gunn is a fan of the source material. When he tells you that he is a fan of the source material, when he talks about how he has thousands of Marvel and DC comics in his collection, when people ask him if he's read certain runs by certain authors, and not only does he affirm that yes he has, but talks about how much he loves Grant Morrison, loves Mark Waid, loves all these different creatives, and then also as part of their new marketing, we're seeing this at the end of trailers now, see where it all began, read Flashpoint at the end of the Flash trailer, right? Or read these Shazam books at the end of the Shazam trailer. We're going to see more of that, right? Like, that is actually, that's walking the walk instead of talking the talk, right? Like that. So that's the weird part.
That was the defining difference that got him the job.
Yes.
Dwayne Johnson just went in there and like, we're going to do this Black Adam and Superman thing for 10 years. And Zaslav was probably like, okay, but what's the plan? And he was like, we're going to make them fight.
Right.
But that's what I mean. That's why it made me mad with The Rock. Because it's like, dude, I mean, I'm not mad that he did Black Adam. I'm just mad that the way he did it. And I get it. Like, I just think that, even again, I don't know much about Black Adam other than, like, I just researched it because I was like, oh, is this going to be a good movie? Let me look up Black Adam so I know what I'm going into. And then when I read the story and lore of Black Adam, and then after, I actually believe I watched Dave's reaction to it, and then I actually was like, you know what? I'm kind of just going to watch other YouTubers give the spoilers and kind of tell the story from start to finish. And as I'm watching this, I'm just sitting there like, this isn't what I read on Wikipedia about the lore of Black Adam. Why are we skipping like a bunch of comic book stories? And again, I know that Shazam is not going to get people in the seats as much as like people are saying. It's just crazy that like The Rock really thought this was going to work, and then it was like, so numbers, guys.
I also think that we do have examples of stories being changed, like continuity being changed, and a case in point, we don't know this for certain because I'm not like sold on this. I have high hopes, but if The Flash does well on June 16th, that's not an accurate adaptation of Flashpoint.
Nope,
it isn't.
Not at all.
Which is great. No.
And the movie isn't called Flashpoint either, so that's setting expectations.
You bring up a good point. You bring up a good point. It's the fact that it's like, anytime when you're adapting something cinematically, I mean, obviously you're going to be taking references. I mean, go back to BVS. There's Superman, Death of Superman. There's Dark Knight Returns. There's all kinds of, I mean, you're just taking references. We're not doing full on. So you're going to have to take the shortcuts because you have a limited runtime when it comes to this stuff. But at the same time, it's like, well, then just don't turn it into, when it came to Black Adam, it's like, okay, don't do the cliches of having a kid in there, and don't do, and there's like certain things
that is the thing. The movie just The movie basically was a compilation of every MCU movie and every DC movie he liked.
Right, and that's really what it even more than like the whole accuracy and adaptation argument. It's really just about the uniqueness.
If movie was great, nobody would have complained. About anything.
It's just like, are you actually gonna tell a story to, like, you know, put your own stamp on a story, you know, like what Snyder did with BVS, or like what Gunn did with the Suicide Squad, you know, because there's a number of things that he did in that movie that is, you know, like the title cards and like the visual style, like you can tell that there is an intent when he does, and it's not just him. I mean, I could say that about, I mean, even the other directors under the, you know, Hamada era, whether it was Kathy Yan or, you know, and James Wan, I don't feel like he counts because that movie was greenlit in post-production before Hamada took over. But like,
yes,
it's really just about putting yourself, you know, putting your, not just having it be a business plan, putting your own stamp and putting your own, like,
but
do you know what Black Adam need?
The thing here is, it's not the director's stamp.
No, do you know what Black Adam really needed, Casey? Black Adam towards the end, instead of having Henry Cavill, they should have just had Vin Diesel, show up in the 1970 Charger and be like, for
you
family.
know what? I'll give you that also. If Shazam was played by John Cena, I think 100% Rock would have capitalized on that.
Oh dear God,
100%.
Oh dear God.
Okay,
imagine the Rock versus John Cena fight that he would have set up.
So the DC WWE. Okay.
Yes.
Right.
I don't know. Like when it comes to the Cavill cameo, I mean, even like to the, you know, I did even, you know, when I did my little short and just pulling up that cameo, I'm like, as much as I loved it, I almost now kind of hate it. Because I'm just going like, it just was so shoehorned in that, and then it got us all excited, like the people who were excited for Cavill to come back. But then now I'm just kind of going like, man, with everything that we know about the fact that they, you know, that they already tasked Gunn to do Superman Legacy before this happened, before he got the DC Studios job. And then you have these other, they just were like throwing everything on the table. Like, let's get somebody to start writing a Man of Steel 2 script because we might have that. Let's get the, you know, there was just so many things on the table that it's just like, it just sucks that Cavill got pulled into it because they probably promised him like, hey, we're going to get you that contract. And I remember I said it, I kept saying, I'm like, he's not going to do this without a fucking multi-picture contract. And then all of a sudden it got confirmed. And I'm like, he must have got his contract. And then I get told, nope, he did not. I'm like,
right.
Well, what the fuck's going to happen here then? And then all of a sudden it's like, they're already announcing that he's back. What the shit? And then all of a sudden it's like, womp, womp, you know?
The thing about Cavill also is that he was fired back in 2018 or 2019, and he hasn't been Superman since then.
Was he fired or was his contract just up?
No, his contract wasn't up.
But they didn't.
He had another appearance.
That's when he was fired.
Right.
Not by James Gunn and Peter
exactly.
Safran.
Right.
Exactly. Hamada didn't want him back, so they always wanted to create this.
And Emmerich.
Yes.
Didn't want him
I mean,
back.
Emmerich and Hamada both.
Yeah,
they both didn't want to continue this
Snyderverse.
present DCEU Snyderverse timeline. They wanted to pivot away from that. That's why they gave Matt Reeves Batman and hoped that they could, you know, jump into that universe, but Matt Reeves said "fuck off," and then they try to do the same thing.
He
with,
left the bargaining
James Gunn.
table for 2 weeks. Matt Reeves pulled like one of the biggest power plays that people forget.
Yeah.
He left the bargaining table for 2 weeks and said, "Your move."
He made it clear with James Gunn too now that he doesn't want to do it.
Well,
so
I don't think.
You better believe that was on the table.
I feel like that was a less contentious meeting, though. I feel like that was just a simple, you know, like I think Gunn gets it. I think he understands. Like, okay.
Well, I mean, if Matt Reeves is like pitching some ideas that like this is what I want to do, you know, and then they were like, wow, that's actually kind of cool. We enjoyed the first movie. This sounds really cool for the second movie. I'm hoping that we get a Dark Knight. Like, you know, for the second movie where, I mean, you know, the Batman, I love the Batman, obviously was like my favorite movie like of last year. Just being a Batman fan, I love the different tone. Like, even though like, you know, a lot of people are like, it was just like Nolan. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, I know. I hate that shit. But I'm just hoping that now it's like, all right, Matt Reeves, fucking let's blow us away with what you got next. You introduced us to this world, and it's an already established Batman that has established villains. Fucking blow us away. And I think maybe that's what he did when it came. I'm hoping that's what he did when it came to, because you better believe that they were. It was on the table that, hey, we want your Batman to be the main Batman, and he was probably like, "Fuck no."
I honestly don't know if Gunn wanted to. Do I buy that Safran might have wanted to do that? Yes, certainly.
Or in Zaslav, yes.
Yes.
Because of money.
For sure. But I think that Gunn, I don't know that he would have, because I think Gunn also, especially now knowing what they're going to do with
his
DCU
Batman is very different from that.
I think he is. I think there's a part of him that is excited to like tell a different Batman and to bring it, like you saw the energy he had when he brought up Damian, his favorite Robin.
Yes.
So it's like, no, I think there is some creative energy. No, the producers, yeah, you're right. They wanted to connect that whole. They wanted to connect the.
By the way,
whole damn thing.
So the Hamada and Emmerich just didn't want Cavill to be there, and they quote unquote fired him back then, and he just wasn't going to come back. Dwayne Johnson brought him back from the dead, literally. And he was probably going to do Man of Steel 2 and stuff like that. And then Gunn got hired. And
$7 Man of Steel 2.
Right. So
I know.
They've always wanted to pivot away from Snyderverse. And that has been apparent. Hamada just didn't have the balls to do it. Maybe he was planning that with The Flash to finally, give that to a rest and then move on from there and create a new timeline, and that's how he wanted to do it. But so funny that he just got fired too. And that's just the timeline, how it happened. Remember how Ben Affleck was out as Batman in 2017 and that didn't get announced in 2019 January, and then now he's back.
I want to point this out real quick. It's just like the fact that like the people who are like are saying like fuck James Gunn, fire James Gunn, all because of the Cavill situation. If we would have gotten the Rock's Cavill, it wouldn't have been the fucking Superman that you would have wanted.
No, it wouldn't have.
I mean that's something you have to realize. It's like we would have either gotten, because I even did a whole stream about it. It's like the Rockverse. Like we were gonna get the Rockverse of the Cavill Superman, and it would not have been the Superman that we like all,
I'm telling you, it's like I said earlier. Tell you right now, it would have been S curl, it would have been brighter costume, it would have been Williams theme Redux,
which
that's
is
what we
already
would have gotten. Absolutely, yeah. And people are fooling themselves if they think that Dwayne Johnson was going to call Zack Snyder in to do anything. No, it's not going to be that at all.
Not at all.
Not even close.
Hey, I hate to break it to the person crying in your chat, but no one gives a shit.
Who?
Until we get an actual Snyder story, I'm done with. Okay, well, are you talking about that guy, right?
Yeah, it's like I don't know why. I don't know why you think that your money is gonna cripple. Your lack of money is gonna cripple the industry. You do know general audience is still a thing.
First of all, that person's lying. He's gonna see it. He'll hate watch it.
Oh, 100%. They all say it, and then all of a sudden the Flash comes out, and they're gonna be like, "I'm gonna see how crappy it is."
They're going to proclaim that they're going to download it. They're going to proclaim that they're actually going to illegally steal something.
Mm-hmm. Yes, no, they will admit to their.
I love it when people proclaim. I'm like, I'll download it off of. I'm like, okay, so you're just proclaiming.
The star of the movie is a criminal, so I'm going to commit a criminal act.
The two stars of the movie.
And it's like, if you were going to, like, for the people, I love the I'm done with DC crowd. It's like, okay, why the fuck you have to announce it? Just be done and get the fuck out.
That's what I keep on saying. It's like, they need validation. Being in my mentions and fucking complaining about this. If
they need validations and ass pats, Dave. What do you mean? They want ass pats.
I know.
They're in the wrong place.
Good game.
I mean, there's places they can go for those ass pats. Not here. I don't know
you're not going to get an ass pass here.
I don't get it.
Here is the attention you clearly ordered.
Right.
I know. It's always one of those. But for the most part, I mean, like, I feel sorry for Henry because, and this is where I'm like going, hey, Gunn was right. He was being dicked around. Yeah, big time,
right.
You know.
Well, that's
like,
another thing.
when I posted my clip today talking about like how he's been dicked around since 2017. That's why I showed a clip of his fucked up face in Justice, and then it was like, oh yeah, then he got brought back for the cameo, and we were all excited, and he had that interview. We're all excited, and then all of a sudden it's just like, but it wasn't. It just everything was like it was in the time where they didn't have a DC Studios head, and then it just so happens that the DC Studios head was already working on a Superman script, and it's just all.
You have to understand that some of these executives internally talk to other executives and so many other people, and they were convinced for years that they had to move away from the Snyderverse. They just couldn't do it because they didn't have a plan.
I have another reason. I have another example of why I don't like The Rock. Okay, because of how he used Henry and how he used Henry. Like Dave said, that cameo. Do you know the biggest thing that pisses me off about that movie's cameo with Henry? They left it open for sequels, and they weren't even sure that was going to happen.
Zack did the same thing for ZSJL.
Okay,
but there's a difference because he was supposed to do something with that.
Can I say this about Henry?
So was he.
But that's the thing. The Rock didn't get the okay.
Neither did Zack.
Neither did Zack.
If I may say this about Henry,
Okay, well, fair enough. But either way, fuck.
Because I feel like there is a decent degree of like, you know how we were talking earlier about like neoliberals like co-opting outrage for like minorities.
Other people.
I feel like on a lesser level, people are co-opting outrage on behalf of Henry Cavill. First of all, Henry Cavill is fine. His career is not going to be hurt by this in the slightest. He didn't leave The Witcher for this. He's doing his fucking Warhammer 40K show, and he's got a bunch of other projects lined up. His career will be just fine going forward. On top of that,
he'll come back when it goes on to Netflix. Sorry.
No, here's the thing.
No. Hang on.
Hello, guys.
One more thing. on top of that, with respect to I feel like there's when people talk about how be sad, feel sorry for Henry because he got dicked around. But let's be clear here. He's a grown ass man. Exactly. He knows the risks involved in something like this. Yeah. So he was always prepared for the possibility that this was going to blow. You think so? So what? Hiram Garcia and Dwayne Johnson and Danny Garcia knew about the James Gunn stuff, and Cavill didn't. No, they all knew. And they pushed their cards in the table. They pushed all their chips in the center of the table. They gambled that they could pull this off. They lost, and now it is what it is.
Well, the thing
Dwayne
is,
posted on Instagram a few weeks later after Black Adam's release and James Gunn getting the job. A few weeks after that, he posted on Instagram saying that he was basically like, "We tried to gamble. It didn't work. Sometimes you succeed. Sometimes you fail. You just have to learn and move on." Right.
Well, that's the part of the Instagram post that people ignore. Everybody whenever the Instagram post gets brought up, Casey, everybody's like, "Oh, it's so sad. It's over." Like, people have read so much into that Instagram post, and they ignore exactly what you just said.
No, they do. But my thing is, like, I personally, like, I'm not sitting here trying to be over upset for Henry. Like, I think the thing that makes me upset is that I know Henry's going to be fine. I've said so myself. I'm like, I'm not mad about that. I know Henry will be okay. My issue is that they did put Henry in a very bad position as far as like with the fans, because like you got right because they got Henry. My biggest thing is they got Henry saying he was back. Yeah. That's what got me set off.
Not just the Instagram video, but the whole talk.
Well,
the Josh Horowitz.
They did a whole interview, and then Horowitz got Zack to even come in and say like, "Hey."
Yeah,
dude. I mean, it was such like
what it was. But that's why you said like Dave. You said like, can you really blame anybody? Well, no, the fingers that we can point for this is the previous regime, because this was literally like the microcosm of what the fuck they were doing for the last 4 or 5 years. Was too many cooks in the kitchen, nobody talking to each other. It's literally what this was. So this is what happens when you don't have a DC Studios. Zaslav is sitting in his office, preparing, hearing Gunn's and Safran's pitch, preparing to hire it. But while he's doing that, the de facto heads of DC Films are saying, "Hey, let's go ahead and do that." No one's saying shit to any. There's no centralized communication.
If DeLuca and Pam Abdi were on the same page with Toby and Hamada, they wouldn't have allowed Henry either.
Correct. And they weren't on the same page, but they were on the same page with $7. So you have three agendas going here. You have the old agenda of Emmerich and Hamada that kept him on the sidelines for as long as he did, which was bullshit in the first place and started this whole fucking mess. Then you have $7 and their agenda with pushing Cavill through, and then you got Gunn and Zack. This is when we heard the articles that were coming out about the power vacuum for DC Studios. That's what this was. It's exactly what this was, and this was hopefully utterly destroyed finally by the formation of DC Studios, because now there is a centralized studio that doesn't report to DeLuca and Abby. They can stay in their fucking lane over at Warner Brothers Picture Group and leave DC alone, like I've been wanting for the last couple of years, right? And Gunn and Safran can do what they're gonna do, and all they have to do is only have to report to Big Boss, right? They report to Zaslav, cool. Centralize and have a fucking plan, and for God's sake, stick to it.
I know, that's the thing, and you're right about that. It's like, trying this whole thing was just so much, and it sucks because I wish Henry just kind of like stuck to his guns and went like, maybe I shouldn't do this. As much as I loved seeing that cameo, and I was like cool and happy at that moment, but now here we are, and I'm like, fuck, I wish that did not happen, because man, it's now, I feel bad for the guy. I'm like, man, like what the hell did happen behind the scenes? Because it just seems so shady, and we don't know all the details. We're never going to know all the details. We just know little tidbits of what we get. I mean, I'm not one of those people that I'm not going to 100% believe everything that James Gunn says on Twitter. Let's face it. I've said that before. I know people will do that, and then people think he's lying about everything or he's truthful about everything. I'm like, no, I think he's fluffing some things up, but for the most part, he's being transparent as possible. Sure. And I like that. But I'm not one, there's always the extreme on one side, extreme on the other. And I fucking hate that.
Extremes.
I know.
I say that in life.
Yeah. In everything. You can't be extreme. You got to sit back and kind of go, wait a minute. This doesn't sound a little, But the fact of the matter is like, I can't sit there and go like, it's all James Gunn's fault because of Cavill's thing, because I'm like, no, he was tasked to write Superman Legacy.
He got fucked over too, because the Cavill thing, because of the Cavill thing, people are blaming him.
Absolutely. That's the thing, is like,
that's why he keeps on coming out and saying shit.
Yeah.
Like, hey, wasn't me.
It made it look like Gunn fired Henry Cavill when he was not even.
And it doesn't help when fucking Entertainment Tonight and Inside Edition come out with headlines, Superman fired. It's like, fuck. That's not what happened with respect to it. So a lot of people think it's
no contract there.
And that's also why you're seeing, because apparently this came up again on that investor call, is Gunn, Safran, and now also Zaslav just torching the previous regime. They're all saying, hey, they fucked up. We're fixing this. This is damage control. And we still have no clue. Like, just because it's damage control does not mean we know it's going to work. We don't know yet.
Yeah.
We're going to wait, and we're waiting and seeing. But at the very least,
none of us here are on the side of like, of like, we think
everything DC is gonna be great.
Everything's gonna be awesome.
I have listeners. I got a couple listeners to my show at the Flightcast that are just, as soon as Gunn got hired, like 100% full faith in James Gunn, and it's like, okay, can we just wait and see? I hope it works.
So basically, Ray, you're saying we don't run with Gunn? I'm sorry, Shaggy. I didn't mean to say that. I didn't.
All right. Okay, hang on.
She's still there? Is she still there?
Oh,
everybody's firing shots.
Do you not see me?
Okay.
I know. I see you in the chat. I see you in the chat. I had to make the joke.
I will say that. I will say this.
Best hashtag ever.
I will say this because I actually talked about the whole hashtag thing in my Patreon. That RJ is a member. RJ is one of my patrons, actually.
Would you say I didn't see it? I'm not a patron. He did tell me.
But well, I don't know if RJ heard it or not. But like, I will say this, right? Even though, like, personally, I am, like, as far as the whole hashtags thing, I do think that we have like overstayed the welcome on hashtags. Like, we
2 years ago,
collectively as fans, we treat them as far more important and pivotal than they actually are because of how
100%.
successful release of Snyder Cut was. That being said,
100%.
at the very least, I will say that you and RJ's hashtag is not born out of spite or negativity. I will at the very least say that. You were trying to be positive.
It was born out of negativity towards $7.
Well, no, shut up, Casey. I will smack you. I will smack you.
I know your true intentions.
No. The thing is, like, with the hashtag, right? It's like, you know, Gunn has been just ever since he got announced as taking, you know, co-CEO, nothing but hate. Hate. No,
I wouldn't say that.
Bringing up, no, like, but here's the thing.
A lot of praise. He's gotten.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. He's gotten a lot of praise, Dave. But like the negativity, and as a drama content creator, I'm gonna tell you the reason why drama. No, I'm serious. You laugh, but the reason why drama does well for YouTube content creators, as far as numbers and growth, is because people love trash fires. So they're always glued to a trash fire. So they're always glued to the negativity. So when the negativity was coming for Gunn, that was all people were focusing on instead of the positive stuff. So like with this whole sell hashtag thing, that is negative, regardless of what people feel. That is negative because it's you trying to demand.
Stupid.
Also illogical. Right. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
And then on top of that, you guys become a hate mob. And you don't even realize it. So when we came up with that hashtag, we're like, how funny would it be if we got a hashtag trending and it was focused on positivity and support rather than telling the studios what to do? We're like, hey, we're not saying we know Gunn's going to do great. We haven't seen what Gunn can do yet. What we're saying is we're giving Gunn a chance. We're going to say, hey, we're not going to come at you. We want to give you a chance to see what you do. Now, if he does do stuff and people hate it and it flops, doesn't matter. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I'm going to take that L. No, because that wasn't the point of the right. We burned with Gunn. But I'm saying that's the thing. It's about literally saying we want to support you and see what you do, because for so long everyone's been angry. Maybe you can change that. So we're trying to show support to DC, and because Gunn is the front and center. That's why the hashtag is We Run With Gunn, because Gunn is right now the face of DC, because that is all people are talking about. Mind you, people don't talk about Peter Safran that much because Peter Safran doesn't have a presence right now. So again, if you don't,
I don't think he wants a presence. Truthfully, I think he's fine where he's at, because he basically, you know, because this is, I've said this before. This is a better version of what they attempted to do with Johnsonburg, was have and the problem that they had when they tried to do this 7 years ago was they picked a creative that didn't have any Hollywood connections or experience.
But even then, it was not a different vertical like DC Studios.
Right, exactly. It was still DC Films, precisely, right. And in this case, with basically Gunn is the idea man, Safran is the one who figures out all the logistics on how they're going to make it work. Right. So and the two of them have to be on the same page, but I think they're perfectly fine with the arrangement of Gunn being the PR, which I've said before. Gunn
is also great at hyping people up with whatever he talks about these movies and stuff. I don't think Safran is.
No. And we've already seen evidence of Gunn's hype working, especially with this comic synergy. Like that is objective data that we have. That Gunn has the capability to hype.
Which has not been seen before because Feige wasn't doing that.
And by the way, I want to say this argument that I always see of like Zack's story is incomplete. So there are a lot of stories, TV shows, movies that have had stories that are incomplete where they end on cliff notes and then they never finish. Right, like
they hung me off of 3 fucking cliffs.
I know. Where are those hashtags? Where are those hashtags?
And by the way, Netflix. This is the thing that makes this whole thing stupid, right? Netflix is known for canceling shit mid-seasons. Okay, they've literally Jupiter Legacy was amazing. Only had one season. I love Jupiter. Not you. Was it Jupiter Legacy?
Okay.
No,
everything you just said about Black Adam.
And
no. Hold on. Was it Jupiter Legacy? What was the one that they had?
Jupiter Legacy.
Was it Jupiter Legacy? Okay, I did like Jupiter Legacy. I mean, it was better than Black Adam because it wasn't revolving around characters that existed that much. I mean, I liked it. It was like Watchmen.
About Batwoman, and you can come
Batwoman. I am vengeance. I am vengeance.
That shit.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Jupiter Legacy was definitely better.
It was decent.
But my point being is, Altered Carbon. Loved Altered Carbon. They didn't finish that story arc. Okay, there's a lot of things. Netflix has
in between seasons.
Netflix has a habit of canceling stuff before. So if they were, say for instance, they did do Justice,
not 10 minutes, Jacob. Not 10.
I know.
Minutes.
I was about to say that's what I laughed at, Casey. I was like, no, Scott hasn't talked.
Scott went to the bathroom.
I tried calling him.
I know.
I thought he was.
How did you know I went to the bathroom? Good call. That's what happened. But how did you know?
Because you said BRB. You turned the thing that you did the same. It's what I did. I went to the bathroom.
That he had to take a pee break.
It's the same thing I did. I broke the seal. So
I know. No. I was gonna get to a point after things were calming down. I'm like, Scott, what do you think?
Please say something.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. When people are talking about going to Netflix has a very lengthy track record of not letting people finish their stories. So good one on that part. The good point there, guys, about Zack not finishing stories. If you think Netflix will let him finish a story, okay. Because here's the thing: after Rebel Moon, right? The first one, there's supposed to be a second one. Now I don't know if they already said yes to the second one. I'm sure they did. Yes. But here's the thing: if they can literally just say we don't want to move forward with any of the stories you want to do. Netflix does that all the time.
No, they will with this.
They're committed to Rebel Moon.
Yeah. They already invested. They already invested in him doing 2 parts.
I'm sure, but at some point they might
because they don't have great films.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Netflix has a track record though of doing that to people all the time. So
but
I mean, again,
it's already filmed and
right.
Yeah.
They've already.
Well, no, I'm not saying that they're not going to do it. That's what I said. I'm pretty sure they already have both parts already set in line.
Scott,
but
who knows? We might not get more after it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is after that, depending on the numbers, which is why I tell those fans, if you're a Snyder fan, maybe support and you want this to happen, maybe support Rebel Moon some more. Maybe make sure that goes good because if it doesn't, Netflix is definitely not going to have them come back and do a Snyderverse.
And the fact that it's I like what Zack has said before. He said it on this very stream right here was hey, if we don't get the Justice League sequels, those storyboards are pretty much what we can get right there of an idea of what maybe it was going to be moving forward. And then guess what? Some people took that and turned it into a Project Justice League, a motion comic. So it's he literally was said that. I don't know about anytime I watch Zack Snyder's Justice League, I always go, when I see For Autumn, I'm like, that's Zack going, oh, there it is. If we get more, we'll see. But as of right now, I'm wrapping up in a bow, and I am now going to what I'm doing over here.
The reason Ziazel has so many endings, quote unquote, is because he knew that was his last and he had to do everything. Yeah. And the whole time from, Toby got hired in October 2021. I mean, promoted in October 2020. And that's basically when he stopped doing the Snyderverse stuff. And he, told Hamada it's going to be the last. That's when the cul-de-sac stuff started happening. And Zack knew by then that they were never going to do the sequel. And during the entire interview time period, he was hyping up the sequel, even though he knew.
Scott, please speak right now. You haven't opened it. Go.
Please, Scott, say something.
I thought he was frozen.
Oh, there's a hashtag Save Scott in the chat. Come on.
Right, come on. No. By the way, speaking of hashtags, real quick, I did want to bring up this point when Ray said, the people don't understand the purpose of hashtags, right? The core purpose of hashtags was what? To click on it and see who else was talking about something you were interested in, right? So I think. Right, Save Scott. But I think what happened is, like you said, with the whole Restore the Snyderverse stuff, it's now become weaponized. So now it's always part of culture wars. And the whole thing about getting stuff trending. Oh my God, really, Casey? You're hilarious.
Okay, I have to say this. While I was peeing, I did one of those laugh pees because I heard Casey go, Scott, say something, and Scott went something, and I started cracking.
Did you at least wash your hands?
Why would I want to wash my hands? Yes, I wash my hands, Saggy. Go ahead, keep going.
I don't see any wetness on those hands. I don't think you dried them that quickly. That was too quick. I don't think you actually washed them.
Okay, so my junk is dirty. Go ahead.
I'm just basically saying, like, the hashtag thing. It's funny to me because, again,
Saggy, look at me.
Oh, okay, sorry. This is what happens when I don't have my cam on, so you wouldn't know I wasn't looking. So go ahead, Scott. Say something.
Something. Here's the okay.
There we go.
Everyone wants me to pontificate upon the topic at hand. I shall pontificate. I'm just honestly, I think Tim and I have made this clear is that I'm just kind of over all of this. Like I mean, it gets to a point where we're just like going 30 rounds with Ali. It's like, okay, we've made our points. Can we just like move on now? I mean, that's really where I am. It's like I've been very quiet simply because I really don't have anything. Like, I feel like I've already expressed what I needed to express on this topic, and I'm ready to move on to the next thing. Like, it's
Scott. Okay, tell me this.
Okay,
remember the night after we all watched Zack Snyder's Justice League and we had a Vodka stream? Remember how?
Do I remember? I'm kind of curious.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I remember?
Maybe not the end. Maybe not the end because you were drinking this stuff like pretty heavily.
Oh, I was. That was the thing.
Yes.
Jameson fucked me up that night.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know you made that joke right at the beginning when I was like, when I said I was drinking JMO. But at the same time, if you go back and watch that, I remember we had a nice panel, and you were just like, "This is," you were. In your
I still owe all of you hugs.
Yes,
like that.
You wanted to hug everybody, and we were all just celebrating the fucking W that we got.
Yes,
when it came to the Snyder Cut. Okay, and I think all of us were in agreement of like, hey, if we don't get any more, fine, it's fine. If we do, fantastic. But right now we're just like, we're celebrating this. We got to win. Even Zack got the win. He has celebrated with us before too. Also, he celebrated that night, with certain things, and it was a big W. But then, like I said, there's just always going to be a group that's just not going to ever be able to let it go, no matter what. They're just not going to be able. They want more. It's like, oh, if we did this, we can do anything. It's like, no, you can't. We can't. So be content with what we got. I always say, I look over and I see that box of Zack Snyder's Justice League trilogy, 9.5 hours of awesomeness that I can watch. You have it up there, Scott. We all have it.
No, not that box. Because I got.
Yeah, you got the signed, Justice League with all, which is great. But the fact of the matter is, we have that, and I'm okay with like, okay, if I don't get anything more, fine. And then I've always been saying like, hey, if we do get more, I have the ideas of like, guess what? The sell to Netflix thing is a dumb fucking, that's a poorly thought out campaign. I'm always like, hey, if anything, we could get Elseworlds banner animated, because guess what? Not everybody's not going to be wanting to come back. We already know this. Like half the crew is probably not going to want to come back. And Zack's too busy, so it'd be easier for him if we can get a conclusion. Hell, I'd accept it on a fucking cocktail napkin drawn by Zack of like what he fully
and Patrick Tatopoulos.
And Patrick Tatopoulos, him and doing that. Yeah, I'm like perfectly okay with doing that. But at the same time, I could look at something like Project Justice League. They brought to life those storyboards because even Zack himself said that if we didn't get the sequels, that's the closest we can get right there. And I'm like, cool. And I'm just kind of going like, please, people. Like, I get it. I get it. We're not getting the conclusion of the story, and I desperately want that. And I do, but at the same time, I can actually look at the end of Zack Snyder's Justice League and be like, you know what? I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied with that.
And if you want more, just watch The Flash.
Which will have a little bit of inklings of the Snyderverse in it. Yes.
But like I also said, and I think I said it at that point, it was, and I was kind of saying it towards the end of that original period. It's like, some of us were there from like the beginning. Like, I want to say we were even there before the beginning.
Yeah,
you know,
we were.
And so we done. Like, we done. Like, I said, I think I said this before. There's no more gas in this tank.
You know what people don't realize too is like, I'm sorry to cut you off, Scott.
No,
but the fact of the matter is like,
Casey, where's the Let Scott speak?
I know. I'm going to be Steven right now. No, I'm just saying, like, let's just face it. Like, this movie was supposed to come out in 2017, 6 years ago.
Correct.
So that's the thing, 6 years ago. And here we are 6 years later, still going like, where's the rest? And I'm like, You realize that was 6 years ago, that what we saw, except for the post, the nightmare stuff and some other things, that was all shot in 2016, 15 and 16. It's like
111 days of principal photography in 2016. They wrapped in November of that year. Okay, yes. So and that's one of the biggest things that I've talked with all of you, Scott. For sure, I've talked about this. I think even when we had our postmortem discussion that you've talked about before, like we've had multiple Patreon discussions about this whole thing over at Squadcast Media, but like the timeline is too off the rails as far as production, as far as logicity. It's like, like I said earlier today, what's the one thing about Zack Snyder's Justice League you don't like? It came out 5 years too late. It was supposed to be out November 17th, 2017, even if it was in truncated form, and we got the extended 4-hour version on the home Blu-ray that we would have.
You know what's crazy, Ray? Also, is we were already supposed to have the sequels by now too.
Yeah, I know exactly. Like, and this is why, in terms of moving forward, Scott, I completely agree, because now that we have DC Studios, now that we have a new regime, I'm basically looking Gunn and Safran in the eye and going,
Don't fuck this up.
Don't do what they did. You saw what they did. Don't do the same dumb shit that they did. They listened to the gatekeepers and the idiots and the check marks and the critics that told them that Superman didn't smile enough and Batman should never kill. And they freaked out, even though the movies were still making money. And they pivoted and they caused the entire mess that created the fucking damage control that you're dealing with right now. So James Gunn and Peter Safran,
DC for years.
You literally James Gunn and Peter Safran literally have, like, if they're looking at this, you literally have years of don't fucking let this happen to you as an example, right? Treat this like Luke Skywalker looking at Darth Vader's missing hand at the end of Return of the Jedi and realizing, I don't want to be that. Don't fuck this.
They have the experience of the MCU and they have the experience of the DCEU, Safran and Gunn both.
Yes.
So they can learn from both, do their own thing, and not do the stuff that didn't work.
It could still fail.
I mean, it could, but I think that they also understand that they do have a lot on the line. Like, they have a lot they need to make sure that they get right. I think that it's good that even though people are hating Gunn, the one thing I respect about him and why I am supporting him right now is because he's literally on social media as much as he can while still trying to do this stuff, answering fans' questions, answering the concerns. He's actually engaging heavily with people on social media. So he's listening to a lot of the feedback and seeing everything that's going on. So I think that they do have a little bit more understanding of like what's on the line here, and maybe that gives me hope that they.
Gunn definitely understands DC fans.
It's actually PR. It's actual PR, which is what we have not had from any of the previous versions. And I still maintain, even though I can never confirm this, but I still maintain that this was part of them getting hired. Knowing full well up front that you know who you're dealing with, you know what you're gonna have to do.
It has to be.
You have a social media presence. right? That's why I balk at the people, and I even here on the Vodka stream, some others have said, you know, he needs to be more concerned about writing the Superman script than answering it because Feige doesn't do this. And it's like, Feige's never had to fucking do this. Because one, he's got the mouse house protecting him.
Shots
as far as that
Travis.
Goes, right?
Oof.
And no, it's not just Travis. It's not just Travis that says it. It's just others. Many others say this as well. But like, no, it's there's a component.
Mark this 4-3. Sorry.
What?
I'll mark this. I'm going to send this over to Travis. Just kidding.
But yeah, Ray, I agree with you. I think not just from WB, I think James Gunn himself has probably said in his pitch that, you know, I understand DC fans. I understand all the sides, and I know how to handle this, what to say, and you leave that up to me and stuff like that.
Well, because and you know, if you go back to, I mean, I know they're deleted now because of his auto delete thing, but back in the day, a couple of years ago, even before he was in charge of this, he responded. Like he you know, when he was on his, you know, like his rehab tour, if you will, when he got, because you know, people again, one of the things that all these fans forget is that before he got rehired, you know, to finish Guardians Volume 3, he got hired to do Suicide Squad. Warner Brothers hired him first and brought him back into the fold, and that was part of his, you know, return.
Uncanceling.
Exactly. Well, it's not cancel culture; it's consequence culture. That's why cancel culture it doesn't work the way people think that it does. He's an example of how it's not real. But like, he has his finger on the pulse of this as far as understanding the social media aspect and being a fan of the comics. He can say, you know, he can do what he's doing now. Like, I pointed these creative, you know, because look at who's supporting him, right? It's not just, you know, his peers and other actors in Hollywood. Now it's Morrison and Dan Jurgens and all these comic creators that are like, holy shit, we can't wait to see what you're doing because my residuals just went up because you just sold me a bunch of other copies of, you know, Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, and the Grant.
And
Morrison,
they trust him because he understands their material.
Right, you know, and
again, it's something that Marvel hasn't done. How many times have you heard like, oh yeah, you know, as a Marvel writer, I got invited to the premiere. That's it.
Scott,
or I remember when BVS came out and Jim Starlin said he got more of a residual check for KG Beast being in BVS than he got for Thanos showing up in the MCU.
No,
that is insane. That is absolutely
insane. Utterly insane. And egregious. That is ridiculous. Scott, we finally recorded. You'll appreciate this. We recorded our Spider-Man 3 review.
Right. Yeah.
And Brent and I had a talk afterwards about some other things going on because he and I hadn't really conversed in a while, and we were talking about it because we hadn't talked about the DC thing, and he agrees that it was. I told him about how listeners were saying, you know, they were asking me if there was anything that Gunn was doing that might affect Feige, that, you know, might change how Feige operates. And Brent's like, I know one thing that Feige should be doing that Gunn is already doing, and it's this. He completely agrees. The comic synergy is absolutely, like, Marvel has dropped the ball on that so badly. And to be fair, so was DC. But this is something that is part of the PR, that is part of the new approach, that is like, okay. And it's something that not only is, you know, synergistic for the creatives, but it's also something that makes us fans, you know, even novices like me that still have to read all the homework that you and others have given me. Like, it still makes us look at this, go, okay, no, this is different. This is a different approach. This is something that we have not seen before. Something that really both of these studios should have been fucking doing a long time ago, and Marvel still needs to do it. Absolutely.
The first fandom had a lot of that as well. Like, they were promoting comics, and Jim Lee was there and all of that. And now even the Flash trailer ended with the comics, you know, at the end, which it was based on. That's also great.
Yeah, and that was the Super Bowl trailer, right? Like, that's your big game spot, and you're telling people read comics the day of the Super Bowl. Like, that's seriously. So, I mean, there's reason for hope. There's reason for hope on this, and and that's where I'm at with it. You know, like, just, you have so many examples of what not to do, and also what to do.
And meanwhile, over at Marvel Studios, they still have a VFX house problem. I mean, like,
okay, I started watching that video, but I ran out of time before putting kids to bed and jumping on here. So, what's the latest hubbub about what happened with Quantumania? Because I know you. I'm looking at. Like I said, I haven't seen Quantumania yet, and yet I'm already seeing these images of MODOK going. What?
So MODOK looks good in the movie, except when his face is shown.
Yeah. So basically, it's just the same stuff. Impossible deadlines. And apparently they took like a bunch of the crew that were working on Ant-Man to work on Black Panther. So that just means they didn't, deal out like, because obviously Black Panther came out first. I don't know. It's just such a weird thing because, I thought Black Panther's VFX were better than Quantumania because there's sometimes where I was like, this is very like, woo. Like there's sometimes where some shots look great. Some shots I'm like, the fuck, and like obviously you have creatures. There's very heavy, when it comes to Black Panther, it's like they were doing like obviously the whole underwater, and Namor and stuff like that, which look great. But I'm just like, so I understand that they're focusing on that, sure, but then I'm just going, but then this suffers over here. So it's just the same shit. Is VFX artists are going, they gave us impossible deadlines, last minute changes, and they took half the crew, so now we're understaffed to try to finish this movie. So that's why critics were like, it doesn't look that good. So it's just the same shit.
I actually liked the concepts and all of the CG elements in the movie a lot.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm stacking this up against the third act of Black Panther, I think this still looks better. Yeah, this still looks better than that. But this was also, Scott, this was also part of the Twilight Zone last week because we were in this weird, because before that story came out, there was also like the week that Quantumania came out, like the day that the Rotten Tomatoes score came out, and it started at like 54% rotten, for whatever the fuck Rotten Tomatoes is worth. And then it got lower. And I think the same day was when there was this Variety article, this interview with Feige, where he was talking about all of the stuff that Phase 5 and 6 was going to do and how they were going to start slowing down with their schedule. And, and this was a couple days afterwards, they moved the date for the Marvels from July 28th to November 10th, which makes all the sense in the world because July 28th never made sense for them to release the movie that early. But like, there are people that legitimately believe that piece was damage control because of all the negative press for Quantumania. And it's this weird, before the Aquaman and the Shazam stuff came up a couple days ago, we were in this place where it's like, okay, are things changing in terms of the perception? Because we got Marvel fans calling this movie the worst MCU movie ever. You got people comparing the second week drop off to BVS, might be worse than that. And now the VFX house thing, they might be doing damage control pieces for their PR. Like, meanwhile, everyone's excited about the Flash trailer and are, hopeful and some singing the praises of James Gunn. It's like, is the tide crazily enough turning?
I think it's swinging the other way.
Weird.
I've been wondering about this.
Well, I also wonder then, is it because we're into our 30th something entry in 31st. The MCU?
It is the 31st.
Well, technically, if you count the theatrical movies that don't include the TV shows, which
right. Well, the funny thing is they mentioned that in the interview because of the whole Baskin Robbins thing. 31 different flavors. Mm-hmm. Like someone mentioned that. So but yes, you're right. If you count the shows, it's more than 31, but just the movies is 31.
So Quantumania is the 31st?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
So
the way you said that. Oh, nice.
I mean, it's a cool Baskin Robbins,
Yeah, whatever. I mean, it's impressive.
He said he didn't plan that. He said he did not plan that.
But
I know what you were saying.
But what you can look at the MCU is going. So now it's 31 movies in. It's been going since 2008. And now the DCU with James Gunn can be this bright, new, shiny thing. And I wonder if it's kind of, it's the... Excuse me, Saggy, for making this misogynistic comment. But it's like you're trading it in for the new wife.
I mean... misogyny aside, I think there may be some truth to that.
Oh, I like that. That was funny.
It's going to depend.
You wanted me to speak. This is what you get at quarter after 2 in the morning.
You realize she's going to be clipping it out and putting it.
Of course she is. I get that. I understand.
Casey,
you are content now.
Yeah.
Don't let Scott speak. Wow, Casey.
No, but like
he's missing an apostrophe, so I'm just looking at his grammar and just going no.
No, but Scott, that's the thing. It is an opportunity for Gunn and Safran, and yeah, they're under immense pressure, which is another reason why I think people need to pump the brakes on thinking that he's just going to turn Superman into Thor, right? Like, because I don't think he's going to do that, but like, there is an opportunity here as far as the perception of these franchises to change. Right. And I'm certainly I'm not, it's not death knells for the MCU. They're going to be fine, as far as going forward. But at least in terms of
what's the crazy thing about the DC thing is, though, the first DCU movie is the Superman movie that James Gunn's going to do. Right. Yeah. So between
it comes out right after that Aquaman 2 movie. Right?
Exactly. That's the problem, because we're going from The Flash, which I'm sure everyone is going to be super hyped about DC after that. And then it's going into Blue Beetle, and apparently it's a good movie, so I think people will enjoy that as well. But then you have Aquaman 2, and if it sucks, then that is bad for Superman's momentum.
Well, I think that's also part because remember, Creature Commandos and Waller is coming out in between.
Yeah, but those aren't theatrical.
They aren't theatrical. That is true. But by the same token, like, as part of the hype, and this is where the social media thing is going to come into play, because who's going to get cast as Clark, who's going to get cast as Lois,
right?
Set photos, blurbs, behind the scenes, interview, all that shit is going to happen full force.
They're probably going to do all of that in December.
They're going to I guess it depends on what, how Aquaman and Lost Kingdom is received.
Yeah,
but he's already been saying that casting news would come out in the next 6 months.
Yes,
it's the Comic-Con.
Yeah, so they're already part of the PR for that. KC is reminding us that Superman Legacy is being made because it's been 10 plus years since a Superman solo movie has released, right? So that's going to be part of his job. The part of their job is to remind us, hey, whatever you thought of the movies that I didn't greenlight, with the exception of The Flash, because he has been singing the praises of that one. Whatever you thought of them, remember, we got Superman on deck finally.
Which is so weird. Like, I pre-ordered that Christopher Reeve Steelbook box set from Amazon because that 4K box looks like it's going to be just gorgeous. And it's crazy to think that we got 4 Superman movies from 1978 to 1987. And since then, we have literally gotten
2
solo Superman movies.
And there was a 19-year gap in between the first one and the last.
It is pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy. And I know a lot of people always go like, I remember somebody said like, God damn, we have an Ant-Man trilogy before we have a Superman trilogy. And I remember somebody Ben posted that. It's like, well, technically we had 4 Superman movies that came out. But I get
even Zack was like that. When before Man of Steel was getting greenlit, he was like, Thor has a movie and Superman doesn't.
It's not a new Superman movie. Yeah. I mean, it is insane to think like Superman. When you think of the ultimate superhero,
the first superhero.
Yes, and it's just like there are so many people that it just seems like it's like you're afraid to touch them, or if you do, it's like you're not going to do a good job. I mean, it's just such a weird thing.
But he's also done so well, and we've talked about this. And once again, it gets annoying to have the same conversation over and over again. But he's done so well on TV.
Yeah, I know, right?
But how many people watch that though?
But
a lot of people.
Plenty of people watch Lois and Clark. Plenty of people are watching Superman and
Lois.
No,
when compared to theatrical, not many.
Well, but I don't know.
I would actually argue based on some of these box office numbers. I think more people watch the TV shows.
I would agree with that. I really would.
Smallville and
the highest views any CW shows get is 1 million.
I'm not talking CW. Lois and Clark was ABC on Sunday nights.
And Smallville was technically WB, not CW.
I'm just saying a TV show gets
formerly known
around the range of the 1-digit millions. The theatrical movies, like a lot of million people watch that. Like
if I asked if I find 10 random people and ask them who their favorite like Clark Kent is, I'm gonna get more people telling me Tom Welling or Dean Cain than I am gonna get them telling me Brandon Routh or Henry Cavill, probably. If I had to venture a guess.
So I'm giggling because every time we talk,
I would never talk to those people ever again.
But
every
what
time
I was,
talk,
but the Ant-Man,
why?
The what?
No, Saggy said she was giggling.
Oh no, I was saying every time we talk about like when CW was WB, I always think of that Dave Chappelle thing. Welcome to the WB. I like chicken.
Oh god, yeah.
That was a thing, and I don't really remember. Like I miss the frog, man.
The
like I miss
Michigan Frog. Yeah,
I miss the frog. You didn't get that, Scott? Oh, well, you probably haven't seen the Chappelle Show because that probably was definitely not your humor.
Oh, Scott, somebody in the chat said you're wrong. The Phantom actually debuted before Superman.
Oh, did it?
Why don't we have a Phantom movie? I
We
remember
have.
watching.
We did. We had a Phantom movie.
A new one.
I know.
Yeah. No, but
it's so weird when Scott's so still, man. This throws me off every time.
Somebody actually in the chat did say, "Is Scott frozen?" Yeah.
Every time, it's so good at it. It's so freaking good at it. Scary, man.
I don't know why the Ant-Man thing keeps coming up though, because you don't even have to go to Marvel. You could just think about all the different Batman actors we've had in the span of like 2 Superman movies. We've literally had. I mean, seriously, we've had Keaton, like because Keaton was 2 years after Quest for Peace, right? We've had Keaton, we've had Kilmer, we've had Clooney, we've had Bale, we've had Affleck, we now have Pattinson. Like,
and
Batman
again,
right? We're getting Keaton again before we get to another Superman movie. Like, that's just like Batman. This is even Batman can continue to just reinvent.
Batman is easier because it's just because. I mean, look at as much as we kind of go like, how do you reinvent them? It seems like in the past, 15 years, it's like, yeah, or longer. I mean, obviously when you're coming off of what Batman and Robin was, you kind of go like, all right. And then Nolan was like, here we go. Boom. And then sweet. And then it was like, okay. And then all of a sudden we get this Man of Steel that was kind of like in the vein of trying to ground it a little bit, even though it's going to still be fantastical. So how do you have a Batman that fits in it? Okay, so let's make them more fantastical, yet we can have it where it's like a little grounded, sure. And that's what Snyder did, but it wasn't like he was making another bunch of Batman movies. He was just making a universe to tell a Superman story. And then all of a sudden it just was like, all right, when that was like the studio shot that to shit, then Matt Reeves goes, well, let me do my version and reinvented it again. And it's like, I think it's just a lot easier with Batman than it is Superman. I'm
very curious how James Gunn's Batman will do though, because although we've had these different Batmans since Nolan's Batman Begins, we've had kind of a similar tone in Batman, and I think Gunn's will be very different from that.
I think if we're using the last 3 Batman as reference, Gunn's Batman is gonna be much closer to Affleck's. And I don't. I mean, certainly in terms of age, probably. I mean, maybe not as old, but like old enough to have a little shit as a son, as Damian. But like, but in terms of the the difference between these Batmen, like in Affleck's case, he's the one that he had to exist in a world where Superman was around. Yeah. Like that's Bale doesn't have to worry about that. Pattinson doesn't have to worry about that. So there is still a more and I think the difference between like what Nolan is doing and what Pattinson or what Reeves is doing is Reeves is finding a way to blend the comic book with the crime story. I don't really know that. I think Nolan, I'm not saying he didn't, but Reeves is just flat out, like there's a scene in the movie where he's like, this is the Riddler speaking. Like he's just leaning into names. He's leaning into the lore. It's like, okay, no, there is a Riddler. There is a Batman. There is a Penguin, right?
Catwoman.
And Nolan had Blake Johnson.
So, but again, like I go back to the warehouse scene, in BVS, and you just you see a Batman punching dudes through wood floors because he's that strong, right? So, and you have to have a Batman like that.
Yes.
To if you're gonna have him side by side at believable at all next to a Superman, and certainly with a Wonder Woman, the Trinity shot does not
more
work.
so than with a Robin.
Absolutely, and so like I think that, and in this case, with a Robin that is his son, and with the League's got to be involved, right?
And
you're
maybe
talking
assassin man bats.
Mm-hmm.
So you're talking about Brave and the Bold is going to be more fantastical of a Batman story than even maybe BVS, right? I mean,
I want that to be honest.
I think we're all down for it. I mean, I think I want to see a Batman, and if there's a Robin there too. I want to see him swing grappling hooks, swing like he does in
like
Batman.
Spider-Man, swing like Spider-Man.
Well, not exactly. Spider-Man's a little too bendy, he's a very,
I want to see Batman, not Bruce Wayne, just a full Batman. We never see him as Bruce Wayne. He's just Batman 24/7.
That was the Batman.
That was basically the Batman.
That was the Batman. He was basically Batman the entire time.
He was out of that cowl for maybe a grand total of 10 minutes in a nearly 3-hour long movie.
And when he was very bright, and he put on sunglasses, which I thought was kind of cheesy. But
it's not cheesy, Dave. It's realistic.
I just want to say before I die, please, somebody, I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's Zack Snyder. I don't care if it's James. I don't even care if it's James Cameron. I just want a Batman Beyond movie, please.
James Cameron? I agree with you, Sagi. But I want the version where it's more like Blade Runner 2049. I want that futuristic.
I just want it because it's like one of those.
It has to be that.
Because it's like one of those stories that people slept on, man, and it's such a good.
I think that if the DCU succeeds, then I think it's in the cards. I absolutely do.
If anyone has to do it, it would be James Gunn.
But that's why I was like I'm happy to have Keaton back. Don't get me wrong. I cried when I saw him in the Flash trailer. No, not Joss Whedon. We're not gonna say Joss Whedon. Anyone but Joss Whedon. But
why is his name even brought up? Ugh.
I think it was just
he was gonna do the Batgirl movie.
He's gone. He'll never be. No.
Yeah. So my thing is like, when I heard Keaton was coming back to be a Batman or whatever. I really was like, oh my God, please let this be the Batman Beyond, because it would have been perfect. It would have been perfect. And it would have been very symbolic because of who Keaton is and how he played Batman back in the day. And it would have made sense. So that's why I was like, I'm happy that Keaton's back, but I'm like, I'm not happy that he's not going to come back as old Bruce for Batman Beyond, because a missed opportunity. It would have, if this movie, I'm hoping that the best thing for Keaton that comes from the Flash is that maybe they will keep him on to come back as Batman in some form. And the only way I can see it work is with the Batman Beyond. It would make the most sense to me. And I just, that's the one.
It wasn't Hamada's plan.
Well, Hamada's a bitch. You're a bitch, Hamada. You hear me? I almost hate you as much as I hate your
Let me correct myself. Let me correct myself. Hamada's non-plan.
Thank you.
Even though, I always say Hamada's a cocksucker. That was always the thing.
Wait, did you say Ray? I didn't hear you because we were all talking.
I told him to stop calling it a plan. It wasn't a fucking plan. That asshole had no idea what he was doing. He was firing.
Here's the thing. It just blows my mind real quick. It just blows my mind, like how Walter Hamada, like they're like comics, dude. You are dry of ideas. Read fucking the comics. Read comics and take some of those fucking stories and say, hey, this comic was really freaking good. I would like to see a movie made out of it. Like, how hard was it? The thing that pisses me off, sorry, I'm getting triggered again, because the problem with these movies that pisses me off is you have a fucking script in the form of the fucking original comic books. You just have to make something out of that. It's really fucking simple. When people always talk about, well, there's nothing original being made in fucking in Hollywood anymore. Yeah, because you know why? Because people are like, oh, hey, here's an idea. We can kind of cut some costs here, and like, well, not cut costs, but we can cut the originality down by saying, hey, the script's already written in fucking comic book form. Let's just make this story simple. By the way, how do you fuck that up?
I would also like to point out that if you want to talk about Hollywood not being original, it's really funny when you go back and if you just look at the Best Picture nominees since the beginning, how many of them are adapted from novels. Yes. Hollywood has never been original. Let's be honest.
No. Hold on. I get that, but like there have been a lot of really good original things. That
there has been, yes.
But that's some really good adaptations.
But I think he's talking about your point. Is like there's a lot of material that is written. That like you're saying, there's a lot of comic book stories that are written. How do you not have a plan when you have 80 plus years of fucking stories that you can
exactly. That's what makes me so angry about when like this whole thing, because like Walter Mata, he didn't have a plan. How the fuck do you not have a plan when you have like Dave said, decades long of stories you could have told?
I don't agree that it is easy to adapt. Because comic books are a very different medium than movies. But I do agree that as a producer, you should be able to, like, if you can't build a plan yourself, hire somebody that fucking can, which is essentially what Zaslav is doing now. Like, he looked at it and said, okay, well, in the hands of one producer from New Line Cinema, this is what the fuck they did. So I got to find somebody that actually has read the comics. And, maybe James Gunn isn't the best to trust with money or logistics, so it's like, all right, well, pair him with the dude that's been producing all the movies that actually made money under Hamada's watch. Makes sense.
Smart.
So,
it was,
that's the thing that drives me crazy. Like I said, I get that, like, but there's just like so many like stories you could tell. Because like if it was just like a book, right, a novel, one book, and you're just like, how the hell do I turn this into a live action adaptation? Like that's one thing, but you have thousands of stories. Like with the Batman franchise alone, you have so many stories that you can properly translate to live action easily.
I think their problem here is that they're still stuck on starting and giving origin stories to these characters that didn't even get to that point. So you can't possibly properly do a Flashpoint story or a Crisis story and stuff like that. So they're still in the building phase.
Well, I get, but that's what I'm saying. I get that, but they should have started a long freaking time ago.
They should have. They wasted a lot of time.
That is the intriguing part about what Gunn says. Because Gunn one of the things he continues to reiterate is that Superman Legacy is not an origin story, and certainly The Brave and the Bold can't be an origin story if Damian is around.
It's Damian's origin story, actually.
Well, right, exactly. So, like, but the idea is, and Reeves also kind of proved this a little bit, right? Because the Batman is not an origin story.
The Batman, I think, is the first theatrical Batman movie that did not depict the murder of the Waynes
at all, and yet, they still were able to show it. They still were able to reinforce the themes around it without giving us another dude with a gun in an alley in the smoke shooting and the pearls falling. We didn't see that. And to be fair, they also gave us a bit of a red herring, because who didn't think at the beginning that might not have been what it was?
I would have at least expected it in like the opening credit scene, like a little flashback scene, just real quick, like they've done before, just to show. Like,
but no, it is the first. Scott's right. It is the first theatrical because even Batman Forever did it.
Yep.
Did Adam West have that?
No, Adam West. No, that's true.
Batman clearly didn't have it either.
The funny thing is, they only mentioned the death of the Waynes in the pilot episode.
That's it.
It is the only time. I think that's what's so amazing about watching Batman '89.
No wonder he's too happy in that.
Right.
Doesn't care.
I mean, I understand that. Like, I do understand from a business perspective why they're now just starting to like do these other characters and these other stories. Like, I get it, because back in the day, that was what made them money. Batman, Superman, that made them the most money. So they just focus on that but the thing is, they focus on it for too long.
34 years.
Right. So and now they're trying to play catch up. And this is what I think I talked about before. Is that's why, like, I feel like that they haven't been doing well, because they've been focused on the two main IPs that they own that's made them money for so long that it's like, are we ready for like the friggin' Creature Commandos? Are we ready for this other stuff?
I was watching.
Here's the thing though, second. The flip side of that though was what Casey was saying earlier, right? You can't fault that. I mean, yes, 34 years may have been too long, but it's not like they were losing money. They made billions with Batman and Superman for over nearly 4 decades. So and let's be clear, the idea of expanding into a shared cinematic universe with these other characters, no one was doing that until Marvel in 2008. That is something that Marvel Studios started, and Hollywood is a copycat industry, right? Remember, after go back to 1999 and think about how many movies used bullet time for the following 5 years after the first Matrix came out. Hollywood is a copycat industry. Think about the Monsterverse. After the MCU showed that, there could be a shared cinematic universe, now everybody's trying to create a verse.
Monsterverse is great.
It's called the Dark Universe.
The Dark Universe.
Monsterverse is great.
But the thing, Ray, is so they were making a lot of money back then. So that would have been the best opportunity for them to take risks with more unknown characters and bring them into, because here's the thing, if that project that they came out with, like say they did Aquaman back then, right? And Aquaman flopped, they would have been financially fine because they already had Batman and Superman to make them money.
But here, the problem I have with that though, Saggy, is that Marvel did it out of necessity. Marvel did it. The reason they started with Iron Man and Thor and Captain America, they started with their C and their D listers, was because they literally, that was all they had. They did not have, they still don't have Spider-Man, and they, at the time, they did not have Fantastic Four. They didn't have Daredevil. They didn't have X-Men. Right. So
they also got lucky with Feige.
No, but I get that. Ray. But that's what I'm saying, Ray. That's what I'm saying. Marvel took a shot in the dark, and it worked for them. But DC they could afford to take that risk.
But you're making it sound like they can't take the risk now, and I don't agree with that. Because when you ask, are we ready for Creature Commandos? Are we ready for the Authority? My answer is yes. It just depends on how you present it, because clearly, especially in the case of James Gunn, you can't look at James Gunn in the eye and tell the dude that made this much of the Guardians of the Galaxy that he can't do it with Creature Commandos, that he can't do it with the Authority.
You have to have something fresh. I mean, that's the thing. Is a lot of people are like, I can't believe they're going to be actually doing the Authority. Like after James Gunn was saying, like when he posted the Authority, it's like nobody cares. It's like, I think some people do, because it's something that's different than what we are used to.
Right, and I agree with that, but my point is that I'm okay with it. I'm just saying, like, as far as fans and how they've been focusing on Batman and Superman for so long, and those obviously, even with general audience, the general audience knows who Superman is, the general audience knows who Batman is, so they've already basically locked in those two IPs, so even the general audience will be excited to see them because they know who they are. Even if they don't dive into the comic book lore stuff, they still know basics. Like kids today, they ain't reading comics. Kids today are too busy playing video games and stuff. You're not gonna get a kid to sit down and read comics these days. So, but they know who Batman and Superman is because of the movies. Store. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is that they're not reading the comics. So they focused on those two things for so long, for mainly to get them popular. But it's like most of the general audience is what we talked about. Is like. They like, I'm not saying that James Gunn can't make Authorities and Creature Commandos pop in. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, as far as the expectations of DC as of right now, they do need to make money. They do need to make a lot of money right now, because the last few things that they come out with haven't been really that popping for them.
That's all Walter Hamada's and Toby Emmerich's bungling for sure.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. They definitely dropped the ball.
But this is why, like earlier today when talking about who was it? Casey Bloys made a comment about that
was so funny.
The comment that people were running with about we'll see if some stuff works, and if it doesn't, we've got some other plans or whatever. And I had a listener, Anthony, who was basically like, oh, what a vote of confidence to say that before you even release a particular project. And I'm like, okay, I don't think that's entirely fair to say, because the amount of pressure that they were under. I tweeted at him like the Jordan Peele sweating gif. In closed doors, that's pretty much where they're at. Like, they have one shot to pull this off.
One opportunity.
And if they and if they, you know, the DCU doesn't work, they're just going to reboot again. No, they're not going to do Snyderverse. They're just going to reboot again. But like the stakes are very high with respect to this, and Zaslav has made it clear. He said
Especially
DC,
with that Superman movie.
Yeah, no, they are. He can't miss. He cannot miss with Superman Legacy, and I'm not even talking about with the fans. He can't miss with the general audience.
The box office needs to be at least more than Man of Steel.
Well, it depends on the budget. I really feel like it depends on the budget for Superman Legacy. Because Man of Steel's budget was what, 220, 225?
Yeah, and guys, by the way, I was looking at the numbers when we talk about like MCU. Iron Man 1, you know what the budget was? 140.
Okay. 140, and it made
They made about 585. Yeah.
585.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they need to keep the Superman budget low, and you know what? Superman just needs to punch somebody, because you know when it came to Superman Returns, who did he punch? Nothing. He didn't do nothing. He lifted a piece of rock into the sky, and that's about it.
That plane scene was awesome.
And that was always the biggest
plane scene was, like, and that's what we go to. The plane scene was amazing.
The plane scene was amazing.
Plane scene was
great. People, but then it was like, all right, now can you like do something and punch somebody? And then Zack Snyder comes in and goes, oh, he's gonna punch the shit out of somebody. There's gonna be a lot of punching. And people were like, cool, but they were like, maybe it was too much punching. I don't know. When it came to the general, I personally thought it was a good amount of punching. But you know, it's just like, you know, he's gonna have to be put up against a villain where he's gonna have to, like, you know, punch, not just you know.
Yeah, no, he's gonna have to strike that balance. No doubt about it. And yes, the pressure is absolutely on him and Safran to succeed in this plan, and not just with, I mean, Superman Legacy is the big one, but it's not like Creature Commandos can fail and Waller can't. He's got and Peacemaker season 2, which that was another thing he confirmed on Twitter a week or so ago. No, it is not. You know, some people were speculating that Waller was replacing it. No, it's just on pause while he develops Waller and Creature Commandos. He's gonna do Peacemaker season 2, which was already, season 1 was already a hit for HBO Max last year. So yeah, no, there's a ton of pressure on them to get this right. There's a ton of pressure on them to sell this to the general audience and to get the general audience on board. And it's too bad that she left, because I was just going to reiterate that we're
going back. Yeah, going back to the whole, like, when the conversation of you know, Batman and the origin story about his parents getting killed. I think, like, you know, the best representation, I thought, like, when you're talking about current, is that fucking commercial for Batman Arkham Origins. When you saw it was
Tim Miller.
Tim Miller did it. When you see little Bruce and you see him like smiling, and then all of a sudden, boom, you see, and then he looks right at the camera, you see the gunshot, and then it's like it's zeroing in, and then you see him getting bullied, then you see him getting, you know, fighting, and then it's just like you just
I thought we'd get something like that in the Batman.
What?
I thought we'd get something like that in the Batman.
Oh, well, sorry that Matt Reeves disappointed you, Casey.
A lot.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying that was a perfect representation of the origin story of Batman.
I would agree with that.
So quick.
No,
it was so like.
I understand. I understand that people say you don't want to see the origin story again and again, especially for Spider-Man and Batman. I feel like to make a connection with a character, you need to see that, at least in a 2-3 second flashback or something like that. You have to see that. You have to see the scene through their eyes and who their parents were. You know, you have to kind of see that. Okay. And I feel like that was missing in the Batman.
I have a question for you. Okay, so now that, you know, this is kind of interesting because I've been doing a rewatch of Spider-Man movies, and obviously, you know, Toby's, did we see, like, I mean, I was actually surprised. I was like, man, I forgot how quick he gets bit by the spider in the first Toby one. I was like, wow.
The first Toby one actually, like, the first Toby one, like, moves.
It's like bus. It's like he's chasing the bus, and then they're on the field trip, and then within like 10 minutes, bit by the spider.
Yep.
When it comes to the Andrew Garfield one, takes time.
Oh, yeah.
Take a little time. And
his actual origin was in the second movie.
Yeah.
With the
right?
Yeah.
You're right.
Mm-hmm.
So then it's like, okay, interesting. So then, of course, when it comes to Tom Holland, they're like, we're not going to show that. Then I'm like, all right, you guys already established this Spider-Man, and now he's on his own. Do we get the flashback of
We have to. I'm still not connected with his parents.
Or
why?
Do we get an Uncle Ben at one point?
Yeah. No. And you know why?
That ship has sailed because we had the.
We have to get.
Thank you.
True.
Scott's right.
That was a great moment. That was a great moment.
Aunt May is his Uncle Ben.
Yeah.
I mean, in the MCU, as far as that concerned, and Casey, I don't agree that we have to see that origin. Like it depends on the character. Like in Spider-Man's case, it's weird because we've only had 3 live action cinematic interpretations of Spider-Man, and yet by the third one, Marvel Studios is like, okay, we're just
everybody knows.
Right? They just assume everybody knows, and part of that is because they already had an established MCU because Homecoming is movie 16 in the franchise, right? And it was not shoehorned, but just it was play. And it wasn't even the movie that introduced him. The movie that introduced him was Civil War, the 13th film, right? So it's a case where, but there was anticipation, and they marketed that, and they put it in the trailers. And they're like, who he is, and they give you enough to go on as far as the scene where Stark goes and visits him in May in Civil War, and it's like, all right, cool, and they trust the general audience to be okay with that, and they've been right so far. In the case with DC, it's like they had to keep they went the opposite direction. No, we got to keep telling you that the Waynes die. We got to keep telling you that Krypton blows up, right? And in the case of like Scott said, Reeves is the first one to be
but it gives a great backstory to the characters that we instantly get connected to.
But see,
that's for you. I really because also what are they doing different? They're doing the Earth 1 version where it's like Martha's an Arkham, and she go cray cray. Well, and that's where the connection comes, is that like it's Bruce learning his parents aren't who he thinks they are.
Not only that, Casey, but the connection that you're talking about, like, even though we do not see the death of the Waynes, it is made abundantly clear in the first 10 to 15 minutes of that movie that his parents are dead, and how much it has affected him because of the way that they position it with, they give him an allegory. They give him the death of the mayor and how it affects the mayor's son, and
then the conversation he has with Alfred in the Batcave.
Right. So it's there. It's just not, in an alley with a gun and pearls falling to the floor for the umpteenth time.
One of the things. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say the movie that we've seen it so many times that it was in a movie that I still don't think it necessarily should have been in, Joker. I still don't think it.
How cool was that, though?
I know, that's the thing, though. It's like we got another version of it in Joker without even thinking that it was going to be there. That's what was crazy about it. We got a different version, and then it was just like Reeves was like, I ain't touching this shit. I'm just going to put it in the dialogue, in which he did beautifully. Like you guys were talking about. Just put it in the dialogue, but it's just like sometimes you just kind of wonder, like, the further you get with the story is like, how do you not? I mean, like I said, even Batman Forever, like, then just fucking referenced it, and I thought it was actually okay, and then they're like introduced the Red Book, that whole aspect of it, which I know was emphasized more by Schumacher, and I wish we could see more of that. But I mean, it was like. Yeah, it's just one of those things where you kind of go like, fuck, how as much as we all know the origin stories of like these, the big main characters when it comes to superheroes is like, it's Batman, it's Spider-Man, Batman, and Superman. I would think it's probably in that order. And it's like we know the origin story, but it's like, man, as much as you go like, all right, we're not going to even reference it, but then it's like eventually you're going to have to maybe show.
Like everyone has their own versions, and I would like to see that. Like even Harley Quinn had their funny version of that in one episode.
No, the one that was really funny to me was Teen Titans Go to the Movies.
Oh yes,
don't go down, Crime Alley, you dumb. Go down Happy Lane. And then when they go back and they like throw
Or
the pearls on Martha and shove them into the alley.
Oh, that was so dark.
That was so dark.
Oh my god.
That was hilarious.
But no, okay, so are we going to see Krypton blow up in Superman Legacy?
Yes.
Are we going to see that?
Yes. At some point we'll have to.
I don't
Come
know.
on, James.
I don't know if we're going to.
I don't know if we
I
have
don't think
to.
we're going to.
But see, you know what Zack did with Man of Steel was he was like, hey, we're going to have an opening sequence on Krypton.
Oh, the funny part about that, Dave, is it's essentially a Superman 78 homage.
Yes,
because
go back and watch Superman 78. How long they actually spend on Krypton?
Like a half hour. Like the
first like a half hour on Krypton.
Yeah. But James Gunn's Superman is also not an origin story, so he doesn't need to do that. But also, I think he would.
Matt Reeves needed to do it in the Batman, which isn't an origin story.
No, he didn't need to do it, but it would be cool to have.
Literally said that 10 minutes ago. He wanted to.
I didn't say he needed to do that. I said it would be cool to have it there because I like that connection to be seen.
Okay. Right, but
so
it's not about you, Casey. It's not about you.
I'm subjectively speaking about myself.
There you go. There you go.
I don't know. It's just
Obi-Wan has taught you well.
It's just such a weird thing. Like, and then it's funny too because this is what the DC universe has to think about. I mean, obviously, when it comes to Marvel, they didn't have to worry. The only time they had to worry about not thinking about an origin story was Spider-Man.
Yeah, because everyone else was like, "Who the hell are they?"
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So now
Uncle
it's like,
Ben!
what happened?
Uncle Ben.
He is back.
Oh, okay. No, but I mean that's the thing. Is like it's just funny because now it's like, man, what's going to be happening? And there's the thing too. It's like the fact that when it comes to Matt Reeves' Batman, are they going to touch on the fact that it's like, is Joe Chill still out there in that world? Is he going to come across that? Is there ever going to be a mention of that? And then, of course, it's like, if Matt Reeves does Mr. Freeze, hey, Joe Chill, there's a correlation there. Last name, I'm just kidding. That's a fucking stupid pun. But I'm just saying, I'm like, there's so much stupid thing. Yeah, no, Casey laughed at that.
Mr. Freeze.
Yeah,
Casey's feeling feisty tonight.
Dude,
Mr. Freeze is the real killer of the Waynes in this universe.
Do not pull an 89.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
I know. Origin stories is going to be interesting, though. It's like when it comes to all this other stuff, Marvel has not have to worry about that, only with Spider-Man. And they did a good, for me, I thought rewatching, I went, you know what? I mean, I get why they were just like, okay, you introduced it because it was late in the game. It was in the middle of the game. And it's like, yeah, make him be a protege
and he was literally shoved into Civil War at the last minute when they realized they could make the deal.
Yeah. But I thought they did a pretty good job with like, hey, let him
Don't
be
get Saggy going again.
A protege of Tony. I actually thought cool because then all of a sudden, obviously when we get to
that goes into something that I think some of us have said, and I agree with this, is all comic book movies are Elseworlds. So in the case of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it's like, okay, no, this is not, straight from this is an Earth where Peter Parker was a protege of Tony Stark from the beginning.
Nothing wrong with that.
No,
when people get so iffy about that, I'm like,
and by the way, and the Marvel Cinematic Universe has always been from the beginning this weird amalgamation of 616 and the Ultimate Universe. Anyway, they took the 616 they liked, they took the Ultimate that they liked,
right? Like the Nick Fury.
Yeah,
that's the Ultimate Nick Fury.
That's the Ultimate Nick Fury.
Feige would disagree with you.
No, he wouldn't, because that was literally the deal.
He thinks it's 616.
See, Casey being feisty again.
And Iman Velani was arguing with him about that.
Ray, I have to confess something to you tonight. You used to be the one I enjoyed bickering with on these topics, but I think now Casey is the one I am in now. Now is the enemy, the frenemy.
You're in a fight with me?
Yes, we are fighting. We are fighting all night, and I'm here for it.
I understand.
Hey, long as it's not me,
sorry,
I have
Ray.
nothing but peace.
This is a fight triangle going on.
It's okay. Maybe Ray eventually will get back there.
And Dave and I are out here on the edges going, what the hell?
Yeah, we're just, hey, I'm just, I have nothing but peace and love for everyone.
Says the guy who literally starts the stream with my clip being something about pooping or something. I don't know.
No, doo-doo, gaga, gaga.
Anyway, so back to the origin story. No. I know. Well, hey, you know what? It's just, I'm just being funny. That's all. I'm trying to be funny.
You know what's funny? Do you guys want to hear something interesting about origin stories? You know, because I do drama, so I have a lot of people who aren't fans of me. Surprise, surprise. But they've come up with the most interesting origin stories about me. I don't know how I became a super villain or something, but the origin stories that have been told about me online have been the funniest things ever. Because I'll be sitting there and hearing some people say stuff about me because they just talk trash about certain things, and they're like, yeah, she lives in her aunt's. She moved from Florida to Boston, and she lives in her aunt's attic. And I'm sitting here like, holy crap, this is like the craziest origin story ever. And then all of a sudden,
what are you talking about? I got my following from just lying to the Snyder fandom.
I love my origin stories because I actually can say I have one, and it's the most funniest thing ever. So I'm a superhero, guys, or villain. I don't know what I am. But I have origin stories.
Yeah.
No, just us. Just me and you.
People still think the reason I say it's all subjective is because it's a cop out, and I just don't want to admit that certain movies are bad.
I think the best origin
Tell me
stories
one
are the
movie
ones
that's
made by
bad,
other
Ray.
people.
Subjectively. Thor: Love
Don't
and
bring
Thunder.
up Love and Thunder again. Apart from that,
it so is.
I agree with Ray. Love and Thunder was not. I watched it. I watched it, and it was so much cringe, and it was not.
The third act was like the only real enjoyable substance.
Oh, you like
I'm gonna have to eventually buy that digitally just because I'm a completionist, and I know it's gonna be in my voodoo list. But the lowest price it's gone down to is $9.99, and I'm just still waiting to
wait for lower.
I'm like, can I get the set? The lowest Disney never goes down that far. The cheapest, when I did my complete phase 3 buy of all the phase 3 movies, the best deal I got is I got almost all of them for $7.99. That's just, and I have never seen a Disney Studios movie go lower than that. And even then I'm like, wow.
Scott,
that's why I miss GameStop when they used to do movies, because you could find them cheaper at GameStop.
Well, because they were stolen and traded in for pennies on the dollar and then resold at 10 times the amount that they were traded in for cash from the thieves. I know this, having been a 7-year GameStop employee. But
I've stopped being a completionist on the MCU just to protest it.
By the way,
I've still not watched Hawkeye. I've still not watched She-Hulk.
Okay,
guys,
I enjoyed Hawkeye. So,
guys, I got a GameStop pack for you. FYI, when you go to GameStop, a lot of the employees, they just place new stickers on top of the old ones. So if you peel off the old stickers and you see the old prices and a little cheaper, it can still scan and they won't even check it.
Oh,
just saying.
Then those are bad systems, because at our GameStop, the barcode would change digitally and would scan.
I don't know. When I worked there, it still worked. When I worked there, it still worked.
Back in my day, it still worked.
Back in my day.
Right. Scott, no, you know how we've shared our thoughts on Guardians Volume 2, right?
Yes.
Did you listen to my review of Quantumania?
No, because I haven't seen it yet. So.
Okay. Well, it was spoiler free, on the main show, but no, I literally I tried to list off a full tier of films in the MCU that I would watch Quantumania over. In the case of, this is how I determined that Thor: Love and Thunder is my new bottom. I would watch Volume 2 of Guardians of the Galaxy before Love and Thunder ever again.
But it's not that bad.
Yes, it is.
Volume 2.
Oh.
Well, okay.
Volume 2, yeah.
I have softened on Volume 2 a lot in the last couple of years. It's still it's still in a low tier.
You didn't enjoy the Pac-Man scene? Come on.
No, I didn't. And as far as Kurt Russell goes, no, I did not enjoy the part where he literally splooged the galaxy. No, I didn't enjoy that at all.
Hey, if you were in his position, you'd do it.
I mean, he looks. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't look good. I'm just saying, that was needless. I didn't need that, and I didn't need the tape joke to go on for 15 fucking minutes, and I didn't need the tape.
There's a lot.
Yes, I agree with the jokes thing, especially with Drax's character.
Well, and that's what I was worried about with Quantumania. I thought that they were going to go in that direction, but they actually didn't. Yeah. They actually, I mean, a lot
of the jokes are funny.
Aside from, okay, can we? It's not a spoiler anymore because they've actually put out marketing that this character's in the movie, although they didn't say who he was.
Broccoli?
No,
the broccoli guy.
No, the one that looks better with the mask than with the face.
MODOK.
Oh, MODOK.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. His humor. I like the twist. I actually did like the twist.
I like the very ending.
Not sure.
But the jokes went on for too far.
I like the very ending though.
Cassie was annoying as fuck. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I didn't like her. I did not
like Cassie.
So it is Yellow Jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I mean, it's the same actor who played Yellow Jacket in the first game.
No,
his name is MODOK.
Yeah, he's
everybody knew that already. But when it comes to Cassie, I'm like, what the fuck, man? That was he was just annoying as hell.
No, I didn't.
And then the actress just had like one speed. She was like Kristen Stewart in the first Twilight movie, like just nothing.
Yes.
My God, it was just fuck.
At least 15 times in the movie, I think they just repurposed.
Dude, I literally
shot of her saying, "Dad."
Literally said to Steph next to me, I kept going, "Keep your fucking helmet on!" Like in that final act when there's like a war happening, her helmet. She kept on helmet coming off and back on, off, back on. I'm like, I was fucking helmet on.
I was irritated that it took her that long to put the damn suit on after they got to the quantum realm. I'm like, what the fuck? It's 20 minutes. Everybody else is armed.
But she was keeping it from her father. Oh,
that's hilarious that you guys brought that up because I was watching the pitch meetings of Ant-Man and that he literally brought that up about the helmet thing. But Ray, I want to say one thing. So you know how you feel about Thor: Love and Thunder?
Mm-hmm.
That's how I feel about Batwoman.
I knew she was going to say that. Yep. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
See,
that is,
you know me too well already, Ray.
That's perfectly fine. It's all subjective. It is all subjective. You're not wrong.
That's a good note to end on right there. We're going on 5 hours,
Oh, God,
5 hours on this stream, so... all right,
Steven.
Let's go around the horn. This has been fun. Thank you guys for what did you say, Casey?
Without Steven.
Yeah, no Avatar discussion tonight.
I know. Exactly. I know. Steven's been he's been missing. We miss Steven. But he'll show up. He'll show back up when we're talking about we do a whole if I name the stream Avatar, he'll be here.
I actually have a feeling that he may show up next week because of Wednesday. He might have something to say about that.
Wednesday?
Yeah, March 1st. What's premiering next Wednesday?
What's premiering?
Yep.
Oh, Mandalorian? Mm-hmm. Maybe.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
If there's any blue light at all in that episode, he'll
yes.
He'll be like the volume. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, yeah.
True. Mm-hmm. All right, let's go around the horn and let's promote ourselves. Saggy, you can go first.
I am Saggy Melons.
I had to do it. I
haven't even seen the episode yet. But
I'm pretty sure it's an episode of Flash with how the lightning thing came out. I think it's
it is. The only show left.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I had to do it. But yeah, Saggy Melons, Drama Mama, that's me. If you're into drama, I got tons of it. So check me out over there. Sometimes I talk movies, but mostly drama. So yeah, that's it. That's all I got.
There it is. Casey?
Yeah, you can find me at KryptonCage on all social media and check out my Twitter. I have worked on a new short film that you can watch on YouTube and the link is there. So there you go.
There it is, Ray.
You can find me on Twitter at The Flightcast, and you can find my weekly podcast at theflightcast.com, which is a place where opinions aren't right or wrong, even on Batwoman, and where we can agree or disagree about movies, TV, and other
or Black Adam.
Or Black Adam, or even Thor: Love and Thunder, because it's all subjective. Tomorrow, my show will be talking about the return of the doom and gloom, the stuff we were talking about earlier. You know, the Scooper Madness couldn't let us wallow in the downfall of the MCU. They had to remind us, oh wait, this DC movie is unwatchable. Oh wait, this DC movie is gonna open to whatever. So yeah, talk a little bit about that. The VFX thing you were talking about earlier, interesting as well, Dave, with respect to Marvel's issues, and of course another weekly check of James Gunn's Twitter account to see what he has said that everybody else has missed. If you like what you hear and want to join the conversation, you can be a part of the Hexagon, the listener feedback show where everybody shares their thoughts and opinions on everything. And if you're interested in even more uncensored geeky goodness, like my ranty, beer-fueled, profanity-laced tirades, like the one I went on earlier tonight on Friday Flight, which I brought back with this nasty-ass gourd tree beer that I was drinking earlier, you can go to patreon.com/theflightcast and sign up to become a flight officer and listen to all of the extra bonus content there. And the YouTube channel is back. I posted a video review of Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania on my YouTube channel. More YouTube content to come. Look for the Flightcast on YouTube. So
there it is. Scott.
Seriously, you can find me on Twitter, ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. We are a fan-supported network over at patreon.com/squadcastmedia. So go over there for $5 a month, where you can get over 400 pieces of original content, including our upcoming reviews of Spider-Man 3 and Barbed Wire. And make sure that you join Dave and me here on the Film Junkie channel on Sunday nights at 9 o'clock Central for Batman the Fanimated stream, where this week we will be talking about the episode Showdown.
Oh, who's in Showdown?
My introduction to Jonah Hex.
That's right. Jonah Hex. So guys, tune into that. And thank you to the panel. This has been great as per usual. Smash that like, thumbs up, do all that, follow me, all that stuff. And we will talk to you guys later.